That's what they say.
So,
Yeah.
That's what yeah.
I read a couple articles on this, and it's apparently it's in your mind is what they're saying. What the narrative says, that in your mind you perceive the moon to be close when really it's further away.
I mean,
I don't know.
can
I find that hard to
verify,
believe.
I can or deny that, like, because I witnessed it to happen, and the phenomenon is true. Now, whether their explanation of it is true or not, I can't validate
that's
that.
right.
Like,
I experienced the same thing. I think it was 3 nights ago. We had it was Sunday night. Like I looked over, and in the east, it was just rising up over the horizon, and there was a school in the foreground with buildings, and it looked fucking massive, and it was yellow. And then as it went up, an hour later, I looked at it and nothing else to compare it to, and it's tiny and white. I'm going, well.
Bird is a wanker. You should see Blitzen. You should see Blitzen too, boy. That dude, whatever.
And to me, the size difference looks way too much to be an optical illusion.
I had experience to see the angular size different in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. I was driving the car and it was fucking big, and then 15 minutes later it was small.
Look into their eyes.
Right. No, for whatever reason they say that's the perception that your brain perceives it for whatever reason. I don't know. It's a phenomenon that's the only explanation in the scientific community apparently, is that it's a perception of the brain that is closer than what it's appearing.
Well, what's funny is that they're totally ignoring something that should definitely be included in science, is this idea of atmospheric lensing through the thickest part of the atmosphere. Like, why is it that that's an invention of flat earthers? Like, they claim that the gases of the atmosphere, the air, are the most dense closest to the surface. So you would obviously be looking through more of it.
Yeah.
And if they want to just claim that it has to do with like a trick of perspective, like, go and fuck yourself.
Then they can throw out refraction as well. So fuck them.
Hey Lou, I tagged you in a picture that I took one night of the moon. It was a half moon, and on the horizon, this is no filter, man. This was literally the color of the moon on the horizon. And
I got one like that also. Not on the horizon, but I got one like that also. That was because of wildfires in Canada, like 1,000 miles away or more.
There was no fire. This is out in the desert.
Orange, red. Yeah, let me find mine. I'll compare it with you.
All right. Yeah, there was no fire. It was just in the desert. It was a clear night in the desert, out in the oil fields.
Okay, but yours is low on the horizon. Mine was higher in the sky, and it's a full moon. So if
you notice the distortion on mine, it is because it's so low on the horizon.
Yours is oblong and everything, but this is what I took because of there was smoke in the air. This is what it looked like.
It's pretty.
Hey, we got Aimer in the chat right now at the very top. Aimer, are you there?
Hi, Aimer.
Got a green avatar at the very top. Aimer, are you there? Hello?
We'd like to talk to you, Aimer.
And we got Star Wars in the chat too. Star Wars, if you're there, I just unmuted you. Welcome to the chat, Star Wars. Are you there? Welcome to the chat, Star Wars. Are you there? Star Wars and Aimer.
I already know that a conversation with Star Wars would be really good.
Why are you saying that?
It would be like one of the best.
Well, Star Wars can unmute your mic. You're locally muted, so you're able to talk if you want to. And Aimer as well. Well, yeah, you're both locally muted. You can unmute your mics. Yeah, McToon's got a little cosplay show with his cronies.
Did you see that disgusting shit?
Yeah, it's
What?
They're talking about like bestiality and all this crazy stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, it's wild, bro. But it's nothing less than what you'd expect from those guys.
Man, like I've said for a couple of years now, like we shouldn't really be paying attention to these anti-flat earthers, the big anti-flat earth channels, like who, I mean, there's an argument against this that I can also strongman against myself here, but in my opinion, we shouldn't be giving them airtime. We shouldn't be giving them we shouldn't be mentioning their name. We shouldn't be heading anybody towards them. These people like literally are making a living being monetized off of doing anti-flat earth material. They rely on us for material. And we get cut out of the situation while they bank and make fun of us and ridicule us. Like, these people need to be cut out completely. However, I do know not most, but many, myself included, flat earthers, one of the biggest points that we see waking up to the whole topic is those guys fumbling around, being dishonest, lying, and we have a good intuition about us, and we can see that they are being the dishonest actors. Like, and that's what all of a sudden gives Flat Earth a little bit more credence to look deeper into. It's like, if this is the best argument you got, then I don't trust you, and I want to listen more to these guys over here.
Yeah, I think it's morbid curiosity why somebody would click on a channel and watch them do what they do.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is the people who are into him will never become flat earthers. Like you're not going to get flat earthers through his channel. You're going to get flat earthers through people who stumble across him talking to us and go, wow, that's the best they got. That's the best the globe has.
Dude, that's literally what happened to me. Can confirm.
Yeah. But
I gotta say
the guys
this.
who are his cronies and his trolls, his friends, his followers, those people are hopeless, helpless, and unguidable. They can never find the truth. They don't care about truth. They care to troll. They care to fuck with you, and that's all it is.
His followers are some of the angriest conversations I have.
But the problem is that they see this like you are an insult to their sensibilities. That somebody who disagreed, they see themselves as such an enlightened human being with all the vast knowledge and all the creativity. So when they see somebody who disagrees with them, they think somehow you're trolling them when you say I disagree with you.
Yeah.
And they take this sort of disagreement as like an attack on their personality, even though it has nothing to do with them to begin with.
Yeah.
They've
So
had to. Go.
No, I cut you off.
No, I was done.
And this is where I've had people argue with me. I think flat earthers who go to a channel like McToon or FTFE or whatever, and go to get, ridiculed and go to do an interview, whatever, if they want to try to represent, it doesn't matter how good they do. They're going to be represented in a bad way, and they are actually doing a disservice to Flat Earth by going to their channel.
Yeah, it's if you go to Loon McToon on Tuesday nights when he has his interviews with Flat Earthers, it's a trap show because he makes money from his super chats, and he also gets help on his computer with people asking questions and giving them answers to ask the Flat Earther. Plus, he can mute anybody. He did that to Democ, and he did that to Jen. When they were both on, they just muted him, and then he just went to his crowd through his computer, and made fun of Jen and Denmark the whole time. So it was real pathetic. It is definitely a trap show, no doubt.
What it highlights is that he invites you. He says, "Hey, do you mind coming on my show and we'll talk about flat Earth and whatnot?" It shows you what type of people they are, like what type of guest. You invite someone to your home and then you act like that. See, they're suffering so deeply that they can't even figure out what it means to be a gracious host. They're complete ingrate. And it really boils down to that they feel like they're victimized. Like they're defending science against science doesn't need to be defended to begin with. Science defends itself. And they think any means necessary, by any means, as long as they get the outcome that they want, then whatever they did is justified.
Yeah, you know the weird thing is though, right? It is a category error for them to say that the shape of the Earth has to do with science. They already say whatever they're saying in their podcast or whatever they're doing, and claiming that it's science. They're already incorrect. It is not a science question. It's not a how why question. It's a what is question. So it's a category error. So they're already wrong by talking about it being science in the first place.
I agree when it comes to natural science, like the scientific method, stuff like that. But your mainstreamer doesn't view science that narrowly. They like to use observational science. They like to use
that's a contradiction though. Yeah. There is no such animal that when they come in here, like there was an astrophysicist that stepped foot in here and he said that very word, observational science with the things in the sky. That was absurd. Like you can't do science with things in the sky. Observational science, that's a contradiction.
Well, I mean, you can't, there's no experiment, no physical experiment that you can do, but you can gather information still.
Like what?
Cycles, patterns, like things like that.
That's nothing to do with the elemental composition of a planet. Like that's nothing to do with science, anything to do with anything in the sky. That's to do with everything on the ground and effects that we feel. So as far as the scientific method goes and natural science, even though it's in our natural physical world, to us we couldn't say that because whether they're physical or not, that's inconclusive, and so that we can't do science with them in that way. So it is a category error. So you can't. The new person, of course, doesn't understand that, but that's why when they come in here, we educate them on the understanding of the difference between what real science and the physical and natural world is, and this idea observational. It's crazy, like how somebody can think that. That's why they're.
Well, it's in my opinion, it's not just mine. I'm sure you'll all agree. It's a reification fallacy, essentially, is like, okay, so it's one thing to observe and find a cycle or a pattern, but if you want to apply that to a model and use it to verify your model, that is a fallacy.
Yeah. What's weird is that there's a claim to a globe having a model, but when you ask them to provide that evidence, there isn't no such animal either. So the globe or flat Earth don't have models. They have explanations as to, like, when people start talking about a description, that's different. But the model that they would claim, like as per a scientific model, it's not. There isn't one.
Well, essentially, it's like saying this. So I've watched and I've noticed that these things happen in a pattern. They happen in a cycle. It's all cyclical. Now I want to come up with a model believing I live on a ball or I suppose, I mean, it's not hypothetical. This is kind of what they've done. So now, assuming that I live on the ball, I then keep observing and try to fit my observations to living on a ball. And because what I would expect from what I've observed happens, I now live on a ball.
Affirming the consequence.
That's affirming the consequence.
Right.
We have sunsets. Sunsets equal the Earth being a globe. The Earth is a globe, therefore we have sunsets.
Yep. Hey, did you guys get an invite? Oh, sorry. Never mind. I'll wait for a second for it to clear up.
Calling it science is a marketing ploy, really. It's just branding for their bad ideas. If they call it that, then they can sell it. But that's all it is. It's not science. Just a sales pitch, basically.
And the way they're going to weasel themselves into it is if they can actually get you to agree with them. At the moment you do, the floodgates open and you become a part of like their you start playing on their playground. Okay, yeah, observational science. You get what I'm saying, right? All right, cool. Now let's talk about patterns and everything being a part of that observational science. So they got you right where they want you. Once you agree, that natural science becomes something observational only. Like that's you're right in their clutches and you're playing along with what they want. That's exactly what they want, the narrative they want us to fall into. But when we actually make a distinctive, comparison to how it's done, then you can understand it's not science in the way that it's categorized as in the physical natural world.
I know it's pretty old school flat Earth, but that's why such a good argument actually is like the so-called prediction of eclipses. Go look on the NASA website and look and see how they predict eclipses. They use the Saros cycle, right? The Saros cycle was created by the Sumerians or the Babylonians, whatever, either one. They're very ancient and they're both flat Earth societies. So we still to this day, through all of our science, all of our freaking observation, all of our technology, don't have something better to predict eclipses than what these ancients used that were flat earthers. They observed it. They were able to predict it. NASA still uses it, given all of their funding, all of their technology, and all of their observation.
Yeah, I challenge the Globers too. What is the globe good for? What is it good for? At any way that you can think about it being useful, in what way? What is it useful for? What is it good for? If we can do everything outside of using the superimposing globe over the world that we're on right now, what would the globe be useful for? Can anyone think of one thing that it's useful for?
That's actually a great question to start a debate with the Glober. Is what is your globe good for? That's actually awesome.
I like to ask him that too. I just say, what's the globe ever done for you?
Can we turn it into a song like, hey, what is it good for? Like, how's it go?
Absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
I know what the globe is good for. I know what the globe is good for.
Good for propaganda.
Say it.
Exactly. It's good for keeping people restrained and enclosed within a small area.
Right. That's not a positive, man. That's a negative. You don't want to be confined.
It's not.
What is it bad for? No, but you got okay. Well, if you want to think of like if you're from a controller point of view,
listen. If you're from a controller point of view, it's got all the juicy benefits of being a tyrant. Like, it makes people controlled because of fear mongering, of limited resources. Like, well, you can go on, right? I mean, that's
the precious of control.
The globe is good for one thing. It allows them to continue to believe in evolution. It allows them to continue to believe in the Big Bang. And with those two things right there, those three things right there, they don't need God. They don't want God. That's what the globe's good for. That's it. Gives them an excuse to cut God out of their life.
Yeah, but we would say those are negatives.
I kind of think this needs to be a flat Earth
negatives. They're not positives.
Absolutely.
For them, it's positive.
Positively nothing now.
That's what went through my head as well, Lou. I was thinking that song, man.
Yeah,
you can even positive for them.
Yeah, listen, man. It's a very provocative question, but it's one you could also ask them if they're like, dude, we need the globe. You're like, for what? What do we need the globe for? Name one thing it's useful for in practical reality. What is it useful for? And they say, well, navigation. Well, weren't mariners navigating before the globe came along? And didn't they get from point A to point B from their destination to their destination from their place of origin? Just fine, right? Without the globe? Okay. So what is a globe useful for? Flying airplanes. You know, like they can't find one thing that it's useful for. Not one. I mean, of course, if you're evil, that would be useful for you, but
good for their nihilism.
I mean,
if you go the spiritual route, you go the biblical route, the globe is good for denying God and for denying the Bible. You know, so if you want to go, you know, different route than that, but it's pretty cut and dry that the Bible doesn't speak anything about a ball unless you're the Jesuits.
Right.
Unless you're the Jesuits in 1610 and you do the Isaiah 40:22 and Job 26:7 nonsense. Other than that, the globe denies God, denies the Bible, and that's all it really does.
It's nihilism. It gives them an excuse to be nihilistic.
And it's quite the opposite. Carl Sagan told them it's of importance. You're all interconnected. It's so like Earth is so unique and so precious that in their model there's nothing else like it in the whole universe. They'll hear Carl Sagan say that and be like, "Yeah, Earth sucks. It's just nothing."
Yeah, that was a funny kind of line of doublethink he put in there.
You know, we're all so lucky to be here because we're basically like a mistake. You know, like this should have never happened.
That's the Bill Nye version. The Bill Nye is like, "Oh, Earth is just a grain of sand and all the beaches. It's nothing special, nothing to see here. Who gives a shit?" You're like, dude, like you don't know your own model. That's embarrassing. Because if you knew that, you'd be able to show me all these Earths out there. You can't show me one. It's just all these exoplanets or whatever they call them nowadays. You know, like Goldilocks zones.
Hey,
I have no idea what they're looking at.
Has anybody talked to Ribeye 1977? Let me see if he's
I don't
there.
think he talks.
Yo, Ribeye 1977, are you there? I just unmuted you. Your mic is open even. Ribeye 1977?
I think we tried to talk to him like a week ago, Mayhem.
Yeah, he just, I don't know.
I was in here. Who else was in here?
It's weird because he just sits there. Like, I've seen him before, but I don't know. Is that a bot or something? He just comes in here.
Just sits there. What is he good for?
Absolutely. No, we got to disconnect him, check for a pulse. I disconnected him. If he's truly somebody, he'll wind up coming back. But he doesn't even type in the lobby like, "Hey, I'm just want to listen." Or he don't say anything. No, not even that.
I mean, I don't know if I would disconnect. I mean, in the past we haven't forced people to engage in order to come and listen. Especially, I don't know what his roles were. Does he have like a listening pass? Is he VC verified or what?
Nothing.
No, he doesn't have anything.
Yeah, and even still, we've also allowed people to come in and record, but
yeah, I just want.
It would just be nice to. It would be nice to have some kind of engagement, right?
I just wanted signs of life. That's all. I don't care what if they want to do that. Just say, you know, like, "Hey, and even type in text like I'm just listening" or whatever. But we don't get anything from this guy or girl or whatever.
Ribeye. If that's a chick, that's quite the name for a chick.
It's my kind of gal.
CB.
That's kind of a name public defender would use. Like just basic, like paperclip, water bottle, leaf.
Just call me Ribeye 1977. Public defender.
Did you guys get a friend invite from Donald?
Oh, to his clubhouse?
Or not just like a friend, like a Discord friend request?
Hell no, I don't think so.
That's what I was curious about. I wasn't sure if he just went down the list and just invited everybody, or if I'm special for some reason.
Yeah, wait a minute. I think I did.
Okay, good. I'd be like, dude, I don't know what you think like we have here, but
I got one
now.
I got a message.
I sent Mayhem a friend invite like a year ago, and he still never accepted my friend request.
Now listen, I got a message from Hugh Janus, and it says, "Can we be friends?" I'm gonna ignore that.
Yeah,
Lord Rizzler.
That's a pretty good name though.
Hugh Janus.
Yeah, Hugh Janus.
Lord Rizzler.
Yeah, same one. Yeah, the same guy. They're just spamming everybody then.
All right, so I'm ignoring Lord Rizzler. Milky Way said, "Yo, have you done refunds before?" What the fuck? Yo, have you done refunds before? I don't know what that means. Ignore.
He wants his globe refunded, man.
I guess.
He wants to go back.
Why would you ask me that? Have you done refunds before?
There's a dude.
What does that mean?
Well, there's this globalist guy who'll do that. Where he'll ask you like, "What's your take on tipping?" And you're like, "What the fuck, dude?" You know, like what? Yeah, like
if you want to get into that, it culturally it varies so much. Like in the United States, we overtip compared to like most of the rest of the world. We tip. People want to tip on everything. Like if you go to Australia, like tipping is included in everything. Like they don't want tips, from what I understand. Like they, in also some Asian countries, like they'll actually like tell you like, "No, sir," like no, stop it, you're embarrassing me. Like
that's weird, man.
It's an insult to try to tip them.
I see these people when you go out to eat somewhere and you see them working so hard and like for low wages. I'm like, damn, they deserve this, man. Like, you know?
Yeah,
like,
no, but dude, that's an American culture thing. Like we're underpaid for those types of jobs, and we think that if you like your service, you give gratuity and so on and so forth. That encourages people to work a little bit harder to gain those tips, and it's a part of their paycheck, right? Whereas in a lot of other countries, like they're saying, no, like I'm just doing my job. And I'm going to get paid for doing my job. And if you want to try to throw money at me, this is like you're insulting me. It's because you think I'm a low paid person.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll still.
Yeah, I don't really agree with tipping at all.
Well, it just depends too. Like, right? You get a real asshole waiter, you're gonna be like, fuck this. You're not gonna get shit. That doesn't pay attention. But the people that are doing such a great job and
honestly, I'd rather see our waitresses who bust their ass off. I'd rather see them get paid a better per hour wage than have to hustle their ass and flirt with people for their tips.
I get that. I'm not disagreeing with that. But like, if somebody, like what I've seen, okay, just my perspective, the older people that have to have a job and they take those jobs and they're working hard. They're sweating, bro. Like they're just trying to make it in this world. It's like, it's really fucked up the way it is. But yeah, it's just the way it is. I mean, not unless we're going to overhaul this whole system, which is probably not what's going to happen.
It's not the whole system though. Like first world countries like Australia, tipping is like, it's always included. You just don't tip when you go there. American tourists go and tip and then they feel insulted.
Yeah. But no, I'm saying the state of affairs as it is right now, currently, like with what we have in America. So, I mean, if you go out somewhere to eat, like, just, help them out, do what you can. Because, I don't know. We don't have to. But
you got to know where you're at, I would say.
If a tip's automatically included in the bill, that's just the price.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like, Americans are going to, they're going to miss that because they're used to getting a bill and then also tipping. They can choose, 15, 20, 25%. They can tip whatever they want, depending on how satisfied they were. But it shouldn't, in the past anyway, tip was never included in the bill. Nowadays, it might be included, and then you can also tip on top of that. So they include gratuity in a lot of cases, and then people are dumb because we're Americans. And even though gratuity is on the bill, they go and tip another 15 or 20% on top of that to their waitress.
Yeah.
So, but now these are the same idiots. They're traveling overseas. in a place where you guys are insulted by a tip, thinking, "Oh, you look down on me because you're trying to throw money at me." Well, they think they're being nice. They think they're being nice.
The biggest argument for tipping in America is propping up these underpaid workers.
Yes, exactly. You have a low-paying job, therefore I'm going to tip you well. Or you have a sexy ass and big breasts, and you flirted with me, therefore I'm going to tip you well.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's just one way to look at it. I don't see it that way. World is viewed differently in my eyes. I think somebody who's doing a serving job anywhere, whatever serving job it is, being a servant to, the things that we would commonly do, like cook for yourself. If they're cooking or serving you, it's like, yeah, I don't know, man. Some people like
Have you ever had a job where tips were like included in like consideration for your wage? Like being a waiter or waitress.
I've never worked in something like that.
Right. Then you don't quite get it. So like,
yeah, but who would say no to money?
Males. Okay, take waiters versus waitresses. Waiters make at least 30% less than waitresses in tips. Do you know why?
Yes,
because they're women.
That's it.
Yeah, but I don't know. That's still not going to change my mind, though. I'm still going to tip.
I've worked as a server for years, and man, I was so good at it. I made a killing being a server.
I believe it because you're a woman, for one. You're not. I've seen your picture. You're not bad looking. And for three, I think you know how to play people. I think you know how to freaking you know how to mingle. You know how to flirt probably too.
I was just always really kind and silly when I needed to be, and kind for the most part.
But none of that necessarily has to do with making sure that your dish got like the whole table got served at the same time, that nothing was messed up, that every you didn't give the wrong dish to the wrong person. It didn't have to do with that, right?
No, I mean I have such a good memory. Like most of the time I don't even have to write things down. But yeah, I have a way. I always had like a method, and I worked really hard too. So you could see me not slacking. I was never just like a lot of servers are finding their little niche and being on their phone.
Men typically are very precise about stuff like that, and they'll do just as good a job, but get tipped in that type of a scenario far less.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. It's not about consistency. It's not about doing your job right. It's about what sex you are, if they liked you, if they liked the way you were dressed, or your appearance. That's the reason people tip. I used to the one job that I had where it was about a tipping situation is when I was a older teenager. I was pulling clays at a gun range. And it was we didn't get paid much, but there was a lot of female pullers. The female pullers, honestly, their reaction times were way worse. They didn't do as good of a job, but they got tipped twice as much, or if not 3 times as much on a given night than the male pullers. And that was in like trap and even skeet. It wasn't until all of a sudden, because I was one of the most reactive, the fastest pullers, like the most accurate scorers and so on and so forth, that all of a sudden I got like specially called by the guy who ran Sporting Clays, and he wanted me to run Sporting Clays for him. Now, when you get into there, all of a sudden you're talking about professional shooters. I pulled for the number 2 shooter in the world when it comes to Sporting Clays. on a regular basis. Once a month, he would come to our club and specially request me. And if he showed up and I was already working for another customer, I would get called off of that customer to go and pull for him. He took lessons off of the number one shooter in the world who was from Germany for like $100,000 a lesson. And like, yeah, this guy, he would specially request me. And every time, it took me about 45 minutes to get through Sporting Clays with him. He would tip me $45, but he was looking for ability and skill. Okay, that was when I all of a sudden got tipped better than the girls. Otherwise, the girls were laughing at us. They were literally waving money in front of us going, how much did you make today? Oh, look at this. We're talking about like teenage girls, underagers, 16, 17-year-olds getting tipped by fucking dirty old men who are drunk and shooting shotguns at fucking Clays. Okay? You don't think fucking being a female has anything to do with what you get tipped?
Of course
it absolutely does. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I was a beverage cart girl for a golf course at a country club for a little bit, and I got tipped enormously out there.
Yeah, and the girls literally will wave that money at the boys who are doing the same job and go, ha 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 ha. How much did you make?
I was classy. I didn't do that, but I get it. I know what you're talking about. It's definitely happened in front of me many times.
Yeah, tips doesn't mean you're doing good at your job. It means they want to fuck you.
That's so blunt.
Pretty much. It's the truth, though. It is the truth.
Oh.
It got real quiet.
So what's your take on tipping?
I just wanted to say his bluntness. That's why I like Lou.
It got real quiet because all the guys in their lives, who are in this voice chat, thought back to when they tipped and what their reason was for tipping a lady, and they went, "Oops, Lou might be right. I'm guilty."
I keep a check on that shit because I know it.
I look for certain things. Like for me, it was my drink full? Was I ever when I would drink my drink to the straw? Was I slurping the straw, or was my drink full, or did I have another one on deck? And then you don't have to check on me all the time, but at least. Like, once I get my food, don't ask me if everything's okay at that very moment. Does that make sense? I haven't even tried my food yet. Let me eat my food. I'll tell you everything. If something was missing, I would have told you from the minute you put it on my food. And then, once, maybe twice more before the check comes.
Hey, is Lou still there? I have a story for Lou in the group. I've never told this story ever to anybody.
Yeah, I'm here.
If anybody repeats this, I will blame the person who repeats it. I want nobody else to hear about it because I'm trusting.
It's on YouTube now.
But before my transition from a woman to a guy, I used to make so much money as a woman in tipping tables.
All right, your joke has already fucking been said. We can get a chuckle in, dude. You don't have to go along with that.
Sorry, I gave it away so early. My bad.
That's such a Lou joke.
That's such a Lou joke. Oh well. Hey, you guys can't tell me by that. And mom's the word.
Oh, dude, it's a lot, man. I want you to blame me. I want everybody to come in here and listen. That Waterworld man, he came in here and You know he's a tranny?
And I told you, you got to keep it quiet, guys.
What's up, Orion? Haven't seen you in a while, brother.
Not much. Just chilling.
Hey, when I flat smack people in person, man, like your argument is one of my go-tos. When people start talking about space, I'm like, yeah, but like if I wanted to see if something was curving, would I get up really high, or would I get down to the surface and measure?
What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
That one too. I gotta get that one under wraps. That's a good. And I'm gonna make some cards too, man. I'm gonna get some like really fancy ones that are like plastic coated, so that way they don't like deteriorate with the weather. And get QR codes printed on them. Just start dropping them everywhere.
I'm still waiting for that question from Orion to be competently answered by a Glober. Because it's a great question, but it's always the same terrible responses.
I think at least 100, like either 100% of the time or almost 100% of the time, anytime that question's answered, it's answered with the logical fallacy of one kind or another. I think it's interesting. It just basically drags the logical fallacies out of people.
Or whatever. I'm just kidding, Orion.
You know, it requires them to understand the axioms of our experience. But they don't.
Hey, Cal, how are your kids doing, man? Oh, he's definitely.
It seems that every globe argument reduces to some form of begging the question. It has to. Since, no globe.
Is it letting you question a non sequitur?
No, non sequitur just doesn't logically follow. I mean, yeah, begging the question would be a non sequitur, but they're not the same thing.
Let's just imagine for a minute. I like those. Those are some of my favorites. Oh, so I've never met you before.
Holy.
Thank you, DeGrasse. Hope you're okay, brother.
I just watched this video on Instagram where this guy was talking about the FBI is lobbying to get their domestic surveillance stuff reapproved. It's going to sunset later this year. And I guess there's been some 200,000 instances of illegal domestic surveillance. No accountability. And then they're like saying, that'd be like breaking your PlayStation because you're mad that you lost a game and then asking your mom to buy you another one. And your mom's like, no, dude. Like,
Yeah, we know that's all just for show, though, you know.
And then they can't figure out one reason why they would lie. God, I would just be a flat earther if I could just figure out one reason why the government would lie.
Yeah.
I can't think of one. I mean, it wasn't the FBI. That's not the government. That was just a few bad actors, right? Not all the FBI.
I think the saddest part about that is they genuinely think the government has ever told the truth about anything.
Yeah, Heretic, you there?
Yep.
Yeah, that's Ozian would say that no one in government doesn't lie. It's just individuals in government who made some bad choices or messed up or didn't do their job correctly.
So they just messed up. There's never any malice behind anything. Just incompetence every time.
Systematic incompetence. That works, dude. Shit. Explain to me how a system built on competence is able to do things that no one else can do.
How would he know that it's only that?
Yeah, that part. That's what I'm saying. You'll never take questions or explain anything they say.
That's the same guy who thinks he measured Earth curve with pixels, though. Did you see his pixel measurement?
And it said that he couldn't answer questions because there's some sort of classified range-finding tower-based laser detector, nuclear weapon, alien technology. You're randomly posting that images from that on Discord. I go, dude, you're not fooling anybody, man. If all content related to top secret information would be secret. There's nothing declassified inside a secret weapons program.
Who was this?
Ozian from Modern Day Debate server. He debated Witsit before. I think he was. That was the time Witsit was debating with John Zerka.
Oh, I see.
That's when
that's a hell of a log.
That's when Ozian said he could see the curvature at 200 feet.
Yeah, he makes lots of outrageous claims, like the one I just mentioned. He measured it with pixels. Yeah, that was the unit of measurement that he used. Pixels, not meters, not feet, nothing like that. Pixels.
Heretic, that's what Ruhif does too. He's starting to use pixels to say, this is what's going on.
Okay, so falsely interpret pixels, and then there, you've measured Earth curve. Crazy stuff. God. So I guess we can throw out the thousands of years of globe proof that they claim. We can throw out Eratosthenes and Al-Biruni and all that, because now it has to be done with pixels. That's the globe proof. That's where the measurement is. So I guess they haven't been able to do that until we've had computers. So all the classics, they never actually proved the globe. This guy in his basement with his computer, he's the guy who proved the globe.
Exactly. Yeah. Everybody now on the internet, under McToon and FTFE and not Professor Dave, every one of them can prove the globe by themselves.
Yeah.
Shut it down. Shut it down.
Ruhif told me last night that you can prove the globe. Just go to the top of this mountain with your theodolite, look through it, you'll see Earth's curvature. And I said, Ruhif, why can't you just let me use my eyes down here on Earth and tell me? No. You need to use this precision instrument, a theodolite, and climb the mountain, and you'll see it.
What you need to do is find something to misinterpret curvature from. You can't actually directly measure any curvature since there isn't any, so you have to go and measure something else and then falsely interpret curvature from that. So measure a shadow, measure an angle. Never try to measure the thing itself that you're actually trying to measure, though, because it's not there.
I think that's the beauty of this dynamic between flat Earth and globers, is that because the globe just doesn't exist, their proof is just going to get more and more absurd as time goes on.
It's like a ghost, right? Like you hear a creak in the bathroom or the room next to you or something like that, and you infer a ghost from it. You know, must have been a ghost that made that sound in the next room. That's exactly what it is. No, I mean, it wasn't a ghost,
single cause
obviously, right?
fallacy.
But yeah, they're just basically just attributing a ghost to these other things that they see in the environment that don't actually have anything to do with a ghost. Their globe's a ghost.
Yeah, in the last year, even they've run away from 8 inches per mile squared, and they've run away from their physical and geometric horizon. Now you ask them, everything is an apparent horizon, and we know the physical horizon's out there somewhere because we live on a ball, but the horizon is now apparent, which is actually a flat Earth position.
Yeah. The one that we see, that's not the real horizon. It's a distortion of the real one that we don't see. I love it. It's hilarious.
I think you get these fresh globers that have watched the latest trash from these guys, and they come in here and they're arguing all our points to us. Perspective, refraction, optical horizon, all this, apparent. It's just like, you have no idea, Sweet summer child,
That's what Donald did. Donald said he was an FTFE and a Loon McToon, disciple.
They just say words. They just come in here and think that if they say refraction, that'll be enough. And then if that's not enough, they'll just move to the next part of the script where they say, oh, so you deny refraction? No. Nobody denies refraction. It's the thing that you say is refracted that doesn't exist.
It's literally all in their imagination. That's why when every individual thinks of space, they picture something different than the other person.
Yeah, it's all imaginary. There's nothing objective to it.
All imagination.
Yeah, that's right. Everybody's going to come away with a different image of what it is because it's not actually there in reality. It's not something that we can all look at objectively.
Yeah, that's why they...
Yeah, before you guys' old show cut out, between intermissions, I guess, because it's 24/7. But I could see how you'd have to have intermissions. Before your last show cut out, I heard you guys talking about the Milky Way. Was anybody in this room talking about that?
I think so. I heard that conversation a while ago, yeah.
Well, to add on to this point before we move on, they call it a void of space because your mind doesn't like gaps, so it fills it in for you. That's why they always have their own interpretation of what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to go back to the Milky Way. I just want to give you guys something to think about. Like if you Google the images or pictures of the Milky Way, or you're in a position on the Earth where you can see it yourself, right. To me it looks like a scar, like where God opened up the heavens for the flood, and then he put it back.
Yeah, you could see that interpretation. Yeah.
That's some good Speculation Sunday material. Let's do that.
Why Sunday?
I don't know. That's just the day we set aside for just rampant speculation.
Rumor has it that Sundays are kind of empty days around here, so we let people have conversation.
That gift I placed in at 41 minutes after the hour, you can see that's a time lapse because the lights are going by and you see a bunch of things coming out of the sky. That's how they do it. They time expose it, get more light in, give it more time, and that's why you can get that appearance. So people think that's actually up there on an everyday basis, that you can just go out and see it. You can't. You have to create the conditions correct to be able to get that. Then you post it online, you go, ha, I saw the Milky Way galaxy, we live on a ball. It's not that way at all.
Anybody seen any refracted fairies?
Yeah, 4 nights ago I did. She appeared and I had a cup of coffee with her. She was very cute. She was quite a bit younger than me, but
Oh, wait a second, Jim. She appeared.
yeah, she appeared. Come on.
Oh, that's not a refracted fairy then, because it would have to not appear. That's how you know it's there, right?
Hey, heretic, it's my fairy tale, so let me have it.
Okay, let's go with it.
You gotta give me a fairy tale. Come on.
Everybody needs a fairy tale now and then.
I need one every once in a while, yes.
I looked outside and saw no fairies, and that's how I knew that there were refracted fairies out there. You don't see something, just means it's refracted, but it's there.
Any new Globers listening to this live stream thinks we sound like lunatics right now, not understanding it's their side.
Yeah, I find that happens a lot. Like, when you reword their position back to them, they don't recognize it anymore, and they think that you just made up something crazy. But it's actually what they're saying, just broken down.
Yeah.
I think if we had the ability to stretch a line across the surface of the ocean, the line's going to get too heavy and it's not going to be accurate. But if we had the ability, that's the only true way. And it would show that it's flat. And it would also look like it's, what do they say, disappearing over the horizon.
Does anybody know where the idea of like a lunatic, the word, where it comes from? Seeing as how my name is Lunatic, like
from the moon.
It's about people who howl at the moon, right? Like they would go out. It's kind of a pagan idea, actually. Like people who would kind of go out and during the full moon, they would yell at it. Kind of like this idea of where a werewolf comes from and shit like that.
I did not know that.
Yeah, no, that's the lunatic. That's the idea. It's about Luna, right? The lunar thing,
lunacy,
and lunacy, right? Yeah, it's going out and howling at the moon.
What were they howling for?
I've actually done it camping, but it wasn't no like ritual thing. But I have.
Yeah, no, I've never done it myself either, and I've got the name, but I just kind of wanted to butt in for the sake of too often. I know I set myself up for it, but like my name is Lunatic, and then I'll be in the conversation, and people will be like, "You sound like a bunch of fucking howling lunatics." It's like, do you understand? You're kind of like falling for like this whole this whole trap that I've kind of set you in. I'm not a lunatic. I am not. I speak very, very sanely about reality.
Well, in a world filled with lies.
You know, like, and I know they're not talking about me when they say lunatic. You know,
Yeah, but speaking sanely sounds insane to insane people.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, just tell them.
Exactly. That's that's kind of where I was going with it. Right. These people
just
are
next
so
time tell them
that speaking sanely sounds like lunacy.
Just tell them in a world full of nothing but lies and deceit, speaking the truth, you would like a loon. Just tell them.
So the irrational versus the rational, you know? Irrationality is like Pandora's box. It's never ending.
It all has to do with like what is the popular idea. Like it doesn't mean that society is sane. Society is not sane. They are insane by definition. Actually, if you want to get into psychology, like society and their like societal driven ideas have nothing to do with logic. It's all emotional.
We know, yeah.
Right, and they're completely driven by like. Yeah, well, their emotions, I already said that, but idealisms, I guess, might be a good way to put it. Like they have these ideas and these thoughts and these constructs, and they want to live within those constructs. It doesn't mean that they are real, but if you live outside of those constructs, you are now a lunatic, even though they're the ones who are insane.
Yeah, it's like anybody that wants to be a world leader, a king, a president, you literally have to be a psychopath. Yeah, you have to be.
Yeah, I think I did a great job choosing this name back in like 2001. I've been using this handle online since 2001. Literally for like everything. Like, I am lunatic, but I have been since for that long.
I can change my original comment to raving nut jobs if that's better, Lou.
It's just funny how like this name, like people will like it constantly adapts, even though the name doesn't change. Like the meaning behind it does.
That's crazy. I like whoever just posted that in voice text. It says, I tried to follow the science, but it was simply not there. I then followed the money. That's where I found the science.
That's perfect. You know, if you want to ever share something and you want to make a Glober mad, that's it right there, man.
That's awesome.
Hey, what does WB mean, Amish? Is it whereabout or something like that? Like, what's WB?
Welcome back.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, no, I'm not new. I'm like old and left a couple of times. So I'm an old schooler around this part.
I think everyone knows that.
Yeah, we finally got the last guy just now, Tim.
Oh, welcome back. Welcome, bud. Yeah, gotcha. WB meant more like welcome back, not welcome, bud. Got you.
Now officially the whole world understands WB.
Well, it could be either one, like welcome, bud, because that's what he just said when I asked. He said welcome, bud. Or did I hear wrong?
No, he didn't say that. He said welcome back, brother. Missed your rant.
All right.
Long said welcome to the server.
Sorry, guys.
Bud. Yeah, bud. Fuck it. Thanks, man. Dude, it's good to be here. I love you guys. I love how like you guys think differently than the norm, and I'm just here to learn. You know.
Long wants to know how did you hear about us?
Well, that's funny because the other day
I was on Facebook.
Assholes.
No, sorry, I misunderstood what the last guy said. But yeah, man. Like, I mean, like, I just want to know what you guys can, like, if there's anything you guys can teach me, because, you know, I just kind of been noticing that reality doesn't seem to be like how it presents itself, and I'm kind of lost. Like, I feel like I'm in, like, you know, I kind of feel like I don't fit in. That's all.
Join the club.
Yeah, you came to the right place, man.
Yeah, you shouldn't fit in.
Look over the server rules.
Wait. Can you highlight? Where are the server rules? Like, where are they?
It's all right. Lou doesn't follow them anyway.
Is anybody new here?
It doesn't look like it.
Did I hear Adam join earlier? Like a couple seconds ago?
Yeah, Sheepdog, we got Lunatic in here. You welcome him, you know.
Lunatic.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, either one is fitting. I don't take offense. You can say Natic or Natic. It doesn't matter. Like it's still my real first and last name. Like you guys don't be confused about that.
like Tom Jones. What's his name? Lunatic.
Your name is Lou Lunatic.
It's lunatic, but I don't take offense if you say lunatic. Unless you're talking about somebody howling at the moon like a crazy person.
Yeah, that was my husband that said lunatic when I said lunatic.
Honestly, I love it when people say lunatic. Even though I don't know, it's more like the dumber way to play it because like you didn't see that it's like lunatic, but like okay, I'll go ahead and do it. Upright Citizens Brigade from back in like the late '90s. Like it was a Canadian sketch comedy show, and they had like this narc cop officer lunatic that he would go out like and he would try to bust kids for like smoking dope and whatever else, and but they all were onto him, and they would make fun of him and call him out, like call out the narc, and they would laugh at him and call him lunatic, and he'd be like, "It's lunatic, damn it." And for some reason, I thought it was fucking hilarious, and I made that was my name all of a sudden for like online gaming and shit back when I was a young adult. And I mean, it just kind of fit because I was already kind of a conspiracy theorist and shit. Like, but so I just liked the name and the idea of the play on words and stuff. And it's fit all along and adapted. Like it's been over 20 years, and it's just adapted. And it becomes more and more fitting as time goes by.
Well, thanks for not using that dumb word evolve and using adapt.
Yeah, I didn't evolve. I mean, if I had used it, it would have still been fitting, but no, I didn't choose to do that. Evolution. Evolution isn't necessarily like untrue. It's just evolution in the idea of like genetically, like in our roots genetically, like how we got here. Yeah, it's untrue there, but like the idea of like a conversation evolving, or I don't have a problem with using the term.
Me either. I was just being a shithead. I was just being a shithead. Kind of dead air, so.
Yeah, I mean, we can like think adversely. Like we can devolve this conversation, which we've probably actually done by talking about the roots of my name. Like I'm devolving the conversation at this moment.
I'm cooking. I'm in the kitchen where I always am.
I'm devolving and you're cooking.
I'm always in the kitchen. This is my home.
You got shoes on? You got
my house shoes.
Wash your dishes?
I got my house shoes on. I don't have anybody. I wash the dishes. Nobody else is doing that. Don't want them to, first of all. Second of all, it's my job. I don't have a job, so like a paying job. So gotta earn my keep around here.
I understand. No, it was a joke. It was like kind of a southern, like a northern to southern like joke.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Do you wear shoes? Are you wearing overalls and a straw hat right now?
No. I should be. I want to be just because you said that.
Yeah, shoeless, wearing overalls and a straw hat.
With the stem of like a wheat in my mouth.
Yeah, exactly. You get it. You get it.
Y'all come back now, you hear?
Hey, where's my dinner, woman?
Would that be dinner or victuals?
Wait, what was the last word?
Victuals.
Yeah, vittles. I think I've heard it before, but what the fuck is? What do you mean, vittles? What does that mean?
Well,
yeah, I don't know what that means.
Instead of make dinner, woman, it's make victuals, woman.
Vittles?
Hillbillies. Granny used to always make victuals.
Like what part of the country does that come from?
Beverly Hillbillies. I think that was Hollywood, California, where that came from.
They didn't call it supper? Hell do they think they are, not calling it supper.
Maybe, but I remember hearing victuals all the time. Granny was cooking victuals. Jethro loved his victuals.
And it just meant dinner. That's it.
That's why we call it supper around these parts.
Oh, it's the same thing. Supper, dinner, they're the same. Victuals, is that also the same?
I'm guessing so.
Where's my victuals, woman?
I'm working on it.
Victuals might have been food, so it could have been breakfast victuals, lunch victuals, dinner victuals. I don't know for sure, but you got my curiosity up now. I better go check it out.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm looking for like specificity about victuals.
It's the change of the word to kind of like lunatic versus lunatic. So vitals, vitals. What's vital? Food and drink.
Oh, I like that. Vital. Yeah. All of a sudden, it makes it make sense.
Go get me something vital. What's vital? Food and drink.
Yeah, nutrients. Give me some nutrients.
Yeah, like vitamins. Some folks call it vitamins.
Right. Then you just want to mess with somebody like
in the voice text.
In healthcare, we'll tell somebody, "Hey, go get the thermometer."
Yeah, the thermometer, bitch. Come on, get out of the fucking boondocks and start talking like the rest of us. It's a thermometer.
Go get me some victuals. We'd say that all the time. Go get me some victuals. Victuals, some vital signs.
A thermometer. I love it, dude. Too often there's like instances where like I'll be listening to a Flat Earth stream and people who are smart, like Witsit does this occasionally, no matter how smart he is. QE does it. Like all of them do it. They'll pronounce something where maybe it's just my area, my region, like the Midwest, like Milwaukee. But dude, like they'll say things. It's like, oh, come on, you're just sounding like an idiot if you pronounce it like that.
Why would you want vitamins when you can just trust the science and go get your pharmaceuticals?
Vitamins. You know what? That's a good thing right there. Where did the word vitamin come from? Because like your vitamins and minerals were already in your food, so why would you call them vitamins and minerals?
There had to have been a science already about breaking down what were those foods composed of.
Right.
But yeah.
Yeah, some people did have a diet where they was lacking vitamin C.
Right, like scurvy.
And I think that's where it's scurvy, yeah.
Vitamin D, lack of sunlight.
Yeah. It's like like if you happen to get in a survival situation, you don't want to eat a bunch of predator meat every night or every day. Like if you happen to kill a bear or something, you can get intestinal parasites.
Correct, but it's vitamin C. Scurvy is based on vitamin C, not D.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Right, but vitamin D would cause like liver failure and things like that, or give you jaundice.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I agree that science has figured out, certain diets don't work. They don't keep you alive. What is the average now? 72 years old, average lifespan. It used to be like 35 and 40 because of diets.
Hey, what's the first three letters of the word diet?
Die, some bitch, die.
No, that's a rabbit hole you don't want to go down. Shut up. Dude, when it comes to
Lou, come on, teach Lou.
No, I'm gonna go back to the last one. So like when it comes to like the science behind breaking down vitamins and minerals and stuff like that, it was also your question. You should be happy with this. So like
back in 2005.
No, vitamins and minerals. One thing especially when it comes to vitamins, especially when it comes to vitamins, not really minerals, but like the colors of your food. So like some foods are orange, some foods are green, some foods are red, some are purple, and depending on the color, they tend to carry these certain vitamins. So I think that's probably where like breaking that stuff down kind of came into, where if somebody had a problem, they might have found like go ahead and eat green vegetables, and green vegetables seem to fix it. Go ahead and eat red, get radishes, get red onions, like red things, and that will fix you. Go and get you understand? I think it probably started there. When it comes to the minerals, that would have more to do with like the soil that those vegetables were grown in and stuff like that. So that takes more of a science. That would have been further evolved. Sorry, but like that would have been further down that evolutionary path of thought about the minerals. The mineral intake and how you grow these things, but it would also be interlaced with like how do we grow good red radishes? How do we grow good red? You see what I'm saying? Like these are, if you want these vitamins, you'll figure out like how these things flourish and how to get them nice and red, nice and vitaminized.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but that can also come with bad results. Like,
it can, but not with any like real cost. So like, so if you have a crop that doesn't do well, it's like a season. You're like, okay, well that didn't work.
Yeah, I think a lot of it, like if you wanted to go all natural, most of it is dependent on the soil, the dirt. Some places, whatever food you're trying to grow, a certain dirt will do better. Like even I worked for a boring company where we put utilities in the ground, gas lines, water lines, etc. And the bore machine, I had to run the bore machine, and I had to take a class on dirt, so I knew what kind of dirt I was bringing the machine into. How the resistance, there's a whole bunch of
but you're talking about drilling. That's different. That's different than agriculture. Like that's
what I was going to get to. What I was going to get to, instead of us using like man-made fertilizer, you can make Man can make fertilizer that's all natural. So we don't need to have all this extra nitrogen and stuff that'll really get them.
I'll tell you this: like all of the topsoil that you guys buy, like Scotch topsoil and shit like that, like it comes from the Great Lakes region. They literally they don't do anything. All they do is sift it. They pull it off the top of the ground. They run it up a fucking conveyor belt. They drop it into a thing that fucking shakes and it sifts it. And it gets all the big sticks out. And then if you want the organic stuff, which is the more expensive stuff, it's literally just the black topsoil that comes from around here. Okay? Like we don't add it, they don't add the expensive stuff, they don't add anything to it. The stuff that is cheaper, the stuff that is cheaper is the stuff where they start adding shit to it.
Yeah, that sounds like it'd be good, real good. My whole point was the best crops you can grow with the most harvest would be just naturally from the earth and water. That's it. And the water from
right. But it comes from a highly saturated fresh water source. That's what I was getting to. So
and you also did other stuff too. And you also did other stuff, which I'm not against, as long as it's just from the earth and just water. You'll have the best. That's the best way to go.
What I believe is true, and it makes sense. It's educationally wise. So, like in our region in the north, around the Great Lakes, we have a lot of freeze and thaw, and that's what makes our soil, because we have a lot of water, and we have a lot of natural tilling of the soil. We have a lot of freeze and thaw, creating cracks and aeration into the soil where the water can seep in naturally.
Right.
Like that's what gives us our black topsoil. Like whereas in the Southwest and most regions of the world, actually, they have very clay, like red or gray type clay soil and stuff like that. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. We don't have that around here. We don't have
the red is iron.
We have the type of soil where if you drive your truck in it during spring, you will sink and fucking get stuck.
Yeah, the red dirt, that's got iron in it. Lots of iron.
Yeah, that's true too. We have a ton of iron. There's also the mountains just to the north. There's small mountains, not like the Rockies or the Appalachians, but the Porcupine Mountains. It's like that whole entire region is called there's Iron Mountain. There's a ton of iron mining, like lots of iron mining in our region. But yeah, it's high in iron too. But there's what I'm saying. There's a lot of natural springs. There's a lot of natural upheaval of the earth through freeze and thaw, and so you have a lot of motion of the soil. Like the soil is fluid. Okay, it's not compact and stuck. Like that. That's what allows the nutrients to be added. It's aerated as well. Like that, I already said that, but air is allowed to be introduced. You have to have that oxygenization. That's where you're going to get the breakdown of organic debris fast, where it turns into this like black soil instead of just things kind of getting like stuck under the mud and just being like preserved there. Like things break down fast here. And this is the type of soil. This is the type of soil that you want in your garden. This is the type of soil that you want in any growing land. This is the type of soil that people export out of here, or we export. They import. In order to, then they pay big money to put it on the top couple inches of their garden. But this is what our soil is made out of. All of it.
Yeah, as long as it's all natural, that's all I was saying, man. Because you can till it, make it fine. You could I'm sorry. You could chop up dead leaves real fine, put it in with it. As long as it's all just the earth with no man-made chemicals, you're so much better off.
It takes a lot of man-made work. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
around here, like that's what makes us the fertile part of the most fertile region of the earth. You know, one of the most fertile regions of the earth is that like the earth itself tills the soil. Like we don't have our farmers don't really have to do that much unless they overuse their fields.
Yeah, the earth grows just fine without man, for sure.
Yeah. We don't have irrigation systems. We don't have sprinkler systems. Like if all of a sudden we have a dry season, which actually we're in right now, we're on like 20 days of no rain during the spring, like early summer. This is like not good. This is not good for us, and it's not good for anybody else because this is the growing region for like a lot of stuff.
Right. Man-made chemicals when it rains. It just washes all that shit right in the river. Now you got fish disease. It just goes down the food chain. The animals that eat the fish, you know.
Yeah, I mean, okay. So have you ever flown over the country and looked down at the fields? If you go to like the southwest or the mid or like the middle of the country, like all the fields are like in circles. Like the stuff only grows in a circle, and that's because they have these like sprinklers that are like giant, you know.
Yeah, I've seen it. We have them
around,
here.
right?
We got them in Colorado, man. Massive sprinklers.
It's only because you're watering. We don't have that. Yeah, we grow on hills. We grow in squares. All land turns into growing land because we just rely on the natural weather to deliver water. We don't. So those farmers, they do well, but if we have a dry season, they don't do very well because they don't have the infrastructure in place to actually water their crops.
Yeah, it's
so they can adapt.
If you got to divert water, it's probably not a good spot, anyways.
Well, I'm saying, with the squares, every inch of fertile land is used, and it depends on the climate, like the environment. What I'm saying is, in places that are not good growing areas, you can only grow if you have infrastructure in place.
Right.
Like that's actually a very large portion of the United States mainland. In fact, 30%.
That's the vast majority of it. Yeah.
In fact, yeah, you're right. It's the vast majority, but keep in mind it's even worse than that. 30% of it is so dry that basically it's not really feasible to put the infrastructure in place to turn into farmland. It's only good for cattle grazing.
And it gets worse and worse because these people are fighting over water rights and like their ability to water their crops, and they'll be given like environmental like restrictions saying you're not allowed to water and therefore your crop must die, like stuff like that.
Well, you also bring in if you're successful like the first 2 or 3 years, you also bring in a lot of things like bugs depending on your crop. So if you're in a dry area, like the gentleman was saying, it's not feasible to do. If you're in a dry area and you do have a successful 1 or 2 year crop, you're going to have a bunch of bugs that wasn't there before, and you're not going to have the bugs that kill those bugs. It's just going to get worse and worse, and your crops will eventually fade out.
Well, there is a fact. Like if you're watering a plant out in the desert and the plant that you're watering has plenty of water, then I think it may actually be more safe than as if it were close to a dense ecosystem, like where the bugs.
It would be because the types of plants that grow in sandy or clay type soil don't grow in black organic earth. That like it's just. I was talking about like what is your fertile regions, your growing regions, like
near water.
They have more diversity. They have more. They also have a shorter growing season. So like around here, we have a very short growing season, but we get a ton of bounty in that short season. in most of the country, it takes a lot of extra work to get far less, and it's dependent on resources that you don't naturally get.
Yeah, it's like the Nile River is a perfect example because they diverted water to pretty much a desert area, and because it was always there, the water, the Nile River, it was able to make what was dry green, and it was always there. They didn't have to keep bringing water in, just a constant flow of water. It started on the banks and worked its way out.
That's not to say that there isn't certain plants like there's certain plants that won't grow here that will grow in those clay soils or in those sandy soils. They just won't grow here.
No, I agree. But that's what they call the yield of the harvest.
Those plants could be very beneficial, but they're more of like a kind of a niche type thing. Like the more life sustaining things tend to grow. They're more like medicines and stuff like that. Like here's you need something to cure this. Well, here's a very hardy plant that grows in very extreme climates, and it helps to cure this and fix that and whatever else. Like here's a bush that you can get that can help you. But like in the very black earth, like more growing climates, like they have all of your apples, all of your freaking, if you want to grow corn, you can grow corn. If you want to grow wheat, you can grow wheat. If you want to grow, whatever it is, all of your.
No, I totally agree with that, but there is what they call a yield to a harvest, meaning in a more natural, rich environment of water, you're going to get a better yield, more out of your harvest than you would if you strung a few hoses thousands of miles into a dry area and fucking
trying to terraform land is just never going to be efficient, period. It's like moving to Mars and saying, let's turn this into Earth.
La Tierra es plana. I thought it was. You haven't seen the new studies, Lou? The Mars is like practically uninhabitable. Like nobody could ever live on Mars for longer than 4 years.
Are you kidding me? That's new? I think they've been saying that my entire life, but that's new.
So every presidential cycle, there'll be a new group of people to move to Mars.
It's only Elon Musk who claims he's going to move to Mars. Like literally, otherwise, everybody who has ever thought about it has said, "Yeah, not possible."
We're gonna send Matt Damon out there first, and they'll get things set up.
Yeah, no, that was a movie based off of something Elon Musk said earlier.
Elon Musk actually said something that the Bible says Satan said in his heart, and that is to be amongst the stars, to be out there amongst the stars.
Yeah, no, the whole idea of like, even if you want to buy their geocentric shit, like all their models, like the idea of terraforming a planet to make it be habitable instead of taking care of a place that already is habitable. Like, if you can't make this place habitable, then turning an inhabitable place into a habitable one is a fucking pipe dream. It's ridiculous. It's stupid.
You just don't trust the science.
It's crazy Globers would say that and then say, at the same time, they'll say religion is the problem. But religion has to do with trust. And they're telling you to trust the science. Like, that's a religion. That's a religion.
I meant to say this earlier. The whole purpose of science is to scrutinize the ever-living crap out of everything.
Absolutely. Yeah, no. You're supposed to be a skeptic on everything. A true scientist on everything, no matter what. You're supposed to. You're never supposed to accept a single thing. In fact, once it becomes the more widely accepted it becomes, the more you must scrutinize it.
Yeah, a true scientist is doing everything he can to prove himself wrong. He's not trying to prove himself right. He's doing everything he can to prove himself wrong.
Well, and you might have a guy who is for a certain idea or theory or whatever, but the job of everybody else then is to prove him wrong.
Right.
Absolutely. That's real science.
Like, you would even do science experiments on the laws of physics just to see if you can disprove them.
Right.
You're not supposed to jump on board and be like, yeah, I like this guy. He's got like charisma and shit.
Makes a lot of money. He's obviously in a position of authority.
This dude invested in a whole bunch of subsidized government. He had a whole bunch of government subsidized fucking companies. Therefore, he's fucking right.
He completely disagrees with Lunatic. Go for it.
Yeah, a mad scientist would be similar to somebody with gold fever, where they make a living off of looking for gold, or they don't make a living at all, but they can't stop looking for it.
Right, they're obsessed with finding
a mad scientist. Yeah, he's more interested in the rewards and the reckoning than the truth.
And the reward of literally discovering something that nobody else has ever come close to even thinking of in science, you are famous for it.
You know what though?
You are,
that's true. That's true typically, but not until after you're dead.
Correct. Because it gets scrutinized for hundreds of years. And then when they can't find anything wrong with what you did, then you get notarized for it.
And then they get to bastardize what you were actually saying. They get to stick it to an agenda.
This is what he really meant.
Well, they realize that a fraud made it, and they can make billions off of it. So
no, you might be onto something, but they don't recognize you for it until they can fucking wait for you to die, and they can change. And look at all the manipulation through censorship and media and stuff that we've seen in the last few years. Like once somebody's dead, there's nobody say, no, I didn't say that. They can say, this is what I found in his memoirs. This is what he was claiming. They can say all kinds of things that you did not say. Look at like Newton and shit, like how he didn't really want to stand by gravity and all kinds of stuff. They get to bastardize what you fucking say and make it their own and use your name to fucking hang the hat on, to be the fall guy. You're already dead, but you're the fall guy.
I've studied him for a decade. I've studied him for a decade, and I'm pretty much the foremost expert on what he would have been thinking. Like, I know how he thinks.
Now, it's not you, it's him.
Right. Right, so this is what he was thinking.
It took us 2 centuries to fully understand what he was getting to, but here's what he was actually saying.
Do not ascribe gravity to me. And who did they ascribe it to? Him.
They did the same thing with Darwin too, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, he hated the idea of evolution, honestly, because he was a God believer. Like he only saw a pattern. Like he saw likenesses, and the rest of it was kind of taken from there.
He made an observation, and he tried to do. I don't know what he tried to do with it. He basically tried to observe an observation. And speculate on it.
I mean, like, okay, the idea that, like, you can see certain fish that have lungs, like the beta, right? Like the samurai fighting fish. Like, it can breathe out of water. And then all of a sudden you see a lizard. And you're like, well, this thing swims.
Like
and you go, holy shit! Well, here's a fish that turned into that found its way to land.
Like an axolotl.
Yeah, sure, like an axolotl. And then you go, well, that's where we all came from. Therefore, you used to be a frickin', you used to be a monkey, and elephants used to be whales, and but we're all mammals, elephants and humans. Like none of it really adds up to any kind of scrutiny. It's just like this crazy idea. Like that didn't ever get scrutinized properly. Like, where's the consistency? Where's the proof?
And then they'll take their explanation, declare it settled science, and then nobody gets to try to recreate the experiment or the observation.
No, well, yeah, it's never been. The thing is people do try to, and they're always unsuccessful.
Right.
But they still stand by it. It's not. So, like these scientists, so-called scientists, they feel like they're failing if they don't prove the theory correct. Instead of thinking, I did the experiment properly, and it turns out the theory is incorrect.
Right. That's the big one too. Like, how many experiments did you do the right way and it failed? Just if you've ever done an experiment, like we've all had that science class where we had to pick an experiment and do it, and then you had to do the scientific method properly.
If an experiment is done properly, it is not a failure. You have to just take the data.
Well, you don't use the science. You don't even use the scientific method to determine the shape of an object.
Well, yeah, but this is a non-sequitur. So listen. If you,
it's not though.
No, it is. It is.
No, we're talking about something else. That's what Lou's saying. That's why it's a non-sequitur.
Oh, okay.
We're actually talking about science and a scientific method. We're not talking about the shape.
Yeah. If you've formulated and properly followed this scientific method and done the experiment doesn't have to validate any theory or idea that you already have in place. It is done properly, and this is the data.
No, it does. It empirically.
If the data does not fit the theory, then the theory is what's wrong.
Exactly, but the method will empirically either prove the hypothesis or the positive, if you will, or the null. There's no in between. If it's done right, there's no in between. It's either going to prove or disprove, because the in between would be disprove.
That was the whole point of your 6th, 7th, or 8th grade science experiment. When you discuss the scientific method, you do a science project, and you do your hypothesis, you do your method, and then report your conclusions, your findings. Does the experiment that you conduct support or nullify your hypothesis? And that's all it was ever meant to do.
Right.
Yeah, that's why I've been a firm believer in,
if it doesn't support, then your hypothesis is wrong and you have to start again.
Yeah, that's why it's hard for me to believe even the, I don't want to, it's hard for me to believe that medicine, because you don't know what it does in the long term throughout generations, and maybe it gets to the point where you can't track it anymore as well. So it's hard for me to believe that man-made medicine, as opposed to natural from the earth medicine, that man-made's better. However, we have increased the average lifespan, but I think that's just a way of life. Life is much easier today, than it was. I don't know.
Well, do you realize that the average lifespan is actually degrading now? We already reached our peak, and now it's getting shorter.
But you see what I mean? They claim that it's the medicine and the scientists.
Well, they claim that, but it has to do with medicine. Medicine is not the only factor. Medicine is not the only factor to length of life, and length of life isn't like the full factor of like what is life. Like
my point is, let me get my point real quick. My point is, once we got running water, just running water, that's it, just running water to every house, that dramatically increased the lifespan of people. You know what I mean? Once we invented the refrigerator and you could put meat and food and keep it for a week, 2, sometimes a month, that dramatically, but yet they saying that it's medicine that's increased, and scientists.
I would just say that, like, being able to keep food past its prime isn't what's making us live longer. It's about getting good, proper nutrients. So again, where we're talking about like vitamins and minerals and stuff. So like, it has to be quality food that you're preserving, and it has to be preserved well, where you're maintaining those nutrients. So,
and we've been able to do that.
No,
you and I. Not when you add trans fat to it. Not when you add all these other chemicals to preserve it, like cellulose and xanthan gum and xanthan gum, which is
our food is the reason why so many people are malnutrition and deficient in so many ways. It's a reason why that you probably should be on supplements of some sort. It's a reason why people have so many ailments that they think are ascribed to some kind of medical disease that they have to get a prescription drug for. But in fact, it's because their food doesn't supply them with the proper nutrients.
It's not natural. That's my point. It's not natural. They're giving it extra stuff for shelf life. It's not natural. But I gotta say this, and I'll mute. Okay, you and I right now, we live better than most kings used to. I mean, they literally had to hug up to the fire.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if
they had to have somebody walking around fanning them off to keep them cool.
Okay,
right?
because we have air conditioning. What if I could just have a guy holding a fan against me?
We got air conditioning. We got a stove. We got a freezer, a fridge. Kings didn't have that shit.
No, but they had better quality. Like, listen, they better understood ventilation and heating. There are like almost nobody left in the world who knows how to build a proper fireplace, one that can like properly, efficiently distribute heat throughout a house. This is a lost art. This is a lost art.
No, it's an improved art, man. What are you talking
it's a
about?
lost art. It's a lost art.
Dude.
Yes, it is.
We have better fireplaces now.
Natural fire versus chemical heat. It's a lost art, dude.
Well, that I agree with. But he mentioned fireplace, which
No, I
hence
said
fire.
Oh yeah,
I said
they
natural
had holes in
fireplaces.
the wall. They had holes in the wall that would like go all over the building, and they would have these fireplaces set in a certain way into the ground where it would heat up the whole room, but the smoke
Yeah,
would
but
escape.
once they invented the smokestack, which was a long time ago, that got rid of all of it.
No, we had a degradation. We had a degradation in heating and cooling, not an improvement. We didn't evolve. We degraded.
I think we evolved positively, and then when it comes to the grid, we evolved too much. It's too easy.
When it comes to architecture, when it comes to the all of this
hold
stuff,
on.
like
Everybody's life is so easy right now, so easy that they argue over things like
lazy.
They argue over things like if a man wants to, he can become a woman. If you know, we argue over because our life
we live like kings, dude. When this
our life is so easy.
You said we live like kings. You have no idea what kings fucking live like.
Better than kings. We live better than most kings.
They exercise. They were fit.
Are you kidding me, dude?
Conduct themselves in such a manner that like nobody today could ever like hold a flame to, dude.
Kings back in the day had access to all of the information of all of their people, all their servants, without really and it followed the scientific method. They would find all the best science and they would have it fed to them instead of this lobbied friggin' what's the right word? Basically,
look at what we're communicating on.
Okay,
we have a better life. We have more access to information. We have more access to information than any other king in history. The people do.
Dude, I completely disagree.
I do. I stepped on my own mouth.
Just because we have technology to connect us doesn't mean they're not better, or doesn't make us better, healthier, smarter. It doesn't make us better understand our world. In fact, it does the opposite. It makes us dumber, lazier, greedier, lonelier. Fucking like we literally don't.
All that. But the king don't. The king don't. Any king back then would love to rule his people with the technology you and I are using right now. They would love their people to be able to track their people, to look into their bank
50 years ago
to see what they're buying.
They
would fucking love
50 years ago.
I mean, not a good king. Not a good king. No,
no good person would do that. But to be king takes a certain heart, and few are good. David was a good king, but he also did.
Okay, so to be a proper king, you have to be a totalitarian. You have to be a freaking. You have to know what all of your subjects are doing at all times. You have to track everything they're doing, everybody that they're communicating with, everything that they think, everything that they're doing. You have to see their faces all the time.
I'm sure a king back then would love to have a kitchen sink in his fucking place, a freezer, a refrigerator.
Why? Somebody else was doing all the cleaning.
A television.
Yeah,
I mean,
doesn't matter. As long as you got ice and cold, you got fresh food, better food than we have today. You got fresh, good quality food coming to your plate.
I'm not agreeing that it's right. I'm saying that a king would want these things that you and I have. A king back then would want.
A king wants to see all his loyal subjects.
A king didn't have food that was caught last week. He had food that was fucking caught and butchered today, served on his plate today.
Yep.
Yes, I agree. The food thing you might have me on, but he would still love a refrigerator. He'd love to keep his beverages cold.
Why? They would just go out and catch him new food every day.
I'm just saying, man, he would love to have everything that we have. Every fucking thing.
Have you ever looked into refrigeration without electricity?
Well, I would say it'd be That's underground, like a wine cellar or something underground.
I don't know where they use clay pots and they put sand in between the clay pots and it acts as a cooling system.
Yeah. Well, you get it. You don't get it to
5 minutes, but I'll probably still be listening.
You don't get it to freezing. You don't get it to freezing.
You don't need to, man. You're after 4, 5, 6 days, you got more food on the way.
But the reason the king ate fresh food all the time is because he didn't have a freezer to taste what frozen meat tastes like.
He'd butcher the fresh thing, and then he would give his loyal subjects yesterday's food.
Yes, he would. Yes, because he didn't know what a freezer was.
He didn't need to. He got fresh food every day. The best food you're going to get is fresh food.
I don't know. I prefer, if it's real gamey meat, for it to be frozen for a week as opposed to eating real gamey meat fresh.
That's your preference.
That's just my preference, though, yeah. But I only have that option with the freezer.
Right, but you also got to understand, like, let's say you had a community of 20 or 30 people. You had one person, 2 people, 3 people that would go hunting every day for you for fresh food, for everybody for fresh food. And they bring meals back on a daily basis for everybody. That was their job.
Yeah, he never had the taste bud for frozen meat for a week if it was real gamey. So he never had that preference.
I don't know. I've always liked fresh food best. I don't like raw food.
If it's real gamey, freeze it, man. Unless you like real gamey meat, because a lot of people do. They like the way it tastes. I don't.
It's not about taste. It's about the nutrients.
Yeah.
That's what it's always been for me. What's the healthiest way to eat? The healthiest way to eat is fresh.
They're all still in there. Maybe not as much, I would agree. But they're all still in there.
But the longevity of healthy people who had quality lifestyles back in the times before us, they would, live 60, 70, 80, 90 years plus.
Yeah, if you was in the court,
it wasn't.
They called it.
It wasn't unheard of.
If you was in the courtyard, yeah, I would agree.
It wasn't unheard of.
You had a longer life. You was more likely to give a better. But even then, it was. Even then, you're right, because they averaged better.
They had quality life.
Birth rates. Yeah, they had average better birth rates. Yeah, you're right. But
everybody,
it's not. It doesn't take away my point. Like the heat of the summertime, and you can just walk into your house and it's nice and cool. The king never had that. Somebody's following him around, and he was paying him to fan him off.
He'd have to get they built corridors for airflow. It's not unheard of. They have plumbing systems to raise water the same way that we use plumbing systems today to get water to move through the system to create pressure. They have that stuff and then some other things in order to create upward pressure or lateral pressure in order to keep water flow moving.
Well, I could picture like if they had an airflow going over the top of water. But once you get so far from the water, it's blazing hot, dude.
If you keep water moving out of the sun, it'll cool itself. Water is naturally cooling.
Well, so is being out from under the sun, but it's only for so long. I couldn't picture them to be, down to 65
and then
degrees.
Everything was made out of stone. Like surely you've been inside of like caves where it's like stone all around you. You got an airflow
Well,
in there.
I've been in the Cave of the Winds.
Yeah,
it's in Colorado
so,
Springs. If you ever go,
no difference.
Even in
no
the
difference
summertime,
with
wear a coat. It's cold down there.
right. So no difference in like castles. Castles are just fancy caves.
Well, they had cave systems, but the king usually wasn't there. The king was always usually on the top, where you could look out over and see what's going on.
King went wherever he wanted, man.
It was up in the tower, like definitely during battle, but obviously
it's not Rapunzel, man. Like King went wherever he wanted to go.
That's true.
Just like the president of the United States, the
I don't know,
president goes
man.
wherever he
You make
wants
some
to go.
solid points. You're making me change my mind here. Maybe the kings did live better back then, but I just can't picture them getting it down to like 65 degrees, dude. It depends on
You
where
have
the
to look
castle
into
is.
it. You
I
have
will
to look
'cause
into it.
I've seen the holes with the star alignments, but I've never even heard of like a natural building cooling system where they bring in air in this direction and then in that direction, so it gives you a certain result. That makes sense to me. I can picture it anyway.
Most people who do that usually just use the earth to like cool their building because underground usually quite a bit cooler.
Yeah, see, I would have like a big old draft outside the castle where the opening is huge, and then it increasingly gets smaller for build up a little pressure right up underneath the castle. So it goes underground. It also cools off, and then blows out. But
So I know from personal experience, being over in Iraq, the way the buildings were built during the daytime, that they had like corridor airflow, and it would actually be cool inside. And then at nighttime, because the rock would still be radiating, people would sleep on the roof because of the airflow at night.
I believe it, man. You might change my mind on that. I'm still of the opinion that
I'm not impressed by today's technology. I feel like today's technology is a mind prison.
But the reason the people have more increased lifespan, I don't think there's some to do with medical, but I think the majority of it is our way of life. Having running water, being able to store food for a decent amount of time, air conditioning, heating. I just believe that's what gave us the longer life, but it's also given us an easier life, therefore made men and women weaker, both in the mind and physically.
Another big factor about that is back then a lot of babies didn't make it past the first few years. So just like with basic needs being met for like children, being able to just grow up a little bit, gonna increase lifespans because babies aren't just dying left and right, which would play a factor into that.
Yeah, even mothers. It was 50-50 for the longest time. And when it's 50-50 for the baby and 50-50 for the mother, usually one of them dies during birth because they're both 50-50.
In my opinion, I don't think technology is better. I think technology has created a mind prison for the world.
See, that's where I agree with you, and maybe you're misunderstanding me in that way. I believe it's created a longer lifespan for the people, not just kings or the elite, right? It's created a longer lifespan for the people, peons, but at the same time, it puts them in a mindset that's not real. And from that mindset, reality manifests itself. The lie manifests itself into reality. In other words, to get back to flat Earth, if there was no such thing as the globe lie ever, you would never have today. Today would never exist because it's a requirement of a collective mindset of believing they're in a world they're not in. It's the manifestation thereof.
To me, it feels like we're on one big giant farm and nobody's ever seen the fence. We're not allowed to get near the fence.
Yeah, I like that. That's a good way to put it.
Well, you stole it from a book.
Animal Farm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that was the basis of my hypothesis. Do what, Flatsy?
I said I think it's funny because I mean I know I did. We read that in school.
Yeah.
Why didn't we wake up then?
Well, my biggest waking point was Lord of the Flies. Like, I remember reading that, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is how the world acts.
You cut out. Did you say Lord of the Flies or Lord of the Rings?
Lord of the Flies.
Right.
Like, I was like, oh my gosh, this is how we act. And that was like in 7th grade or 8th grade, something like that.
Well, somebody on the panel mentioned a little earlier, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes ago, the news media, how we've seen them in recent years and how they're lying to us. But I think you only see that they're lying to us because of the recent enlightenment you've had. And you're disregarding that they've been doing it the whole time. The entire time. It's not just the last few years.
Oh, yeah.
The entire time they've been telling nothing but lies that give them profit, money, power. And when they see people voting for them, that just enhances them to keep doing what they're doing.
I mean, some of us will have a disagreement on the whole voting thing. I think when you're voting for two wings of the same bird.
I totally agree. But they also see, I don't even think the vote counts, right? But they can see who's voting for them, whether they give us the truth or not. So they can get an idea, hey, we can keep doing this because everybody's cool with it. Even though the vote don't count, I agree with. They can see what direction they need to go.
Well, it's not even that. Like, I mean, even with the laws, those like, well, you can vote for this law or you can vote for this law. Like, these are the only laws we're allowing to pass right now. It's like, why aren't y'all passing other laws? But nobody's running laws. Or who's writing the laws?
They're making millions or billions off of peddling something. You know, a man can be a woman. If they're making billions off.
We gotta stay away from that one.
Okay, my bad.
We actually need to stay away from politics and pharmaceuticals also.
All right, that's
like it's one thing to talk about, like, why would they lie? You know what I mean? Like, why would they lie about the flat Earth? Like,
but it's crazy that you got to stay away from those truths, but the flat Earth truth, they don't make you stay away from. That's kind of weird.
Right, because flat Earth sounds so ridiculous, like who in the world would ever believe that anyway? But in reality, people are waking up every day to it. That's the crazy thing about it. But politics, pharmaceuticals, and biology in general is kind of like a no-go zone, and it's a terms of service violation. for a lot of companies.
When you say a lot of people are waking up to it, help me out there, because every day I listen, whether I join or not. I listen to this one, I listen to QE, and I listen to Nathan Oakley, because they both had their own channels. And I see about the same amount of people. It's always the same voices.
Flat Earth is the most mocked and scrutinized conversation. If you look on social media and do a search analysis on just Flat Earth and all the different hashtags that come with it, Flat Earth is probably one of the most discussed topics out there right now. That's the funniest thing about it. It's so hidden and so buried in the algorithm, but it is one of the most talked about topics out there. And they'll tell you, I
could picture that. I could definitely picture that, but what's giving you this attitude of it's definitely the most talked about? Like what is giving you that it is the most talked about? Where do you go to find that?
Do you have any other social media accounts? Do you have any other social media accounts?
I got YouTube, Discord. I have Twitter, but I ain't been on Twitter for, I don't know, 3 years. Same with Facebook. I didn't do TikTok.
Go on Twitter and Facebook and start doing hashtag Flat Earth. And
but here's the problem: you can have when you're just texting, you can have the same person with different profiles, and it looks like you're talking to 3 different people or 4 different people when it's the same person with different profiles. Shock account. So it's like I have no definitive proof that it is the most talked about.
Well, hey, maybe you haven't heard, but they were openly speaking of throttling it in Congress.
Well, I heard a congressional hearing on it, and I forget the woman's name, but she said she was asked, "What are you doing to fight conspiracy theories?" And the example was Flat Earth.
Yeah, the fact that they have to listen, the fact that they have to droop. No, you hold on. You're the one who claims there's no evidence of this being known by the masses, right? So listen for a second.
Go ahead.
Can you do that? If they're lumping it in with conspiracy theories, why do you think they would do that?
Well, I know this, and you told me I can't say it because you guys, I know what happened during.
We're talking about whether or not the Earth is a spheroid. They're talking in Congress, people who are brainwashed by the globe idea are talking about it's not a good idea for people to be talking about flat Earth. So yes, it's gained traction.
I have a feeling that it's bigger than you and I. I have a feeling that it's even bigger than you and I think. My point is,
wait a second. Listen. How you have no idea what I think about it or know about it, but you're the one who's acting like it's
yeah, I do.
Swept under the rug in some sort of corner. You said, "Well, what gives you that idea?" And then you said, "Well, I don't even use my Twitter account." So, just what's your angle here?
A Twitter account, you can have 7. The same person can have 7.
Hold on. Just real quick, Old Hoss, to add on to that. Who am I talking to, by the way? James. So just on Twitter, there's something you got to know about Twitter. People don't shut up on Twitter. They don't.
That's why I quit using it.
So if you wanna see test the water of the world to see where everything's what's going on, literally go to Twitter. And I hate to say that, and people are like, oh no, Twitter this, Twitter that. No, on Twitter, people don't know how to shut up.
Well, I agree with the gentleman. The very fact that Congress is holding a hearing about conspiracy theories, and one of the examples is flat Earth, that lets me know it's on their mind. It's on the Congress and Senate's mind. So I agree with the gentleman, right? There's all these things that make me believe
it's not on their mind. It's not on their mind. It's whoever's pulling the strings. It's on their mind.
Well, that makes sense too. I can't say I'd argue with that either. My point is, I have no definitive proof, but I do have my own discernment, which does agree with you guys, and I do believe it's bigger than even you and I think. But at the same time, when I seen this congressional hearing, and their counter react, because she was asked, what are they going to do about it? She said, behind every video, the next one on your phone that will be given to you to play, be a Ball Earth one, a heliocentric. Like, and I seen it happen on my phone. I literally seen it happen on my phone. Every time I watch Nathan Oakley, the next video that pops up is a Ball Earth one. Somebody.
Oh, yeah. Well, I see it with the ads. I see it with the ads they feed me.
Yeah, so I understand all this, and I use that as my discernment that it's bigger than even you and I think. But at the same time, I have no definitive.
James answered. The cat's out of the bag. That's, I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think you guys think
so the cat's either in the bag or the cat's out of the bag. So what? How big the cat is? The cat's out.
Right. Where do I come across saying I oppose you guys on that? Is that because I don't want to?
No, I thought you were coming. I thought you were coming across as in, oh, really? Where do you see that it's gaining traction? I don't know. I was listening prior to me jumping in, but yeah. What's your angle? What was the whole? The reason why I got on the call is because you said, well, isn't it funny we're not allowed to talk about certain things, we're allowed to talk about flat Earth. Well, the thing about flat Earth is what you end up talking about is the globe. So, if we're not allowed to talk about the globe, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I hear you, man. So it's not so much.
You got to jump through the hoops, and there are different servers or different rooms on this server to talk about other things. But yeah, I think the reason why this is able to parade along down the road is because we're just talking about the globe.
And they have that they have this algorithm under wraps. Like you can go search any other conspiracy theory, and it'll pop up in your search engine. You go search flat Earth, it's immediately how to debunk it. Immediately.
And it also has a Wikipedia thing that pops up. It's an ancient, archaic idea that the Earth is flat.
Right. So
scientifically disproven.
You're like, wait, we're not allowed to talk about it. Anybody who's trying to find out from is it Eli? Are you in here, Eli? He's not here.
This is where I'm conflicted, guys. This will help you. This will help you where I'm at. This is why I'm conflicted. You get people like Joe Rogan. I don't really listen to him much, but Ben Shapiro. You get all these people claiming how social media platforms are silencing, quote, Republicans, conservatives, unquote. But at the same time, all those people that are complaining about it are using the platforms.
I can explain those.
Are using the platforms that do that.
Hold on, I can
just let me add to it,
okay, go ahead.
Because this will emphasize my point. With our own wallets, everybody quit buying Bud Light, right? Because it was promoting an agenda. I'll just say that. Okay?
Hey,
So
okay,
we quit buying
so
it. Hold on. We quit buying it, right?
Oh,
and now
my
it's
Lord.
starting to go. Oh, let me finish. Now it's starting to go down really fast. But how come nobody quits buying the social platforms that are silencing speech?
Okay, here's the thing.
How come they don't do the same thing that they did to
Okay,
Bud
you
Light?
brought up two people. Joe Rogan. The reason why Joe Rogan says what he does, he has a contract. He got paid big bucks. There is Eddie Bravo who sits across from him. Ben Shapiro, he has aspirations on running for president or something someday. So he has to, be Ben Shapiro. Both people consume Joe Rogan and Ben Shapiro's products still. It's because they, if you stand for nothing, you'll fall for anything. They for whatever they represent archetypes that people think they are.
So this might be a little too far down the rabbit hole, but I would even argue that.
I agree. Go ahead. Finish your point. I agree with
in the Bud Light instance, I would even argue that they knew exactly what they were doing before they did it. I don't know the exact reason, but there was a bigger agenda, a bigger cause for what they did. They knew the stir that they were going to get, and that we're probably
I could agree with that.
Probably haven't seen like the overall outcome for the reasoning behind it.
But I've seen Flat Earth do the same thing, guys. I've seen Flat Earth like in certain YouTube channels or whatnot. Somehow the conversation will divert and it'll go into politics a little bit. And that'll be the moment I hear Flat Earthers themselves say, hey, we can't talk about this. I'll either get demonetized or censored. And they're using the platform that'll do that. They're supporting the platform that'll do that. Why do that?
The platform to do that. Well, that's like complaining about your phone bill.
No, you're giving people that's telling you the lie. You're giving them more money.
Who? I'm not giving anyone money. Who?
They're letting us expose the lie because they know it'll only go so far, and we're paying them to do it.
But here's the thing: you seem confused when you say flat Earth. You always say flat Earth in these general terms, like there are these groups of people. Well, the flat Earth is outside your door. It's the world around you. Who picks up on that or doesn't pick up on that has nothing to do with people are gonna buy Gatorade if they like Gatorade. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Let's say I tell you a lie, and you expose the lie, right? But while you're exposing the lie, me as the liar, you're making me richer. Why would I stop you?
What do you mean? Making you richer in what way? What are you, shorting stocks? You know what I'm saying? It's like,
he's talking about like,
yeah,
he's
who
talking
cares?
about he's talking about people who are making money on YouTube, but YouTube's getting a cut for it. That's what he's talking about.
Look,
that's just how it's going to be everywhere you go.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's like,
but let's say there were people in Bud, kind of like before 9/11, where people like sold their stocks in like the airlines and shit. Let's say there were people within Bud who knew they were about to come out with this campaign and decided to short sell their stocks, knowing that it would plummet, and then it would be at an all-time low, and they could rebuy at an all-time low, and then make record gains because it has to rebound. Like, why is that so crazy?
No, exactly. YouTube's actually degrading you because when somebody types in flat Earth on YouTube, the first thing that pops up is Wikipedia, flat Earth, even on YouTube. You just type that on, and the first thing that'll pop up is Wikipedia. Flat Earth is an ancient archaic idea. La-di-da-di-da. The Earth is a sphere. this is just a conspiracy or whatever, la-di-da-di-da.
Who cares if people get rich?
So if the person if the platform pops up and degrades you,
who cares if someone gets rich if this archaic idea becomes realized by people?
Oh, I'm just saying that flat earthers are promoting the liar.
Who cares?
Who cares? Yeah, someone's always going to get rich. Who cares?
Yeah.
Who cares?
I'm not talking about you or I getting rich.
No, I'm talking about the person who you think's lies being exposed on their terms. If they get rich, who cares?
If you think that 50,000 flat earthers stop using YouTube, YouTube's going to plummet?
What do you mean? Why would you want to give gain?
Because what are they doing with if they're a miserable liar? What are they going to do with all the money in the world?
Oh yeah, think about it like this.
Hold on. Hey, will you borrow me $50? I'll pay you in 2 days. You borrow me the money. 2 days comes, I don't pay you, but I do ask you, hey, I ain't got your 50. Can you borrow me another 50? I'll pay you in 2 days. Eventually,
that's not what's going on.
Eventually, you're going to quit giving me money, and that is what's going on. The liars keep getting the money. The liars keep getting the money. Yes,
they get the money first and give you the money from them, dude. You're missing the point.
Everybody using to spread the word, which.
The spreading truth has a price.
On top of that, I also have to correct him. When you take money from somebody else, that's borrowing. So it'd be lending. When you lend me money, I just got to correct you on that.
10 years ago, I bought a YouTube. I paid for YouTube, and then 5 years later, I paid for the premium, so I didn't have to watch the ads. Right? And it's all because I'm watching Flat Earth. Right? So the very ones that want to silence or say it's a conspiracy that own YouTube, I'm making the liar richer. He keeps asking me for money, and I keep giving it to him.
Yeah, but we're trying to relay the message that nobody cares that they're getting rich off us spreading the truth. Nobody cares.
You don't see it as a strategy?
I don't care what their strategy is.
It doesn't matter.
Getting the truth out is more important.
Well, if flat earthers were a large group,
they're going to make the money no matter what, dude.
I'm just saying,
make the money no matter what. If you're
just
smart,
saying, if we was
you get in there, make your money where you can, get out, and go make more money in another location. That's the whole way that you get up in the world, man. But to be at the top where you're the CEO of YouTube, you're never going to do that.
Listen, James, I see it as a cost-benefit analysis,
Can't we
right?
all come together and create our
Hold on, James. Stop. So, yes, I agree. It would be nice if flat earthers stopped using YouTube. Fuck Google. Fuck big government. Fuck
if there's a big number of us,
fuck all this stuff, right? But
if there's a big number of us, let's all come together and make our own.
Not that big of a number. It's not that big of a number. Now,
I think it's bigger than you think.
But so it'd be nice if we were able to move on. However, do you want to talk to each other or do you want to reach new people? Because the majority of people are here on YouTube, right? So you either got to put up with their tyranny and their bullshit to try to reach new people, or you talk to people who already agree with you about all of the nuances that you disagree on, where you get divided.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, it's not really addressing my point, but it's a good point.
I mean, how many people do you think are flat earthers, man, that are going to sit there and go consistently to another platform just to watch flat earth content?
I think you're talking probably that are now questioning it. They don't really know one way or the other, but just questioning it. I think you're talking like 3 out of 10 people.
Yeah, but if they're questioning it, let me explain it to you this way. Let me explain it to you this way. They're questioning it, but they don't have the desire to pursue the answer. They're just watching it out of humor. It's humoring them.
And James Richard.
Oh, that's a good point. I agree with that. But I don't know, man.
James Richard, what about the benefits that will be available in a society post paradigm shift? The advantages monetarily and otherwise that will exist. Even if some guy in an ivory tower somewhere is lighting his cigars with $5,000 money orders.
You'll have a lot more of that, which is good.
Okay, so if someone's that self-centered, if someone has the power and the ability and whatever, the business know-how and the fell into the right situation or inherited the right situation, and they're so greedy and self-centered that all they can think about during this is making money, let them make money. Who cares?
It's not don't understand.
I get it would be like complaining about the long distance.
No, I'm not meaning you and I make money.
No, I know, dude. I'm talking about the person in the ivory tower. And I'm talking about what about the society, the advantages of the society post the paradigm shift?
All I know is I know
ignoring the value of that.
All I know is I know how to put utilities in the ground. I know how to splice, which you shouldn't do. Now I can't even think of it. Damn it. That's the most expensive internet connection you can have. And I've only spliced it twice because you're not supposed to do it.
I mean, just because people drive
fiber optics
doesn't mean they're neo-Nazis or they're
No, I'm just saying if we all come together, we could create our own internet, like not a part of Google, our own.
Think of how many underground wires and undersea wires cables there are.
You do understand that Google is not the internet, right? Like the internet.
You start with the bolt.
Exists without Google. Google is just what you choose to use.
Right. It's all underground, man. I put it underground, or it's on wire.
It's just a network connection of computers. Every computer connected to a phone line is on the internet.
Yeah, but I'm saying you can create your own. We could create our own cables underground. Not even a part of Google. Our own cables underground.
What about all the .com websites?
Hold on, we start at the bulk.
No. What about the .com websites? What about the .net websites? What about the
It'll take probably 50 years, guys. But you start at the bulk. Where's the bulk of us in the UK? Where's the bulk of us in the US?
James Richard.
And you start your boards from there.
Bill Gates started in the basement or in a garage. Mark Cuban started in the garage. Feel free to start in the garage, dude. Feel free to start in the garage.
Chats, man. I've seen the super chats. I don't know why you guys don't do it. Do you guys do super chats now or what? People think
super chats like what?
All you do is put all your super chats into a bank account, right? And just call it Flat Earth and see how much money you get in a year.
And we'll send them all to you, James Richard, and you can tell us how rich we are and we can envy you.
If you do the super chat thing, like 30% of the money that they donate goes straight to Google. It doesn't like,
doing it.
30%.
Relax. I'm only saying it to get off the grid. Our
And
grid
it's
will
not
be
going to
our
get you off
own.
the grid. Like literally, they're giving the money to Google. Google gives you a kickback. Like they give you 70% of what was donated to you, and they keep the other 30%.
I know what a cell tower is. I know that people who pay for satellite phones are being ripped off. Right? I know it. It's all radio waves.
Well, I'm sure
your Wi-Fi is a radio wave. It's a radio wave.
I'm sure the wicked liar that you're convinced exists in the ivory tower is just loving this conversation you're having right now.
Oh, I'm
Try
just
taking
saying it's cheaper than you guys think for us to be able to speak about anything.
We
did.
James.
Because the platform wouldn't silence you, you would own the platform.
Listen, we're doing what we're doing here. We don't give a fuck about super chats. You have to have at least 1,000 subs, which I used to, and I still didn't want people to super chat. If they were going to donate, they'd just pay me directly. I don't want that. I want I want them to donate through PayPal instead of giving me a super chat where Google takes 30%. No, that's retarded. So why would you give Google 30% of your donation just so you get no? So what are you talking about, James? At all?
The whole reason.
Listen, you've been ranting on some bullshit for the past 30 minutes.
Yeah, it'd be fine. Like if you really wanted to have people donate through super chats, let Google get 30%. That's fine. But what James's argument was a moment ago was he was trying to get rid of Google, cut Google out. So why would you want to collect the super chats and give them 30% of what you earned?
Well, I wouldn't. I mean,
you wouldn't. I'm talking to James.
I mean, what is a super chat? I mean, what's the significance of a super chat? Because I mean, half the time when I see super chats, it's just like when I see Nathan read super chats, he can't even understand them most of the time. He gets super chats and he's like, "I'm sorry that I just don't understand what the fuck you're saying, but thank you for the."
I hate the whole super chat thing. Like they think that if they pay a whole bunch more money, that it means for sure that they're gonna get their comment read on there. Like first off, if it happened in this forum, you can super chat all you want. Nobody's gonna read your shit out loud because you're fucking
no. Yeah, that's a that's a Greg Garland guarantee. Remember that movie?
Well,
nobody's gonna read your fucking super chats on here.
If a bunch of trolls are like, oh, let's just super chat our way to get our comments on there. We're not gonna read your shit.
I mean, I'll take your money, but I'm not gonna read your fucking super chat. But I'd rather you. I mean, if you're going to donate to the channel, just do it through PayPal. They only take 3%, not 30%.
But can I give you an example of why I like them? So I'm allowed to listen to you guys. I'm allowed to listen to you guys while I'm at work, right? I can listen to you guys.
Sure.
I'm actually spreading.
I see you. I see you waste your money on Nathan's super chats all the time too. You give Google all kinds of money. I've seen you do it, Rick James. I've seen you do it.
I'm not saying I didn't. Can I get to my point?
James Richard, you're holding on to the globe because of Joe Rogan and Ben Shapiro. Was that it?
No, I'm not holding on to globe, man.
You know, real truthers, people who just, true conservatives who.
Guys, I was a flat earther long before you.
Politics and want to be touted by the mainstream.
I was a flat earther long before you guys, man.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, I know I was.
Stop bragging.
I was in the Hangouts.
Hey, James. It's not true. You remember me, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, then shut the fuck up about it. Doesn't matter who's been here long enough. It's just
I'm just saying
here
the
longer,
guy,
and so I'm the bigger.
The guy,
the bigger fish.
He told me that I'm a Glover.
Then you should know better than to do super chat on Nate's show.
Nobody said you were a Glover.
Yeah, I did.
He said I was holding on to the globe.
Well, here's a while ago.
I released the globe fucking over a decade ago.
Okay, James
Richard.
earlier when you were belly aching about Joe Rogan and Ben Shapiro. What is that all about?
You took me the wrong way, man. That's what it was.
I get what you were saying at the time, but you prefaced it with, "This is where I'm stuck."
I'm stuck because everybody's using the internet that allows the lie.
Sly.
And they're making the internet rich.
And they're making the liars even better to lie.
James, I mean, it's going to sound disrespectful, but look, the trend has always been with you. Like, people are going to get hung up going in circles trying to explain something to you that is just it's non sequitur. It doesn't have.
That's what they said at the beginning of Flat Earth. That's what they said at the beginning of Flat Earth. But all the things they're saying now, the angles, the sextant, are the things I said over a decade ago. And
Listen,
even
brother. Hey, we're on the same page as far as all that goes. Listen, what you're arguing? It seems like you're arguing against yourself, not us, because we're on the same page.
Could be. I'm not looking for ridicule or mocking. I'm looking for a straight up. I'm looking for a straight up honest answer saying, James, here's your problem.
Yeah, James, I've heard you multiple times revert on flat earthers and say that the earth isn't flat and shit. Like, I've heard that multiple times over the last years.
No, you haven't, bro.
Yeah,
you're lying. You're fucking lying right now, dude.
No,
I know the earth is flat.
You wanted to get caught. You
I
wanted
know
to get caught
the
in the nuance of it. You started talking about how there's hills and therefore it's not flat and shit like that.
Shut the hell up, dude. You took me the wrong way. Whatever you did, you took me out of context. I've been a flat earther for over a decade. The ball, I dropped to my knees when I
know you're not. I know you're not a normie. I know you're not a normie. I'm not saying you're a normie friggin' glober, okay? Dude, but I'm saying, like, you multiple times tried to come against flat earthers. What you just
said was a lie, dude. And it's being put out there on people in their minds about me, and it's a fucking lie. That's why I'm getting
James, nobody here said you're not a flat earther. I've known you the entire time. I was back in Hangouts with you back in the day. I know you're a flat earther. Nobody's trying to say you're not a flat earther. What? I don't know why.
Yeah, no, I know you have a history in the flat earth, but you also tend to, I don't know, at times come out and start speaking against the group of all flat earthers. Like, man, I do it too.
Sometimes I play the devil's advocate.
I get angry at the group from time to time too, but I don't know.
Sometimes I play the devil's advocate without saying it. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I'll play the devil's advocate without saying it.
Yeah, and that's what I was just referring to.
So you might have caught me where I was playing the devil's advocate.
Well, that can be interpreted as
because there's hills and mountains. Yeah, like, I just need to point that out because you did do that.
Well, what I said from the very beginning, like over 10 years ago, that you could have a flat surface, pour some dirt here, pour some dirt there, and it's no longer flat, but everything that it's sitting on is fucking flat. So that's the analogy I've always used when somebody tried to, well, there's hills and valleys. Well, yeah, but it's all off of a flat foundation.
Yeah, I mean, it's not analogous if it's obviously a level stationary plane. There's no analogy to be made.
Yes, there is. If you have hills and valleys, but it's all established from the foundation of a flat plane.
It's flat at sea level, right? So, I mean, we call it sea level, right?
Or below sea level, because you can have valleys
above, right?
With no water in them.
Yeah, basins.
Well, and what is sea level? How about mean sea level? You want to be ultra specific?
Yeah, sure.
Well, level is level. So if you want to call it sea level, that means the sea is level. You can't call it sea level and it be curved. That's not level.
Mean sea level is the average between the chops. That's mean sea level.
Yeah, the high. It's between the tides, right? It's the highs and the lows between the tides.
You could say waves and whatever you want, chops, but when you're looking out over the horizon, standing at the beach, it's a flat level line.
Chops, not waves.
It's a level line. You don't see none of those waves way out there. That's my point. When you're standing at the beach looking at the horizon, It's a flat level line. At that distance, you don't see all the chops.
Stand at the beach low tide and wait for the high tide to come in and don't move and see what happens.
You can see the high tide when it's at your feet, but you ain't going to see it 20 miles out. It's going to be flat and level.
Is the other wider?
I gave one.
I lost it.
Anyways,
So,
James Richard, when you're playing devil's advocate without telling anyone, do you see how that can be interpreted as like poisoning the well or muddying the water? You're in here complaining about Al Gore's invention.
Well, I do, but only I'll never, like, I've never done it without somebody on the whatever channel I was on knowing who I am. So they knew I was playing devil's advocate. Whether you did.
Well, that's what I said. I said when you don't announce it as such.
Well, to play devil's advocate, you don't announce it.
Oh, come on, dude.
You don't announce it.
That's absolutely untrue. Yeah, like
No, you don't.
Most often, if somebody's gonna be play the devil's advocate card, right?
Yeah,
They're gonna be like, they're gonna say, okay, look, I typically agree with you, but let me play the devil's advocate. Let me strongman this argument, whatever. Like they like
exactly. That's what the devil's advocate argument is. It's just like
up until
everybody knows that I'm going to play devil's advocate, and I'm going to
join the show. You join the show. You play devil's advocate. You wait till you get them all riled up like you guys are.
No, that's being a troll. That's
more trollish. That's you being a contrarian. You may say, "Oh, I'm the devil's advocate," but if no one else knows, come on, dude.
No, wait, hold on. I mean, it's just like me and Luke could have a conversation. He said, "I'm going to play devil's advocate," and then we have a conversation. He plays the opposite side, and I play, whatever the argument is. It's the devil's advocate term. It's everybody knows up front that one person is playing devil's advocate.
Yeah, James, you're not playing devil's advocate in that situation. You're just being the devil's advocate
without letting anyone else know. You're just acting like a weirdo.
Whatever the consensus is, right?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That's what you just said, whatever the consensus is.
Yeah, you know what? In this case, let's go ahead and say yes, because it's when it comes to communication,
in this case,
it's what most people understand, okay? If you come in just being a contrarian and think that everybody is going to assume that you're just being a contrarian, you're going to be mistaken a lot of the time. There will be people who don't.
I've never seen somebody in this community. I've never seen somebody that's a flat earther play the devil's advocate, but before he did, he said it. I've never seen it.
Never seen
Arwin does it every day.
Because for the most part,
totally contradicts yourself.
The reason why
you've never seen it, and then you said that you see it happen every day.
Yeah, the reason why we don't do that. The reason why we don't do that is
because after the conversation they admit it.
No,
that's how I can see it.
No, what?
Because they do wind up admitting it.
You don't understand, James, what the devil's advocate argument is, because playing the devil's advocate.
No, you don't. It says it in the title.
Why don't you fucking look it up and then tell me what it
says
means?
It in the title. Devil's advocate. It says it in the title.
Just
when you play it, you announce that you're going to play it first.
Say I'm the devil, right?
Yeah, everybody knows. Listen, everybody knows that.
No, you don't. Oh, you can go all the way back 2007, 8.
What the entire fuck is
you never
going
fucking
on?
admit it.
I just told you what the devil's advocate argument means, and you're denying it. You're denying the definition of devil's advocate. It's like when you go into an argument.
Does the devil deal in truth?
Do you?
I'm not talking about the goddamn devil. James, I'm not talking about the
devil's advocate.
You never heard anybody say to play the devil's advocate and then make their statement? You never heard that happen?
Guys, I don't want to go here, man. We're going way off, and I'm ruining your show.
Yeah, you're ruining all credibility you may have built up.
Hey, maybe somebody's learning what the devil's advocate
Obviously, it's wrong.
Because this guy doesn't understand it at all. James doesn't understand what the devil's advocate argument is.
Yeah, it says it in the title, Lee.
James,
you says it right in the title.
No, yeah. Advocating for the devil would mean like, okay,
nothing but lies.
If your intention is to deceive, which may be the way you're taking it, right? Advocating for the devil's intention to deceive.
James, it'd be better if you stop talking and listen to Lou explain it to you. Then you might actually get somewhere. Because if you interrupt,
I stand corrected. I interrupted. I stand corrected.
Well, listen to what Lou was about to say.
I'm going to listen.
If you're going to come in without announcing it and just play a role with the intention to deceive, then you are doing the devil's work. You are being a devil's advocate. Now, if you want to announce in order to play a role to try to strongman an argument or to elucidate a point, right? Then you will make it clear to the audience, one that might not know you, might not know your intentions. You will make it clear to them that this is only a role that you're playing to try to elucidate this point.
But you contradicted yourself.
Hold on. And we've done this many times on here, Lou. It's like someone will play a Glober versus Flat Earther. When we don't have any Globers to talk to, well, somebody will play a Flat Earther, right?
I've actually heard it on here.
I don't care.
I won't lie. I've heard that.
Somebody will pretend to be a Globe Earther just for the sake of argument and filling time or whatever. That's the devil's advocate. Go ahead.
I've actually heard that on here. I'm not going to lie.
Okay.
But we announce it first.
Okay, let me finish. Yeah, I know. To the people that are in the room.
You just said you've never heard it before.
But not to the Glober who's about to join. I've heard it in this room where somebody come in and said, hey, for the next Glober, I'm going to play the devil's advocate.
You're making it really, you're really making it more, James, you're making it more complicated than it is. It's just like if
you guys are.
James, just like me and Lou could play. He could be devil's advocate, and he could be the Globe Earther, and I can be the Flat Earther, right? But we're both Flat Earthers. But he could play devil's advocate, right? And he could do the Globe Earth argument, and I can do the Flat Earth argument. He's playing devil's advocate. He knows the Globe Earth, argument, and I know the Flat Earth, and I know we both know each argument, and then we just, he's pretending to be a Globe Earther when he's actually not. So he's playing.
A better way to highlight this, Helio, is as if you didn't.
Hold on.
Understand.
No.
If you didn't
everybody attacks me before I can speak. Everybody's got to take their turn before I can defend myself. Now I got to address two people. Now I have to address two people.
No, you don't. I'm talking to Helio.
So, James, can you please listen to Lou's response to what I said? Please, James.
Hold on. I will. But
better highlight it. No, he just doesn't want to listen. That's all.
No, I do. Go ahead.
He waits to talk. He doesn't listen.
I do. Because you guys won't let me talk. Listen to what I'm saying.
Dude, you've been talking more than anybody else, honestly.
If you know I'm a Flat Earther, why would I have to say I'm playing the devil's advocate?
How do we know you are? How do we know you are?
That's what I'm getting at. If you know I'm a Flat Earther.
How do we know?
We can, everybody here besides you
don't know me.
Hold on, James. Everybody here understands what the devil's advocate means except for you.
No, you guys don't. And you're not letting me explain it. And you're probably going to mute me because of it.
Yeah, I'm pretty close. I'm pretty close to muting you. I promise you that.
All right. Okay, well, before you do, let me say this. If anybody, if you know that I'm a Flat Earther, which I have been for over a decade, right? If you know I'm a Flat Earther and I come in and I start arguing for the globe, I don't have to tell you I'm playing devil's advocate. You already know.
Wrong.
The one that doesn't know is the Glober.
What does anybody know about how you think?
You're confused.
All you're doing is casting doubt into their eyes. Even if they thought that you were a flat earther.
Even Helio admitted he's known me for a long time.
Hey, James,
give a fuck how long I've known you. I just told you what the devil's advocate argument means. It doesn't mean you believe it. It just means you're playing the role.
That's what
Jesus
I'm saying.
Christ.
Yeah, hey James Richard, hold on 1 second, dude. You're saying that people come in here, you say, "Oh, the next Glober that comes in, I'm going to play devil's advocate." That doesn't happen because that would be an example of trolling that person. That would be an example of trolling that person.
Don't tell me it doesn't happen when I've witnessed it happen.
The only times someone plays the only time someone plays devil's advocate is when there isn't a globe enthusiast present.
If Nathan Oakley wanted to play, if QE or Nathan Oakley, Arwen, if they wanted to play the devil's advocate, they wouldn't have to tell me.
Hey, listen,
I would already know what they're.
Listen, your example of
I would already know what they're doing.
That's Baldwin. And you know it by that.
I would already know what they're doing.
You're a loudmouth. You're a loudmouth.
Look, James, what I was saying a moment ago, all you're doing when you do that, unless you're going to announce that this is just a devil's advocate like stance that you're taking, what you're doing then is sounding like a mushmouth glober or a wishy-washy flat earther, one that will cast doubt in the eyes of anybody on either side about your authenticity. Do you understand?
I mean, the definition. I just posted it from dictionary, from Cambridge University, that explains the entire thing. James, can you read that, please, before you say another fucking word?
I got your point there.
Fuck. So simple. I mean, he made it all complicated, but it's really simple, isn't it? It's like we both believe the same thing, but let's have an argument with each other, and I'll pretend, that I'm on the other side,
Yeah, he took it off the rails like he likes to try and take everything off the rails for whatever reason.
Yeah, man, it's number one right there in that definition. Someone who pretends in an argument or a discussion to be against an idea. That's the definition of devil's advocate.
You were looking to say you were steel manning their position. You were presenting in absentia.
That's totally different.
Totally different.
Argument.
Yeah,
it's totally different.
It's like,
but James couldn't shut up enough to actually get us to the point where he could actually understand what we're talking about with devil's advocate argument. So stupid, man. What the fuck are you doing, James? Doesn't make any sense, man. You've been in the game for a long time, and I can't believe you don't understand this by now.
I've done that with globalists before, where I pretended to be a globalist who was pretending to be a flat earther who was pretending to be a globalist, and had them all fucking worked up. Okay, it's funny.
That's fucked up. You got to get offline for a little while. Take a break.
I've seen globers come in and pretend to be flat earthers. Do they admit it?
No, they'll do it because it's fun.
That's different.
Fun. Do they admit it?
Yeah.
They expose themselves, and it becomes an issue. Yeah. It's addressed.
Yeah, but I mean, real flat earthers, you know who a real flat earther is pretty much right off the bat.
If you're going to play the devil's advocate,
nobody can pretend to be a flat earther.
Telling the truth.
I mean, it's really. I mean, I've been doing this for freaking 8 years. You can't necessarily pretend to be a flat earther. You can tell, man. Somebody's
you can't play the devil's advocate.
I would almost argue the same thing, vice versa too. Once you're a flat earther, it's extremely difficult to act like a real glober, if you're good, if you're really good at acting like a glober, it doesn't matter who you are. If you're Nathan Oakley or QE, if they fucking act like the glober and do too good of a job, it's gonna cast doubt in flat earthers' eyes. They're gonna go, wait a minute. We're too skeptical.
You was just telling me that wouldn't happen.
No,
you was just telling me how that would never happen.
You misunderstood me. I was telling you.
That's exactly what I was telling you. What would happen?
I was literally saying just a moment ago that when you do that without announcing it, that
you can't play
doubt in people's eyes.
This is the devil's advocate by announcing it.
Hey,
how could
James,
you play the devil's advocate by announcing it?
James,
how's that even possible? It's a contradiction.
James, you are missing the definition of devil's advocate. You don't understand it. You don't understand it at all.
It's the devil, man. He's
everybody but you knows it.
The devil is nothing but lies. If you're going to be his advocate,
I know who the fucking devil is. You don't understand.
Why are you trying to be a liar?
Everybody but you in this room understands what the devil's advocate argument is. Everybody but you.
You ever seen the movie The Devil's Advocate?
I don't give a fuck about the movie. I'm talking about the argument. I just put the
well, he didn't start off by telling the truth, did he?
Dumbass.
He didn't start off by saying, "Hey, I'm the devil's advocate."
That's literally a nonsense.
Yeah, you're missing the operative word.
It's a contradiction in terms.
You're missing the operative word. Playing.
No, you guys are.
Devil's advocate. That movie is the devil's advocate.
The devil is the father of lies. If you're going to play the devil's advocate, how could you start off by telling the truth?
No, you're not supposed to be. You're not supposed to mimic the father of lies to play the devil's advocate. Playing the devil's advocate is like
bullshit. That's the whole term.
It's a figure of speech. Okay,
that's the term.
Actually, a role that you take.
Does everybody else see this besides James? I'm just wondering. Is someone else?
Yeah, the consensus is right again.
I'm just really wondering because this is fucking weird.
Well, if we're going to go off consensus, then the Earth is a sphere.
No.
There we go.
Fine. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
There it is. Yeah. That's how you be a globalist. You just say whatever Google says. It's easy to do it.
Yeah, said the guy who, it's a lot bigger than any of us could even fathom.
James,
I just Googled.
James, you made a declaration. Now back it up. How would you know that it's a globe?
He said consensus.
Not a globe.
Well, no, you said fine if it's consensus. Yes. Is that the only reason you know?
No, you guys was looking for consensus to prove me wrong.
All right. Well, how about this, James? How about you pretend
he said, is James out of line?
That's not why. It was a joke. It's not why you're wrong.
James, pretend to be the devil's advocate and tell us how the Earth is a globe instead of it being flat. Play the devil's advocate for us, please.
Okay. Well, it's simple. The Earth is a globe because when you're standing at the beach, you can see the ships disappear bottom up from the horizon. And if it was flat, you wouldn't see that.
Right. You'd see them just disappear. They wouldn't disappear at all.
They wouldn't disappear at all.
Next one. Give us another one, James. Give us another one.
I want to hear the whole straw man. Would you see forever?
Give us another one, James.
What about the Southern Star?
The Southern Star. Are you talking about
Southern Star?
Yeah, I don't think there is one, but tell us about it.
Well, how would you get sunsets?
No, you said the Southern Star.
You would never get a sunset.
Well, what about the star?
The sun would be up there all the time.
Next to the Southern Star?
Well, that's that. Yeah, you got a point, right? Hey, look at that. Playing devil's advocate. I can't answer that. How would you get nighttime?
Wait, you said Southern Star.
You wouldn't see a star. If the Earth is flat, you wouldn't see a star because it would always be light.
Really? That's dude, you're the worst devil's advocate that I've ever heard.
When all you have to do is lie, you said.
You just have
What are you
to.
talking about?
Hey, welcome to the devil's advocate argument. Thank
He
you.
might
Thank
be
you
okay
so
here, though.
much.
What are you guys talking about? That's what they claim.
James, you might.
No. You didn't claim anything from either side in the last
They
like
say-
4
they say-
statements.
hold on. If the Earth is flat, you would always see the sun. If you always see the sun, you would never see the stars.
Okay, can you show that? You said if. Can you show me this if?
It would always be daytime.
Show me this if you're talking about. You said if the Earth is.
That's what Globers say.
Yeah,
They say if
but
the
you're
Earth is
presenting
flat,
it, right?
you would
Okay,
always
show
see
me-
the sun.
Okay,
and
you
if
said
you always see the sun, you would never see the stars.
Yeah, so if this, then that. Okay, show me the if, so you can demonstrate the then that.
Well, you wouldn't have a southern star.
Well, you have to show me the if.
Because
show me,
you would always see the sun.
You said if the Earth is flat. Okay, let's go with it. Show me this flat Earth you're talking about.
Name the southern star you're referring to. Also,
Sigturus, shit. Now you got me.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Just show the if part.
Right?
Yeah,
Yes,
they don't give it to him because he's supposed to. He's
Even
on.
though you never see it, that's just what I would argue as a Glober.
Yeah, it's about you. You never see Sigmoctant as a.
You never see it, but that's what they argue.
Yeah, but you're going to show me this if now? You said if the Earth is flat. Okay, so let's go with it. Let's see it.
Well, if the Earth was flat, you would always see the sun. And if you always see the sun, you would never see the stars.
Based
Okay,
on
let's see it.
what? So if the Earth is flat, you would always see the sun because.
Well, because it's so much bigger than the Earth. That's where they're coming from. That's why they say that.
Who's coming from where?
I don't even think that's why. That's not even the reason why.
The Globers think the sun is 93 million miles away and that it's so big that if the Earth was flat, you would never see nighttime.
No, it has nothing to do with the size of it. It has to do with if the Earth was flat, like
You
you
always
already
see
said.
daytime.
Hey,
It's got to go around the other side of the spear. Get my point?
It's this idea that light will just continue on forever in a vacuum, right? So, like, if there is light and you live on a plane, and that light is above the plane, then
What are you talking about? There is a
then
vacuum,
you should see
dude.
the light from anywhere on the plane. That it has nothing to do with the size of it. It's the idea that there's light above a plane.
There is a vacuum. It's just not like a vacuum you think.
What vacuum? Where? Wait, are you talking about the vacuum somewhere?
Yeah, vacuums suck, but the vacuum of Earth doesn't suck.
This is so scatterbrained.
Nobody said anything about sucking. Hey, check this out. All right, so James, if you don't mind, Chong said.
Well, the reason why all the gas doesn't go into space is because the vacuum doesn't suck.
But according to the Globe or the, it's good. You're playing the devil's advocate, right? Chong said he wants. Chong, hold on. I want to hear this. This could be interesting. In the live stream voice text, Chong said he'll pretend to be a Glober. Chong, do you want to try it out? Come on, man.
Hey, Helio.
I'll do it.
Why don't you?
Ask me some questions.
Somebody else.
I'll do it.
Helio, you be the devil's advocate.
Nah, I don't. Well, I mean,
you're gonna mock and ridicule me, but you want to.
I'll take over for James. I'll try to back up his arguments.
Thank you. Back him up, buddy.
All right. So, ships disappear over horizon. It has to be a glob. Prove me wrong.
That was I already said that. That was my first thing.
Yeah. I told you. Dude, you don't fucking follow along at all. I said.
Well, you made fun of me playing the devil's advocate. Why did you use the same things I use?
He's taking over for you. He's assuming the position.
Taking over for you.
So yeah, ships go over the horizon. Okay, so what's the distance to the horizon there, Luke?
I don't know.
1.22 times the observer's height and feet.
It's fucking game over, dude.
That's a globe Earth argument. It's not a flat Earth argument.
You just don't understand.
That's a globe Earth argument.
You just don't understand that it's too big.
Bro, I understand.
Plus refraction. I mean, like, light can bend, right?
Light can bend. How many mediums do you need to have in order for light to refract?
Dude, all you need is a gradient.
A gradient? Yeah, I heard that one too.
A gradient of what?
More dense and less dense air atmosphere.
You're doing worse than I was, man. Why was you?
I know it's just like I was wondering.
That's their argument. That's literally their argument. So that's not what Snell's law says, though.
I know.
Snell's law talks about you have to have two mediums in order for abutting each other in order for refraction to occur.
Yeah, but Snell was wrong.
Okay. So who corrected Snell?
Zanuck did.
You guys ever seen?
You're supposed to be.
God. Oh my God!
Are you quoting experts like Zanuck now?
Hey guys, if the Earth was a sphere, if the Earth is not a sphere, how would you get a sunset?
The same way you see it when you go outside, you look outside.
Oh, I'm convinced. Now I'm a flat earther.
It's hard to play the globe devil's advocate, man. It really is.
Yeah, but you was laughing at me for trying to do it. I've done it many times, and you guys are fucking clowning around over here.
You didn't announce it, man. Like
you don't have to announce it. When you know somebody,
we don't.
When you know somebody for so long in the community,
we don't know you.
That's not my problem.
Oh my God!
Look, James, you have a new audience all the time. Just because you've been doing this for so long,
I play devil's advocate. It's not just for Globers. It's for flat earthers.
Do you
I'm
think
trying
we're
to
all
see
here for entertainment?
When I play devil's advocate, I don't want to announce it because then you'll know that whatever I say is not what I believe.
No, that's another contradiction. Let me put you this way. You already led us with the assumption that everybody knows that you're actually a flat earther.
You can't play devil's advocate.
Let me change this. Let me change it to a different approach on this question. So, James, if I came up to you and I said, and I didn't tell you that I wanted to spar with you, and I just started throwing punches and kicks at you, would you think that I'm just playing devil's advocate? I just want to spar with you? Like, I don't really want to, like, full on fight you, but I haven't announced that to you yet. I'm just going to start throwing some punches and see how you react.
That's a good analogy.
I see your point, but I got to say,
you up if you come up to me and start throwing punches and kicks, and don't tell me that hey, I just want to do a little sparring, but nothing too serious.
The moment you jack him in the jaw real hard, he's like, "What the fuck, dude? I was just being a fucking devil's advocate."
The moment you spar with me will let me know if you know how to spar. I don't have to ask you or get your. I don't have to ask you or get your. Hey, I know how to spar. The moment you start sparring with me, I'll know if you're playing devil's advocate.
You don't always play devil's advocate, but when you do, you don't tell anybody.
Yeah, you don't tell anybody. You don't tell anybody, man.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What would the point be of playing devil's advocate if everybody knows you're the devil's advocate?
All right. The point is to announce that you're going to take the other side of the argument, even though it's not your belief or your stance. Okay, so you can elucidate. You can point out to people that you understand, as the Steelman argument is. You can point out that you understand the opposing side's argument, but yet you want to highlight an inconsistency with it. So like that's the idea.
Helio. If I ever played the devil's advocate, I'm talking to Helio. If I ever played the devil's advocate without me telling you, You better fucking know I'm playing the devil's advocate.
Helio wasn't even in here when you started playing devil's advocate, so nobody knew you were playing devil's advocate.
I've known him longer than anybody here.
But nobody knew you were playing devil's advocate.
I already explained this to you. You don't have
Helio
to
will know
about this.
if I argue on behalf of the globe, he'll know that that's not who I am.
All right, you know what?
Without me
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. That's not what the argument was in the fucking first place. I don't know why you're fucking coming back to me now talking about it. I explained the entire fucking thing the entire time.
Yeah, just play the devil's advocate and be like, "Yeah, James, I'm with you the whole way."
James, I get it, bro. I mean, just have fun.
Play the devil's advocate, Helio.
Hello, guys. How are you doing?
Isn't the Earth a sphere?
We're good.
Hey, guys. By the way, I want to hear from Chong. Like, I think he's here or she's here to educate us. Like, hey, so we are uneducated, but you are. Go ahead, man. What's your proof for the globe?
Yeah, a lot of people in the chat right now. Right, Kamuri. There's people who are saying that we're uneducated, and that's why we think the Earth is flat.
Yeah, so go ahead, educate us. Like, be a man if you are a man. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, it's Chong. We got Dude.
Come on, Chong.
Yeah, I mean, come tell us why. The only reason we think the Earth is flat is because we're uneducated.
Yeah, don't be a keyboard hero, man.
Don't be talking in the. Don't be talking in the text chat, Chong. Get your butt in the VC. Let's have a conversation.
Chong, get your dong. Chong, get your dong in the VC for the chopping. Come on, show your manliness. Show your manliness.
Yeah, guys, he's here. Like, he's listening. He's muted himself. So don't be the keyboard hero, man. Talk up. Hello,
get the volume turned down.
Chong's been talking shit in the chat for a little bit, man. So yeah, Chong, open your microphone, man. Wait. Be scared. We're not so scary, are we? Until I start yelling, but I'm not going to yell at you.
With a name like Chong,
the most you'll get, Chong, is muted.
Chong's hitting the bong, and he's like all spaced out right now, dreaming of freaking fairy tales of, balls,
quasars, pulsars, and quasars.
Yeah, Chong, you have put yourself in very, very bad spot. Like, we are giving you the chance here to, like, as a gentleman, to, like, give you the floor. So we are uneducated. You are educated. So please, like, can you educate us?
Come on, Chong.
Like, come on, do it. Just do it.
Well, we'll even let you pick the person you're going to have the argument with or conversation with, or what you think is a debate.
He's going to debate James Richard. Come on in and debate James Richard.
Please do.
Please. It's like Fight Club in here. That's it. You two fuckers are fighting.
So if the Earth is flat and people are arguing that it's a sphere, are the people that know the Earth is flat, are they the devil's advocate? Or are the people that are claiming it's a sphere the devil?
We have a challenge.
You still don't understand the idea of the devil's advocate argument.
We have a challenge. We have Chong saying, "I will debate James."
Yeah.
They could.
He will destroy. You guys can laugh all you want, man, but
unmute your mic, then, Chong. Stop being a little.
Yeah, I mean, talk to James. We'll shut up. If you
we're all going on mute. We're all going on mute.
We'll let you talk to James.
This should be a riot. Make sure you're recording.
Oh, it's recording.
Make sure you're recording and it's live.
Dude, it's always live. I mean, shit, what do you think this place is?
I'm just, you know that 10-minute hiatus. I just don't want you, like, putting us in one of those.
He was playing the devil's advocate
I just started a couple hours ago. Anyway, so we're good. So I want to hear Chong talk to James. He said, I'll unmute if I can just talk to James. Do it.
All right.
Do it, dude.
All right, I'm going on mute.
See if
I'll mute if he unmutes.
Yeah, I actually think
now
that
he
as a
left.
compliment.
He just fucking left.
I will mute as well. So go ahead, Trong, show us how educated you are and how we are
Yeah, he jumped.
Educated.
Dude's here.
Go ahead.
Dude,
I don't think is looking for a confrontation.
Chong jumped out because he didn't have Cheech with him.
Dude, open up your mic. It's a jovial crowd tonight.
Nah, it's all good, man.
Come on, dude. D-O-O-D.
Wow, so that's that.
Hey, Chong, if you're still listening on YouTube or whatever, come back, bring some friends. When we're here all night.
Like literally, we'll let you fight the guy that we've all been fighting against. Like the guy that we disagree with.
Okay.
Like you can go
Like
against.
all the flat earthers have been screaming at James already. He's like, I want to talk to you.
If you guys want to test me, why don't one of you play the devil's advocate for the globe, and I'll defend the flat Earth.
I did it for like fucking a minute, and you were this sucks. You're only using my arguments.
Hey, James.
You
I'm gonna
guys
give you a
don't bring
heads
up anything.
Shit.
You ain't brought up anything that's valid.
Am I roboting?
James,
all you guys,
true, bro, man.
all you've done is agreed with one another about me. That's all you've done.
Oh, man. Hey,
you're funny,
I
James.
agree that I know you're a flat earther, James, but I really just like arguing with you about the definition of the freaking devil's advocate argument. Really, you were thinking about it like a spiritual thing. We're just talking about an argument, like a definition of an argument, and you thought it was spiritual.
Am I roboting? Am I roboting, y'all?
No, just
no, you sound good. You sound good.
Hey, so James,
The whole truth on the
when you
matter
argue,
is spiritual.
James, when you argue as a devil's advocate, it's like playing chess against you, and you do 5 moves at the same time.
Well, you're the one that gave me 5 moves at the same time. It's not my fault.
Which is like scatterbrain. You might as well just toss the table on the ground and be like, "I win."
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe
All
James is
right,
like
why
a
don't you
meth
guys?
bag.
Why doesn't one of you guys play the devil's advocate and show me how stupid I am?
No,
somebody tried.
Doesn't James?
And the very first thing that they presented was the same thing I said.
James, did you read the link that I sent to you about what devil's advocate means?
No, I didn't.
Not the movie. It's not the movie.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, Helio. I did not.
Go read
I did
it.
not look at it.
Go fucking read it.
Where do I go
And
to fucking
then
read it?
I fucking sent the link to the live stream voice text.
Go to
so it's in voice
Satanism.com and you freaking see what they got to say about it.
Well,
He thinks we're talking about the devil when we say devil's advocate. That's weird.
Of course it is.
It's just an argument. It's just like someone that pretends to be on the opposite side so that we can, have an open dialogue or whatever. It has nothing to do with the freaking devil.
Yes, it does. Devil's advocate.
Oh my God.
What do you think? What do you think advocate? What's advocate mean? What's the definition of advocate?
On behalf.
Literally. Argument, you fucking asshole!
It literally means on the behalf of. Oh, it doesn't literally mean on the behalf of.
On the behalf of, yes.
On the behalf of.
Yeah,
that would be better.
It could be for either side. Either side. It could be on either side. I mean, you say devil's advocate, it's just like this. It's a logical argument. You're just you're affirming for one side or the other, and then
you guys.
You're not actually playing the devil.
I finally get where you guys are coming from. I finally get it. Right?
You're representing the devil. You're not actually being the devil.
I fucking doubt it, James. You're fucking
actually,
out there that nobody
I do too.
believes you.
Listen, why did it take so long?
You guys are
And if
claiming
you finally get it. Please steelman us and explain it to us.
Okay. You guys are saying that if somebody's going to play the devil's advocate, they're going to contradict themselves and start off By telling you the truth.
Not necessarily.
No, that's the wrong answer, bro.
They could do that.
Yeah, that's what you guys are saying.
No,
they could do that, but they don't have to.
But we're talking about logic, bro. We're talking
you
about
guys
logic.
are saying that if I'm going to play, you guys are saying that if I'm going to play the devil's advocate, I have to tell you first.
You don't have to believe it.
No, I have to tell you that that's what I'm doing.
James.
That's what you guys are saying.
Hold on.
You guys are saying that if I'm going to play the devil's advocate,
that's what the
I
definition
have
of
to tell you
devil's advocate
first.
means.
How could that be the advocate of the devil?
Jesus
Can I
Christ,
explain,
this
please?
fucking guy. He won't even take enough time to let somebody explain it to him. You fucking asshole, James. Good luck, Miggy. I tried to explain it to him earlier. Go ahead.
What about God's advocate? How do you do that?
Yeah, if there's a God's advocate, he's going to start off with truth. But if there's a devil's advocate, he's not going to start off with truth. He's not going to tell you. He's arguing on behalf of
misunderstanding the entire logic.
The idea of playing the devil's advocate argument.
I'm not missing it.
Oh my goodness! Everybody. It doesn't have to do with deception and lying. I've already tried
Yes,
to.
it does. That's the devil's advocate.
No,
Dave, I got one more shot at this.
Fucking clowns, dude.
I got one more shot at this. Can I please?
Out of his fucking mind.
James.
Fucking clown.
James. All right. So when you are advocating for somebody, you are of counsel for, you're representing that side. Now, as an attorney in a court of law, when you advocate for somebody, you are not the person in question. You're representing the person in question, or the
argument
story in question.
You recommend
the argument.
The argument. Yeah, but that's not a good example because as a lawyer, you're not concerned with the truth. You're just concerned of winning, and you're going to advocate.
No. You've all
now he's going on another fucking tangent.
Still sworn to tell the truth
nothing
and all
to
that
do
stuff.
You're going to advocate for a winning result. You're not going to say, Judge, I'm just playing the devil's advocate here. Don't worry, Judge. I'm just playing the devil's advocate. You're going to play the devil's advocate from the very beginning.
Oh my God, dude!
Hey, why are you guys? Hold on, James. Why are you so offended by the?
You guys are clowns, dude. You're acting like you have to admit when you play the devil's advocate.
Well, the consensus says,
and then you bring up the court of law as if the court of law results in truth.
It's a courtesy, dude. It's a courtesy.
Dude, it's when you
play devil's advocate. You're giving
no. Hold on. I just muted James. He's totally fucking out of control. We've been through this for like fucking an hour. I'm fucking sick of it.
You don't have to mute him. I'm gonna post the definition, and then we can move on to something.
It won't matter. He won't read it. Somebody already posted it. He won't read it. He's gonna be unmuted and continue where we left off.
And then he's going to come back in next time after he's banned, and then come back another time after he's banned, and then he's going to say the same bullshit and make a fool of himself.
Is he
every single time? But that's fine. Anyway, let's move on.
Is he a Glover?
No, he's a flat earther, but he's out of his mind. But
he's
anyway. Why did you mute him?
He might be a flat earther, and he might be a Glover. You can't know because you can't know.
No, because they don't even fucking understand what the devil's advocate argument means.
I don't think you should mute him for that or ban him for that, though.
No, Bong, motherfucker's been here for an hour, and we've
been here for years doing the same shit.
Doing the same. And he's been banned several times, and every time he comes back in, he does the same shit. So don't fucking question me when I fucking mute his ass. Don't question me on that.
What if I do?
All right, well, fucking unban him and talk to him then. Let's see what happens.
You wanna fight? You wanna fight?
No, I don't want to fight you. I want you to talk to him and see how far you get.
You want to spar? I just want to spar. I don't want to fight. I just want to spar.
Look, Bong, before you unmute him, I just want to make it clear. Like James, he means well, but he's not all with it. He's not all there. Okay, like, and he gets us into these little tangents, very heated, running us in circles,
wasting time.
Yeah, like
All
he
good.
does this all the
good.
time. This
We
is
just
his
thank you,
MO.
yeah.
This is what he just constantly does.
All right, I didn't know that. Thanks. I was just messing with Helio. Yeah, all good.
No, that's cool. I mean, dude, you know how I do, man. I mean, I ain't gonna
Came
fuck.
on and you were like yelling, dude. That's why I was like, "What the fuck?"
No, I mean that's kind of my MO too. Sometimes, I mean, sometimes I talk soft, and sometimes I talk really loud. But anyway, I fucking love you guys. You guys are badass. So where are we without James just like wasting everyone's time for an hour? Where are we at now?
We were playing devil's advocate. Yeah.
All right.
Well, no, that was a James thing that he brought up. Before that, I think we were talking about heliocentrism. We were talking about. I mean, it was more than an hour. It was probably like 2 hours ago. I was pointing out my last remembrance of like any like real conversation was me pointing out questions that could be asked of like observable reality versus like claimed reality and imagery versus photography and stuff like that. It was the last person who was actually new in here where they were speaking of like seeing the Milky Way and like and all of this stuff. Like it just anyway. I don't have a real point to make. That's just trying to tip people off at the last conversation I can remember that had meaning.
Sure. I mean, well, James was talking for a while. You know, if anyone new that wants to open their microphone and that has access to the mic and want to bring something new up, bring it on. Since we're not yelling at James anymore, bring on some new stuff. Last thing.
Okay, just unmute James.
You really want me to?
No, that was sarcastic. I'd rather sit here in dead silence for fucking.
I'd rather fucking chew freaking concrete than listen to that bullshit anymore.
I got someone in the DM that wants to talk.
No, if we're gonna do it, just invite Democ in and let James Richard and Democ go at it. Just the two of them.
Oh, we should do that sometime.
Right? Yeah.
Like for 2 hours. Just like, see, we told you. Nobody advocates for them, which is kind of sad. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, I like James, but he just like he gets like so overboard. It's like, bro, listen. It's like, you know, just whatever, man. I'm trying to help you, man. Anyway, mute you because I don't like you. I just muted you because nobody should be hearing that shit, because we're talking about something else and you're talking about something else. It's not for the server. He thinks devil's advocate argument means spirituality. But what is a woman? Like logic goes. Yeah. But what is a woman?
Yeah, because we're talking about definitions of words, so may as well,
Hey, Bong, I mean, since you're talking, if I was saying, hey, I'm going to play devil's advocate, does that mean I'm going to be the devil and you're going to be God?
No.
Okay. So it just means like in a certain argument, I'll play the antagonist and you'll play the protagonist, right?
No, hold on. So now, Bong, if I come in and just spouting some shit that I don't believe in and pretending like that's what I believe in, is that the same as playing the devil's advocate?
No, I mean, no, right? Yeah, no, it's not the same. I think that's a bit confusing. It confuses people. I mean, playing devil's advocate, I think it's obvious that you know the person is playing devil's advocate.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, hey, since you and I both believe the same thing, we can have a pretend logical argument where I will play the antagonist, and you play the
and I'll be Darth Vader. I want to be Darth Vader. Yeah.
You'll be Darth Vader, and I'll be Luke Skywalker, right?
I think most often the devil's advocate thing comes up not when you're in perfect agreement, but you overall you have an overall agreement, but you're still debating like a nuance of something.
Well, I'm Bruce Lee then.
I don't think it's applicable to this because playing devil's advocate is like, well, who's right and who's wrong, right? Like this, you can't really play devil's advocate. Like, okay, I'll pretend this basketball is a cube. Okay, let's do like, nah, that doesn't work. Like, no, you know, it's not a right or wrong.
It's just like after whatever, like we went through this with James a while ago. It's just like none of us were really good at playing the antagonist. You know, like playing a Globey. None of us are really good at that because it's like I can't even make fun of the.
No, but here's the thing: like when I was doing it for the minute there, it's not that the devil's advocate argument isn't that you have to be convincing that you believe in the other side. You don't have to deceive everybody. It's actually to highlight the inconsistencies or the ridiculousness of the argument that's being made. So you might exaggerate. You might.
All right. So let me tell you from the dictionary from Cambridge. It says, "Devil's advocate. It's someone who pretends in an argument or discussion to be against an idea or plan." Operative word be pretend, right? To be against an idea or a plan that a lot of people support in order to make people discuss and consider it in more detail.
Right. It's to try to direct focus on something. So, like, I don't think that's a full. I don't disagree with that definition, but I don't think it's a very complete definition. Like the way that it's usually used, anyway. It's used.
Well, here's another one.
It's usually used in a little bit of like almost a satirical type form. So, like, you make fun of the argument that you're pretending to be for. Like,
no, but anyone. Hold on. I mean, devil's advocate. You know, as far as in logic and conversation, it's really the second one that I have here. It says someone who supports an opposite argument or one that is not popular in order to make people think seriously. So, you know, a lot of people say,
why it's slightly incomplete. So seriously about what? Like, if you're pretending, that means that you don't really support that argument, right? And
right, and that's what we get in here a lot.
What are you trying to get people to think about? You're trying to get people to think about stuff that might seem ridiculous or might seem out of place or might not seem logical, right? And so in doing this devil's advocate thing, you might be a little bit dramatic. You might be a little bit even more than dramatic. Like,
sure, that could be a basis that you could start it with as a basis of discussion, but then you're going to have to build on that, because if that's your only basis, then you're going to lose the argument right away.
You've got the example of Nathan Oakley of when he's Steelman / plays the devil's advocate. See, when he says, well, you're telling me if I have a high enough ladder on a clear enough day with a powerful enough telescope, I can see my own ass. You know, that's satirical or.
Sure.
Yeah, exactly.
But You know that, but yeah, I guess all steelmans are sort of ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? Because it's the extreme.
Yeah, because it's not the side you actually support. So what you're trying to do is poke a hole in their argument. You're trying to make their side look stupid.
Yeah, that's why it's used in court prep. James is thinking that you're parading around in front of a judge like a Pacino film. I doubt if he even says, "Hey, I'm going to play the devil's advocate." Yeah, he was, I don't know what, he's off the rails. Someone said, yeah, James is really cool until he starts to talk. I kind of feel the same way. I kind of feel like
he's cool until he starts to talk.
That was a big
devil's advocate means that it's the devil, but it's not. No, it's a means of talking. It's a line of logic that you go down.
Well, adversely, instead of trying to highlight inconsistencies or highlight ridiculousness of an argument that you don't really agree with, instead of that, he would have you believe that the devil's advocate means you're trying to convince everybody that you are somebody that you're not.
And that's pretty much what he said. He's just like, oh, it's the devil's doing this. I mean, this is why it's called devil's. No, that's not what it is. It's a line of logic. It's a field of logic. I mean, come on, if he's still listening, man, come on, man. This isn't that difficult to understand. You don't have to get excited. I mean, just go through the lines of logic. You can understand this really quickly, James, or.
James, the thing is like I said earlier, he's not all with it. Like he will not. Well,
we don't have to. Hold on. Let's not. He already put himself out there. We don't have to talk about him on here.
James, now it's enough. Yeah. We just went on for 10 minutes after he was fucking gone. No, look, listen. All I'm saying is he's one of these people. He's not alone. Okay, there's multiple people like him among the flat Earth and on the Globe Earth side, where they just don't follow along. Okay, it doesn't matter how you put it to them, they will not see it the way that you and I see it.
Yeah,
you can try it in a dozen ways. He will never be able to repeat you.
Well, even if you don't see it that way, he is extremely rude when it comes to conversations, and he talks over everyone all the time. That's a no-go. You know what I mean? It's like when people are trying to talk, he's just talking, not listening. It's like, James, bro, you're fucking this up. So if you're still listening, don't do that. Maybe you're a better listener.
There was a time about a year ago or more, couple years ago, where he was like literally muted, server muted for like 6 months straight. He just wasn't allowed to talk.
Yeah, pretty sure I've banned him a few times, like in the past. So, but anyway, I still like James. Just like. I can't understand how he doesn't understand what we were just talking about, just with this, some simple logical observations. And he's like, no, it just says the devil. That means it's the devil and God. And no, we're talking about definitions of logic.
When he says it like that, it's like it's an excuse for him to behave like the devil. Like, no, you don't get to freaking be a freaking liar and deceptive just on the excuse that when we call you out on it, you go, oh, I'm just playing the devil's advocate. That's not how it fucking works.
Thought that if you're playing a globe, no, I'm not gonna. Never mind. We're not gonna get back into it. James has his mic muted. We're not gonna talk about
James,
it.
If you're listening, it would be like if James had a running joke with his work buddies at lunch that he acts like he's choking. And then when he goes to the restaurant and runs the same gag in front of a bunch of strangers, he's shocked when someone tries to give him the Heimlich maneuver.
Get your fucking hands off me.
Don't you know I'm just joking? I'm just pretending to choke.
And my buddy over there knows.
Hey, James is muted. Unless you guys want me to unmute him, then you get off and whatever.
Well, shouldn't Bong Sao have the privilege of going?
Yeah.
We went through.
Yeah, Bong, do it up. I'm going on mute. He was white knighting for freaking James for a minute there. I think.
No, I'm not white knighting for James, but he can't respond. You guys are talking shit. I talked shit about it, but I'm just saying.
No,
I will unmute him if you want to talk to him again.
God damn it! You listen to only slightly better than fucking James.
Because I love you so much.
You said Bong should have the fucking privilege, not you.
Well, Bong can unmute him too. I don't give a fuck. I can do it. Either way. What's next?
Solving quadratic equations. Yeah. I don't know. Quadratic equations.
On Earth, like quadratic equations
in mathematics.
In mathematics, comparatively to Earth.
I don't know. I wasn't being serious. I was just giving an idea for a topic. I knew there wasn't going to be a mathematician to step up.
Hey, Bong, I thought Bong was a mathematician.
All right, let's talk about doing acid in the jungle. DMT. No, ayahuasca. Sorry. Let's be consistent here. Ayahuasca in the jungle.
Hey, if it's a quadratic equation that creates a curve, does that mean it's squaring the circle?
Oh, let's get on to that fucking ayahuasca.
Squaring.
I thought that's what we were doing.
I haven't done DMT, but I've done plenty of acid in the woods. I ain't gonna lie about that, but it's like I'm alive with Earth and the trees and the oceans and shit. Oh, it has to do with equations, but I've seen the colors. I've seen the seen some shit on acid. I ain't gonna lie. That was a long time ago, and I still see it.
I need a citation.
I didn't have a notepad at the time, and I'm not a good drawer. But I can tell you, I saw some weird shit when I was on acid back in the day.
And he was really good at math too.
I'm pretty good at math. I ain't gonna lie.
I've heard you claim that many times, but I've never heard you do any math.
What do you want me to do? I mean, I'm gonna do quadratics or whatever. I mean, I can do trigonometry. I did geometry. You know, some aspects.
Calm down, bro.
I'm not super good at math, but whatever.
What you say?
Quadratic. Quadratic. Dude, I literally just threw something out there.
Yeah, I know.
1 plus 1, bro. Keep it simple.
Right.
Dude, keep it simple. Triangles, man. I'm pretty good at triangles, man. What the fuck you talking about?
Hey, is 2 plus 2 5? I heard it was 5. I'm just asking.
Ken, you know, is a squared plus b squared equals c squared?
2 plus 2 equals 5.
It does. And what is that called? What is that called right there?
Called the fucking Pythagorean theorem, bitch.
Oh, ooh, yeah, zing.
But if a scientist says if a person says 2 + 2 = 5, if NASA says that, or if the government says that, then it is that. Do we agree? Do we agree? If the government says 2 + 2 = 5, then it is 5. Do we agree?
No.
Well, that seems to be the way the world is, you know?
But math is racist inherently.
And math is racist. If the government says this man is a woman,
wait, is math black or white?
Yeah, no, look, it's a ridiculous question. Of course, no, the government has nothing to do with math, right? Like,
right. And if the government says the Earth is a ball,
dictate how math works.
Now we're getting somewhere, guys. Let's roll with this one. I like this. This is
so
good.
if the government says the Earth is a ball, right? It's a ball then, right? If they say it's a ball, right? No? Do you agree? Yeah. Therefore, you are not good at math.
I don't know. It all seems so ridiculous to me. Maybe it's not. Like, I mean, I know you're joking, but like, even just to anybody, like this idea that government gets to determine science, or government gets to determine math, or government gets to determine like reality in any way, shape, or form.
You just gotta have the math for it, yeah.
Like it, yeah. That's not government's job. In science and government, they're completely in conflict with each other. Like politics and science, politics and mathematics, they don't mingle. Like, unless you're just talking about statistics, but statistics are, like in politics, you can use statistics to try to like manipulate people and manipulate numbers, but that's not really like math. That's not really science.
All through our upbringing, I guess. I mean, there's a lot of shit that's been going on in our lives, and we've gone through different cultures, existing in different, throughout, whatever's happening in governments or whatever. But as far as like path of culture and reality, right? So we have Earth, where we live, right? I'm a spiritual person, always have been, and I have no idea why, but I always have been. So
What do you mean by that?
I've never bought into this stupid evolution, freaking accidental creation, freaking Big Bang bullshit. I've never bought into that my entire life. So
when you say you're a spiritual person, what you're saying is quite simply that you believe that we had to be created.
No.
We? Who's we? What do you mean we? Talking about the
I'll just answer my question.
The only thing that you can know. The only thing that you can know is you and this place. So
right.
if you want to call that we, that's what I consider we.
No,
are you 100% sure of that?
I wasn't trying to define
yes, I would say yes. I'm 100% sure of that.
Is that your spirituality then?
Well, that's not spiritual, right? I mean, let's define what you mean.
It's not. That's why. That's why I was asking.
It's the earth.
Into this
like the earth was created by the creator, so we're all here as a result of the creator.
Okay, so now you just agreed with me instead of arguing about we. Like
it doesn't make you. It doesn't make a person.
Really.
It doesn't make you a spiritual person. A spiritual person is a person who
it gets deeper, but I mean, this isn't.
Well, yeah.
night.
It's a person who feeds the spirit and not the flesh. Right?
No, the spirit feeds the person. It's the opposite.
What does the spirit feed the person? What does your spirit feed you? Yeah, we got to define spiritually.
I was born of man. I was born of man. So we're inside. We're inside this creation. I was born of man.
Where's the spirituality in that?
Oh, yeah.
Where's the spirituality?
Yeah, like how does being born of man equal you being a spiritual person?
How could I not be? How could I not exist? Well, there's many ways that you could consider it, but their idea of the Big Bang Theory of the outer space thing, and that's an opposition, but anyway, that's their creation story. But there's many ways. Hold on. Let me fucking finish my statement.
Fine. Go ahead.
All right. So their consideration of outer space and us have been from nothing. Now I've had many considerations through spirituality in my mind and spirit, and it doesn't line up at all with their stupid.
What does that mean to you about in your mind and spirit? What specifically spirit? What does your spirit mean to you?
Why are you asking me?
I'm just trying to see if you know what it is.
I'm quite aware of what it is. I'm wondering why you're asking me.
Because you've really been having a hard time answering this question.
Really? Am I having a hard time?
The spirit of Christmas. What does that mean to you? Right?
No, I want. Hold on. I want him to answer. I mean, I guess we're asking questions. Hold on. We're asking questions amongst questions, right? So I answered your question with a question. I get that.
You didn't answer anything with anything. You just rambled on about non sequitur stuff.
All right, cool. So I am a creationist, right? Now, and I think that biblical creation is.
Do you remember my question? You said you were
as far as spirit goes.
Stop just for a second. You said that you've always been a spiritual person, and I said, what does that mean to you? Okay, like I said,
it means that I've always been connected to the Creator. That's what it means to me.
Thank you. 5 minutes later.
All right.
Now, do you think? Okay, so connected to the Creator, because the way that you originally described it, it was saying like you just didn't believe in science, like you didn't believe in what they tell you.
I didn't understand it when I was a little kid. I didn't understand it, so it's taken me I'll be 50 this year, so I mean it's taken me a long time to understand the Creator. So I've always been connected to the Creator since I was a little kid. So I mean, we can define it, and you can. If I went to try to explain everything all together, you can fucking take it apart all you want, Lou.
I'm just asking questions because I'm not gonna like pretend that I'm like super connected to the Creator or anything like that. Like I have a lot of growing to do, but you're claiming that you have always been this way and that you know, like that you're the spiritual person. And just
I'm not lying about that in my spirit. I mean, I'm not lying about that. I always knew that I was connected to the Creator, but that's not on you or anybody else. It's just the way I feel.
Yeah, I just feel like you're sort of generically using the word spirit. I guess that's kind of my contention here. Is that
you think whatever you want, but I've always been connected to the Creator.
Well,
I just remember as a little kid, it was just like anyway.
Well, the word means breath, right?
Yeah, ruach, right?
Breathe in, yeah.
Yeah, it's breath. It's
So
the breath of God. It's the breath of God. You know, it's just it's like you just breathe. You know. It's
You
knowledge.
reckon it's something like software that we install into like hardware? Is that spirit similar?
Actually, you know what would be hilarious, Helio, is if you define spirit as like, going to go get spirits from the liquor store. Like, that would be hilarious.
I know, right? Yeah,
well,
exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Exactly. What is inspired, right? What is inspiration? And what does that mean, right? A muse, where, my muses sing to me, send me a message. What shape is beautiful? Yeah. So there I was, and then eureka! I got it. Inspired by something, right? To explain how the Earth is evolved, right? Gravity, guys.
What about
you guys were fucking making fun of James earlier? But I'm telling you, bro. I was sort of making fun of James. I mean, once you see
about James, bro, like what are you talking about?
On board. What do you mean, sort of? You were right on board with making fun.
Yeah,
of James.
we were making fun of James. He was kind of true. But yeah, I mean, the Spirit of God, I mean, has always been a part of me. And so I was raised Catholic.
In what way? Let me ask you this: instead of just blanketly saying God has always been a part of you, or you've always been a part of God, or that you've always known God, whatever. Like, in what way have you been connected to God? Like spiritually, how has God touched you?
I mean, what would that matter if I told you? If I told you that,
do you ever had any spiritual experiences?
I do have answers, but it really wouldn't mean anything if I actually told you, because you wouldn't be able to experience it. So
no, of course I wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, so why the fuck would I answer you about that?
Well, I could give you testimony to something that.
All right, so you have some testimonies too. So why would we share that here?
What are you talking about?
I'm saying you're the one who's making the claim that you've always been this way, but yet when I ask you, you're unwilling to share, or you aren't even able to come up with a single reason for it. Like, it's.
Well, I think people with a common understanding know, but because I don't think there's a reason for me to go to details about how different experiences. Yeah, I would not just one or two or 3 or 4 or 5, 7, 18,000 experiences that I've had with the Creator. I wouldn't be able to explain them all. So I'm just gonna go.
Not asking.
Hey, y'all! I'm not gonna go through 1 or 2. I've already explained some.
All I'm asking for, Helio, is for you to sound authentic in anything that you're saying here, because right now it sounds very generic, like I said before.
All right, so I've had experiences with God. Now,
did you guys go out for a beer or something? What'd you guys do?
Not here. No, I'm talking about when I was young. I'm talking about when I was young.
Yeah, but which creator? Is it the creator from the Hebrews? Is it the Samoans? Because Tanaloa created.
Not even that. There's only one creator, no matter what religion you believe in.
That's what people say. Which I don't know. What's his name? What do we call him? What's his name? Well, where does he come from? That's all these questions. Everybody has their
all right, so
it matters.
It really matters what his name is?
Because there's a creator. There's a creator of the globe Earth. There is a creator of all kinds of crazy, stupid.
Check this out. If I disagree with you on that, Does that mean I didn't experience that spiritual thing because I don't think that's his name? Or
18,000 experiences? You said something like that? Like, you keep naming one then.
All of your 18,000 experiences with the Creator.
It's all of them every day. I mean,
look, 18,000 doesn't help us. We're looking for one.
18,000 divided by 50 years. How many experiences?
According to Bong, if I know God's name, that's when I can experience God, if I know his name.
Man, you're starting to sound like these new agers, right? God is everything. And
wait, God damn it, Bong! Don't get me started yelling again. You said if I know his name, then I can experience him. You motherfucker.
No, I'm just asking you to be specific. That's all.
That's all I was asking for. Yeah, Bong, when you asked that, that was sort of it gave him a way out, actually, is what that was.
Yeah, my bad.
Dude, I had some... This might sound weird, and fuck it. If you guys really want to know, I experienced Jesus Christ in the Catholic Church that I grew up in.
How? What happened?
How?
Was it a vision? No.
Did you eat a wafer?
No.
Did you see a statue, kneel down to it and pray?
Didn't have to.
Okay, so what spiritual thing happened that affirmed your connection and your belief with this God?
I mean, what? Bong, you know, I mean, how can you explain to someone when you experience God, you just can't. I mean, I'm just like, oh, if you see God, and I mean, once you know that God, hold the fuck on. Yo, why are you going to argue with me when I'm trying to answer it? God damn it!
You aren't trying to. You're trying to avoid it.
Really? All right. So, are you guys arguing me because you know I don't believe in Jesus anymore?
No, we didn't say that. You just did.
I don't know what you believe in.
Hey, I've talked about that before too. So, but it's the same thing.
Okay, well then, that was very telling right there. So, thank you. We could. That was I was able to press at you. You had no affirmation, and now instead you told us that you don't believe in him anymore. So, where's this? You've always been a spiritual person part.
Because I am.
No, you am not.
It's the same spirit that the Catholics, the same spirit that the Catholics experience, the same one that the Muslims experience, same one that the Israelis.
Yeah, you definitely sound like a new ager, man. Yeah, I don't know what you're
fuck you guys. If you don't like it, then fucking whatever.
I'm telling you what you sound like. There's no need.
I don't
to tell
give a fuck if you don't like it or not. You know.
Did that upset you?
But it's not this. No, you're not upsetting me. No, freaking Lou's upsetting me because he thinks that I didn't experience that shit. Whatever,
I didn't say that either. I was just asking for an experience.
Well, I did experience that shit in the Catholic Church. So
what did you experience? You didn't give us a story. You just said you experienced something in the church.
I experienced God.
You experienced some kind of spirit, right? You had a spiritual experience, but I'm telling you right now, it's not God.
I disagree with both of you guys. And it wasn't just in the Catholic Church. I've experienced God my entire life.
God just by walking into a fucking church.
No, of course not. That's not what I said at all. Y'all motherfuckers don't understand what I was talking about.
What happened in the church that made you experience God?
Nothing. Nothing happened in the church.
What's important is what you said earlier, right? That the same God that you experienced in the Catholic Church is the same God that people experience, Muslims experience in Islam, is the same God that the Hindus experience in Hinduism. That's what you're saying. And they're not the same thing. They're against each other. Are you sure it wasn't the Antichrist spirit?
Like when it comes to these religions, they might worship a different idea of God, but they're still all monotheists. They still all believe in one God, one creator.
No,
that's absolutely not true, Lou.
I
can't think of anybody that knows less about. Can't think of anyone in this room that knows less about religion than lunatic. There's nobody in this room that knows less about religion than lunatic. And there's nobody that can actually talk about this less than lunatic. Are you? Somebody fucking mute me. Lunatic doesn't know shit about religion.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm not trying to get into religion. You said you were a spiritual person. And either way,
am.
Either way, when it comes to the Muslims, they're monotheists. When it comes to Christians, they're monotheists. When it
don't believe in the same God. Look, me.
Can you tell me a goddamn thing about any of those religions, Lou?
Can you guys hear me? Hello.
Sorry, I'm getting excited. Go ahead, Bond.
Listen, well, let me just put this out there, man. You that Christian over there, okay, and me, we don't believe in the same thing. Do you know why? It's not a monotheistic thing. No, because my God, right, created the earth. And it looks flat, and he gave me senses. And guess what? It is flat, right? That Christian over there,
you understand that
God that I believe in. He might say he believes in Jesus, but it's not the same Jesus I believe in. Because Jesus that I believe in made the earth flat, everything the way it is. So it can't be the same. It will never be.
Whether if you are correct, then they are incorrect, and they still have the same God as you. They just don't recognize it. Correct?
It's not. Right? That's what I'm trying to say. There is an anti-God, an anti-Jesus spirit of the Antichrist. It's been in the world since Jesus has been here. That spirit teaches people that the earth is a ball and that Jesus is an alien, and you too can be like Jesus if you just do these things. That's what that Jesus is about. Okay, these Christians that believe that Jesus think the earth is a ball, they follow what the government tells them about the world. They don't follow the senses and the word that Jesus himself speaks. Like, they don't follow that. That's what I'm saying. It's not.
There's not two Jesuses. There's not two Jesuses. There's not three Jesuses. There's not four Jesuses.
Jesus himself said the Antichrist, okay, the spirit of the Antichrist is already here, working while he was here. So it's been here ever since then. And look at how far the global earth model has come and how far Christianity has gone away from the actual words in the book.
Hey, Lou, I'll stop. I'll stop yelling. Hey, Lou, I've heard you admit it before that you don't know a lot about the Bible and religion and stuff. And
I'm not trying to freaking be a freaking thumper and freaking preach the Bible.
You don't have to yell at me. You don't have to yell at me or anything. So you are pretty much ignorant about most of the Bible and history of religion and all that kind of stuff.
No, actually, no. You're making a giant leap.
Okay.
Just because I don't study the Bible doesn't mean I'm ignorant to. In fact, a lot. I would actually.
What aspects of religion are you most
I would actually argue that you and I are at least on par when it comes to understanding of religions, especially like you might be able to quote a couple more scriptures or something like that. But I guarantee you, if I press you, you're not going to be able to tell me where in the Bible, like what verse something is, or debate me. Just the same as I'm not going to be able to go back and forth with you and be like, aha. No, it says over here in Corinthians, da 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 da. But look, I went to Catholic school for a few years. I was raised Catholic, similar to you, but not, and just like all Catholics, like it's
It's not about the Bible. It's about Catechism of the Catholic Church, which is a rule book.
Yeah.
Which, if you get really deep into it, that's a spell book.
I've actually had an interest in theology to a certain extent for most of my life. And not so knowing that Christianity and Catholicism couldn't necessarily answer all of my questions, I've actually had an interest in looking into other religions to a certain extent, not very deeply. But when you say you know nothing about religion, it was your being heated because I was putting you on the spot about spirituality. You were unable to answer how you were touched by God or any experience spiritually that you've ever had. Spiritualism doesn't necessarily even have to come from a religion or a book or a church. You can have a spiritual experience tripping on acid if you want, but that's all I was looking for.
Well,
I wanted to know what spiritual experience you've had.
Yeah, bro, I'm going to be honest. That started when I was a very young child, so I really can't explain it. You can say it's not true or whatever. I don't care about that. I've always had a connection to God, since I was a young child.
I don't know what that means. I was just trying to figure out.
Well, I don't know what it means either. So, I don't really have an answer for it.
I know what it means to me. I'm trying to figure out what it means to you, and you can't seem to freaking have any.
Well, it was just I had a connection to God when I grew up, and I grew up in the Catholic Church. But then when I was in my 20s, I left the Catholic Church and then started studying the Bible and got into Protestantism and all that kind of stuff, which is totally opposite of the Catholic Church, and not totally opposite, but different things. I started understanding, what the teachings of the Catholic Church. I don't necessarily want to do a whole freaking spiritual teaching here or whatever, but I've always been a spiritual person.
Here's the thing: is every time we talk, you keep saying spiritual, but all you can refer to is like following religions. I don't think religion and spirituality are the same thing at all. They're not even close.
Yeah.
Wait.
I was granted 30 seconds before I'm muted again.
Wait. Hold on. So did I say religion in anything that I said for the past 30 seconds?
That's like all you keep on referring to is Protestantism, Catholicism, freaking going to church.
Understandable how you didn't know, but
listen, practicing religion is what taught me about did somebody throw a fucking Bible into my hand when I was 3 years old and say, learn this, and didn't teach me a goddamn thing, just said, read it, God's gonna tell you? Then fuck you, man, that's bullshit. Why the fuck are you gonna throw this shit at me? No, man, I grew up Catholic. I went through different Protestant religions. I studied the Bible. I've been through all of that stuff. It's not like
all you're doing is proving that you don't know the difference between religion and spirituality.
Oh, okay. You can say whatever the fuck you want, but whatever.
Yeah, what are you upset about?
Me or him?
No, I'm asking you your journey, right? From Catholic to Protestant.
I ain't upset about shit. I feel like I have a good relationship with God. I think Lou is really pissed off about my religion.
I know he sounds angry.
You can't read a book, right? You said you expect me to just read this book and understand it, like God's gonna teach me? Fuck you! What the fuck does that mean?
No, I'm not upset about.
Yeah, but what do you mean by that? You can't read a book and understand what it's saying? You need somebody to interpret shit for you? Is that it? That's the problem.
Well, he's never read the book either.
You're looking for
hold on, guys.
You're looking for someone's interpretation. You're looking for an interpretation that fits your narrative, right? You don't want to fit into God's narrative or the Bible's narrative. You want some God out there to agree with you. and then that's the one you're going to follow. That's what it sounds like.
Hey, before you guys get into this, I have read the book multiple times, and
well, many people have read the book. I know a pastor who has memorized the goddamn book and doesn't know.
I know. I fucking know. Don't even fucking do this.
Many people read and don't know what they're reading.
About this.
That's a good point. Actually, that's a good point right there. No, you don't. Bong's last point. Many people read and don't know what the fuck they're reading.
I'm quite aware.
Even though the words are defined. Hey, gentlemen, I was granted 30 seconds before I'm muted again. Would you guys grant me that 30 seconds?
Okay, starting the timer. Go ahead.
Seconds.
So, please forgive me. I'm just defending myself. The devil's advocate. The people that are perpetuating the lie, the spherical earth, they are the devil's advocate.
No, that's not it. We're not doing this again.
Okay, that's it. That's all I got to say. I'll be muted again.
Okay, we'll put you back on mute. Thanks, James.
Just do it voluntarily, okay? Like, it just so we don't have to.
Okay, fine. Great. That's another way to look at it.
Let's move on.
Right.
Hey, you guys are freaking strawmanning my ass on a lot of shit. So,
you know what spirituality?
You guys. I'll be in James's freaking corner here. You guys are fucking strawmanning me on a bunch of religious.
What was strawmanning you? You're just being defensive. Okay, when I might have strawmanned you when I said you never read it. Okay, but don't take offense. Look, you're getting defensive over a ton of shit. When literally the question was, what does spirituality mean to you? And you haven't been able to answer that for the last 20 minutes or so.
Spirituality.
Go ahead.
Spirituality.
I want to hear Kim.
Spirituality is when you know that you're connected to God because you felt an overwhelmingly, you were overwhelmingly compelled to fall on your face before Him.
Sorrowness. Sorry. I'm sorry, but it's sorrowness. That's the word you're looking for.
I said what I meant.
Don't tell Flatsy what she was trying to say. I was almost about to say the same thing. Spirituality is knowing. You know, that's what I almost heard her say. But
there's no doubt in my mind that the Creator exists, and when I found out that He did, I fell on my face. And I didn't even do it. I did it voluntarily, but it was almost like a knee-jerk reaction.
And sorrowness, though, right? I was in sorrow.
I was in way worse than sorrow. I was begging for forgiveness for everything.
Me as well. That's why I said sorrowness. When I found out, I literally had to hit my knees, uncontrollably bawling like a child.
I became small, and I realized that I knew nothing.
All right, let me ask you then. When you say or like James when he said when he found out, or like you just said when you experience it or whatever, it's like, so what? Nobody wants to tell that experience, like.
It was just an overwhelming feeling of His presence.
In like,
I will attempt.
In what situation? What happened? Like, how was it revealed to you?
Through
It's
looking
a realization.
looking for truth. It became so blatantly obvious, but it still didn't hit me until it hit me. It took a long time to seep in, like overnight.
I mean, I've got a story I can tell, and I'm still not like. Look, I didn't like become overwhelmed by it or anything. Like, but
I did.
I've got a.
Yeah, me too. I've been broken. I've been broken by the Spirit of God.
Okay,
I've been broken all the way.
But you can't tell me how.
Exactly. That's why you can't explain spirituality.
No, look. I'll give you an example.
He's got a point.
Example before. Like I had a friend. And I've told this story before. I had a friend who was in a rough spot back in the day, like shortly after high school, too much into drugs and alcohol and so on and so forth. And a friend of mine and I were driving, and I don't know what it was. Friend was driving, I was in the passenger seat, and I just was kind of thinking, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I just kind of had this like feeling, this like premonition, and I just said to the other friend, and I said like, I don't know what it is, but I just got this like sinking feeling, like I feel like something's gonna happen to, like, in the next, I think I said in the next 2 weeks, Brandon's either gonna be dead or in jail, or he's gonna either be in jail or he's gonna be dead. Like, it's gonna be one or the other. Like, that's the only two choices for him, basically, is what I was saying. And
but did they come from like reasons like he's doing this, so the only alternate?
Well, yeah, no, there was some reasoning to it, but it was the way that it hit me. Like, I just, all of a sudden, it was like a voice in my head just kind of told me, like, gave me a vision more. Like it was the only two options of reality. Like, it was going to be one or the other, And I felt compelled to speak it out loud to another friend. And it was weird because that was like 2 weeks before it actually happened. But now, literally the night before it happened, it was like kind of a party house, and I wasn't fucked up at all like a lot of people in the house were. I was just sitting in this fucking recliner chair in the corner of the room, and all of a sudden I felt sort of like the room tilted down at my feet, like I was elevated up above it, and I was just kind of like seeing over everybody, like seeing like the crowd, like from like almost an elevated position, and there was loud music, and there was just like 5 conversations going on and partying, and I just started speaking, not at a high volume, but I just started speaking, and everybody just shut up. They all listened. They all turned to me and listened, and I said, somebody in this room is going to be dead tomorrow.
Yeah, that'll get people's attention. That'll get people's attention because they're going to be like, this guy's claiming somebody's going to be dying tonight.
I want to read something. I want to read something for Helio real quick, if you're done. James 2, verse 14. What doth it profit, my brethren, though a man say he hath faith and have not works? Can faith save him? If a brother or sister be naked and destitute of daily food, and one of you say unto them, Depart in peace, right? Be ye warmed and not filled. Now, in other words, if you see somebody who's hungry and you say, oh, God bless you, and you don't do anything for him, what good is you saying God bless you, right? But let me skip down to the point. Yeah, a man may say that thou hast faith and I have works. Show me your faith without your works, and I will show you my faith by my works. You say you believe that there is one God? You do well. The devils also believe and tremble. You hear that, Helio? Anyone can say that. Anyone can say they have faith, but without your works, you're just saying stuff, right? You're not really revering the God that you're
getting at with him. He just keeps on, but at the same time, you won't be saved because of your work.
But I mean, I'm nowhere near done with my spiritual experience.
It's not your work.
Well, right here where it says, you believe that there is one God. You do well. Okay, but even the devils also believe and tremble. That's the difference, right? The demons also believe, but they tremble, at God's feet, the power of God. But do people do that? No, people just say it.
If you look at the definition of God, there's no way that you could have gods, plural. God, if you look at the definition, refers to one. That you can't have multiple gods. That's impossible because the definition of God is the Almighty.
It's all capitalized. It means the government of deities.
Yeah. There's no such thing as gods, plural. That's a contradiction in terms.
knowing is different from doing, right? If you know something, your actions reflect it, right? Because you know. But if your actions are not reflecting what you know to be true, then what good? What good is that knowledge? What good is professing that faith? This is just totally.
No, he wants you to produce good fruit. He does want you to produce good fruit, but you will not go to the kingdom because of your works.
Yeah,
You'll
can
only
a
go
bad tree,
you'll only
can a
go to
bad
the
tree produce
kingdom
good fruit?
because of
Can
what's
it-
in your heart.
Yeah, a good tree cannot produce bad fruit. Vice versa, right? A freshwater stream does not have salt water. I mean,
Over time,
Yep.
you'll see the badness that it produces. But in a short duration of time, evil can produce good. It can produce good fruit, but not in the way Jesus meant.
Whoa, but
Jesus
you
meant
just contradicted the
Jesus-
word.
Hold on. Jesus meant in an expansion of time, generations.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because evil can produce good fruit in a short time. Yes,
No.
it can.
But
okay,
verse 20.
So how much money does NASA make a day?
Doesn't matter.
But
That's not how
there's
you
good
see
fruit.
good fruit. That's not how you see good fruit.
That's not. I agree with you in that aspect. So you're right. It is a contradiction of what I'm saying because you make a great point, but at the same time, evil
As usual,
can
you
not
made a
only.
terrible point.
Okay, but
Yeah,
you're being a claim stacker, flip flopping flapjacks right now.
Yes, I am. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, then don't.
But there's a reason for it.
Well, you'll keep
It's
talking.
not like I'm saying it. It's not like I'm saying it for no reason. So evil can produce. When you tell a lie, it's for the short term duration. You don't want to expose that you lie.
You ever heard of a long con?
Just for the time at the time you lied. But 10 years down the road, that lie is going to produce some horrible fruit. But at the moment that you told the lie, to you, it produced good fruit because nobody knows of the lie yet.
It's not good fruit.
So
It's bad fruit.
It's deeper than what people think when Jesus says that. That's all I'm trying to say.
You're misconstruing the word.
A good tree cannot produce bad fruit, nor can a bad tree produce good fruit. Vice versa. I agree with that.
Be careful with what you say. Be careful with what you say.
I'm being careful.
No, I'm saying, like, be careful if you don't actually know what you're saying. Don't say it.
What I'm saying is I agree.
I love that, Flatsy. She said, well, then don't. I'm not going to lie. She said, well, then don't.
No, I agree with her. All I'm saying is the fruit that's produced is over time. It's not immediate. So the lie can immediately benefit you, or you're lying for a loved one. And the only way you'll lie for a loved one
is making shit up again, James.
Because it benefits you, because you love them. It only benefits you for the short duration.
You're
lying to the people that you love to benefit you in a short duration.
He says it in Daniel. He says it in. It's not. A lot of people. That's what I'm getting at. Is I agree absolutely with what you're saying, but in the short term, the reason we lie is because at the very moment we lie, it benefits us. It produces good fruit.
That's not the only reason why people
At
lie.
the time we lie.
So lies produce good fruit, James. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what he's saying. He's saying
listen
that.
to me. Let me finish.
It's not good fruit. Yeah, no
At
matter
the
you can't
time,
say
it's good fruit
not
for
good
the
fruit.
liar.
It is
because
not.
the liar doesn't receive what evil is going to come of this lie. They're only lying because at the time it benefits them.
You're totally
But in the long run, it's going to humiliate, shame, degrade.
James.
It's even said in
hold
multiple
on,
different
stop talking.
books.
Stop talking. Just listen to the words that are about to come out of my mouth. Your sentence is silver, but your silence is gold. Okay? If you don't have gold to say, it's better to just stay quiet, please.
Absolutely. I totally agree.
I don't think you do.
Yes, I do.
No,
I totally agree. The only reason why you and I
monologuing,
lie,
buddy, and you're
Hold
saying a
on.
bunch of crap.
He thinks
Do you
everything he
lie?
says is gold.
Do you lie?
No,
I lie.
I do not lie.
You know.
I lie, and the
I
only
have no
time I
reason to
lie, the only time I lie, which is very rare, but I still lie. I'm not gonna lie and say I don't lie. The only time I lie is because
is where
at the
you bear
very
your fruit.
moment, it benefits me. I don't understand that in the long. I don't understand that in the long run, it's going to torment. It's going to hurt me. The only reason I lie is for the very brief moment.
Well,
that it benefits.
James, that sounds pretty selfish for you if you're going to lie. Well, it benefits me
That's
if
what
I
a lie is.
Okay,
That's what a
then-
lie is.
all right. So people that are here talking about what we're talking about, whether it be the Bible or
You're only going to lie because you believe it benefits you at the moment.
Everything you're saying is
At the moment.
self-defeating. Everything
At the
you keep
moment
saying.
you tell the lie, don't act like you don't lie.
No, okay,
'cause then
somebody
you'd be
please mute
lying.
him. Please, somebody mute him. Please. He's driving me
Again?
insane.
I know he's a fucking retard.
It's monologuing
He's a
and not
retard.
listening.
All right, so James, you're muted again. But it's weird. It's just, hey, nobody's perfect. We all.
I would rather sit in here quiet and listen to folks and learn than to bring up my 2 cents if they're not worth anything.
Appreciate you.
It's worth gold. In my
I mean,
opinion.
if you guys disagree with me muting James, hey,
spiritual experience and got interrupted by Bong and that James Richard, and it led into this. Like nobody really cares. That's what this conversation was about. I was trying to get somebody to give a testimony to a spiritual experience, and I started telling one, and I got interrupted halfway through because nobody really cares. Nobody, especially about somebody else's spiritual experience. I can understand that.
Hey,
it didn't happen to them. They don't give a fuck. Okay, like.
Hold on, Lou. Was it by me that I interrupted? If it was,
I
me,
already said who did it. No, it wasn't you.
Okay, cool.
Well, if you're gonna tell a spiritual experience, right? Let it be to the glory of God. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Nobody needs to hear an example or a testimony.
Yeah, and this isn't as.
They're going to claim.
I want you to tell me how good God is.
Give a testimony themselves.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
Hey, we all have a testimony anyway. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was asking for yours. Tell me it.
Hey, so is this like a religious channel, or do we talk about the shape of the Earth here?
Sure. Let's go back into Shape of Earth.
Well, I'm pretty sure that the Earth is not flat. It's
Let me tell
actually.
you this experience, all right? Realizing that the Earth is not a ball was the most powerful spiritual experience I have ever had. Like God, it's like something God can show you, right? Like that to me is a real one, right? Like holy shit, my life changed.
Sounds like you need to get out more or something. I don't know.
All right, so cool. Hey,
Did you grow up believing the Earth was flat? Are you different from me?
Well, no. So I went to school.
Yeah, and I thought the Earth was a ball, but when I realized,
Yeah, and they have like pictures and diagrams from scientists that literally,
yeah, but the globe is the
globe.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Chong was in there. He was in the chat.
You know what the heliocentric model of the universe is? It's like a lot of science.
Yes, we're quite aware. All of us are quite aware, Chong. We're all quite aware.
Can I finish what I'm saying, dude? Like the globe Earth is the point I'm trying to make. The globe Earth is the spiritual experience that the whole fucking world is having right now. Okay, it comes from the religion of mystery schools.
You're kind of like the typical flat earther that I expect to encounter.
Hey, Chong, if you respect this room, you'll let him finish his point, and then
Who is talking over me? Who's this guy?
It's Chong. It's Chong. I was trying to get him in earlier.
Fuck up, man! Before I ban
just
you.
let him finish point, and then you can respond. Go ahead, Bong. Bong and Chong.
That's why I didn't say anything. Shit.
He is new. I was trying to get his ass to join.
No, I thought it was lunatic. Yeah, I thought it was lunatic. You know, like
yeah, it's a new guy, Chong. I was trying to get him to join earlier, but go ahead, Bong.
The Rosicrucians.
All that new, unless it's another
the
Chong.
Rosicrucians. Man, what the fuck, man? Go ahead. What are you saying? Now you fucking quiet. Get the fuck out.
Wait, no.
Pretty
Who?
much what
Who are
I
you
heard,
talking
Chong. You were saying we're uneducated, and that's why we think the Earth is flat. Go ahead, tell us.
Yeah, no. So, yeah, I'm new to the server and stuff, and so a coworker of mine is telling me to like research flat Earth and all this stuff. He's like this crazy hippie guy. He doesn't even shower or nothing.
Oh, what the?
Yeah, he's kind of a weirdo, honestly. So I don't know. He told me to come here, and I was just checking it out.
Shit about his hygiene. I don't care how his
Hold on. Let him finish his point. So you're an
Why did you come
unshowered
here?
friend.
Did you come here to tell us the flat earthers don't shower and we don't have any lives? We even need to get out more. Is that why you're here?
You're kind of the person I would expect to encounter on a flat Earth, like server or whatever.
Congratulations, you made it.
So, all right, let's
not impressed.
Hold on, instead of insulting each other. Hold on.
Well, I was kind of insulting too, so I apologize.
Come on, instead of insulting each other, let's go over some details about. Instead of insulting each other, let's go over some details that Chong knows about his globe Earth that he thinks is real.
Yeah, no, it's definitely like, it's 2023. You guys think the Earth is flat?
I'm kind of the opposite. I'm just like it's 2023 and
Elon Musk.
Okay. Well,
we have SpaceX. We have.
Who's we? What do you mean?
Like human civilization. The amount of advancements that we've.
Shut up.
Well, let's go over some details. Let's go over some details.
I muted him,
like
man.
mathematics and stuff.
Troll. What are you doing? He's trolling us.
No, I know. But I want to, if he's willing to talk. I'm
trying to explain how the fucking ball Earth is a religion. It comes from the Rosicrucians. I'm trying to get into Carl Jung and his belief.
Let's see if he knows anything about. Come on, I know, Bong.
We're talking about a religion. Okay, we're talking about the ball Earth. I'm trying to make some dots here.
I'm just wondering if Chong knows anything about.
Elon Musk.
All right, fuck it. I'm going to step up. Fuck it.
Getting irate with him right off the bat about how the globe Earth is a religion probably is the last friggin' thing you want to talk about with somebody like him coming in new to this conversation. You will not convince him of anything by getting straight into that. Like you have to.
Yeah, I was just curious if he knew anything about his globe Earth. That's all I was asking. Hey, Chong, do you know anything about your globe Earth? Do you know the size of Earth?
Go do something productive for the globe Earth. Fuck off, okay? We don't need you
here. Well, yeah,
no,
I know for sure that the Earth is not flat.
Because...
let's hear your evidence.
So
the Earth is not flat because
you know.
So you guys all believe that the Earth.
No.
Is flat, right?
How do you know that the Earth is not flat? Please tell me.
Well, so I went to school and they taught me that.
Okay, you were taught something. What is the evidence. You said you know, so you must know that the
Yeah,
Earth
we
is
live in
not.
a
So
heliocentric
okay, well, what's the evidence, buddy? Where's your evidence?
model. So people used to believe.
Live in a model.
People
Are you
used to
going to
believe
keep
that the Earth.
dodging my question? Answer.
Okay, so what the proof is?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we're scheduled to go to the moon and
Dude,
establish a moon
Earth.
base
We're
there
talking about Earth. We're talking about
in
Earth.
2030. And then I think
That's
that will be
future-proof
on Mars.
Future
I
proof
apologize for unmuting and
Okay.
Bong for taking the piss out of this.
I've got the
Future-
ban button up, okay? Be good. Hurry up, man. Don't make me ban you. I've got it up. Say something smart.
Stop appealing to future proof. That's a fallacy. Come on, use your logic here,
Fucking
not logical
idiot, bro.
fallacies.
Are we talking
listen-
about the same thing? What the fuck? This guy was.
Let me ask. So you're talking about future plans of space exploration, and that somehow is supposed to equate to proof that you live on a globe, right? If you live on a globe, what experiences do you have, or what can you prove to us that we can test for ourselves? So, like, if you live on a ball, the Earth must be curving. Can you provide evidence of curvature of the Earth that we can validate? That would be one thing. We're not talking about. You can. Okay, like what?
Yeah. There's like video evidence. There's photographic evidence.
No. That's not direct measurement of drop over distance.
No. So what are all the pictures from space?
No.
Those are.
We can't verify those. We need to be able to verify it here in real life. So where's the drop over distance measurements? Where did that come from?
So
who did that?
You're saying, and correct me if
you're
I'm
not
wrong.
saying anything. You're literally, all you have to do is supply us with evidence that should be abundant if we lived on a globe.
Okay, so you're saying that in order for pictures in space to be real, that
They had
you
to come-
had to have been there to take the picture yourself.
They needed
what
the
saying,
measurement
pictures-
of the globe Earth before they sent anything off. They did not just what did CB say
Pictures
the
are
other
not
day?
scientific
Spray
proof
and
of
pray. We didn't spray and pray. They had to have had some sort of evidence of the circumference of the Earth for orbital mechanics, first and foremost. They didn't just spray and pray rockets out into a second law of thermodynamics violation. So
Either way, like he said, it's 2023. Do you believe that images or pictures cannot be manipulated or fabricated?
Well, of course they can, if somebody has nefarious intent.
Yeah, but why would they lie, right? The government never fucking lies. Yeah, go on.
So do you understand
of course
that
they would.
Images.
They have the capability to lie,
Images
but
are not proof. Images are not proof unless they can be validated.
right. And so, if they did alter them in some form, right, then there would have to be a person that did that deliberately. And so, why would they do that? And why would you believe that didn't get verified at any point?
Because it has not been verified at any point. We're asking you for that verification.
So somebody at some point
I don't give a fuck about somebody or where some point is.
manipulated all these pictures.
okay,
and
I don't care
videos.
about your religious belief.
Hold on.
That somebody did something. We want to see proof.
Yeah, all together, we all live on the same Earth. You live on somewhere on Earth, don't you?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I live somewhere on Earth as well. So when I look across Earth, I see the same thing that you do. And maybe, depend. I live in Arkansas and
landscape
I see hills. Landscape. I live in Arkansas. So you might live in California. You might live on the West Coast. You can look across the ocean. So the ocean isn't landscape, is it?
No, it's
water. It's water. Yeah, it's water. So when you look to the west from California, or if you look to the east, if you're in freaking New York or North Carolina or whatever, the Gulf of Mexico, whatever, you're looking at water. You're looking as far as you can see. Looks flat, doesn't it?
Yeah, I guess. But
yeah, okay, really. Okay. Yes, you guess. Guess it looks flat. No, but it can't be flat because Earth is curved, right?
Well, no, you can't see beyond that either, though.
Wait.
Beyond what?
Wait. Hold on. So the Earth is the horizon at the ocean is the curvature of the Earth, in your opinion?
No.
Okay, so what is the horizon?
I don't really know. I never really thought about that, but
you should. You should think about it.
I kind of see where you're going with this. I kind of see where you're going with this.
You don't have to kind of see where I'm going.
Quit breathing down his neck. If he wants to think about it, give him the opportunity to. If he's never thought about it, I let him think on it for a minute.
All right, so the horizon of
you obviously just can't keep on forever.
I mean, it's just like, all right,
that's pretty obvious.
If the Earth was flat, even if the Earth was flat, you wouldn't you wouldn't be able to see.
Even
forever,
if even if the topographic location that you're looking at, right, isn't you're not in the mountains, you're not in a valley somewhere, right? You're not just seeing land around you.
You're standing on the ocean, looking across the Atlantic.
Yeah, you're on the ocean.
You wouldn't be able to see.
And you're looking out. You obviously just can't keep seeing forever. That's just not how it works.
That's good.
That's good.
Any normal person would know that without even thinking.
Yeah, a lot of people think they could be able to see forever. Yeah.
Let me ask you this then, because you didn't give it the canned response that your average Glober gives. Because the canned response back in the day anyway would have been that when you said you can't see any farther than the horizon, that this would be proof of a globe, essentially saying that was the edge of what you could see if you lived on a ball, right? The geometric limits to your vision. But right. You actually did not answer that, which is surprising. And you're thinking about the question, which is good. And you actually gave a very astute answer, about how even if you lived on a flat plane, you wouldn't be able to see forever. Now, what is the excuse for the horizon in that scenario then?
Well, so there's obviously limitations to our fucking, our vision and everything like that. I understand that part. But does that just completely remove the fact that you're on a plane? It doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
Without admitting something that you're hiding from me.
It does have to do with multiple, there's many reasons. There's more than one reason. Let me put it that way. So perspective is one, the way that you see through perspective, vanishing point through distance, angular size, and angular resolution. Also atmospheric effects, because you can find that on one day the horizon will look closer or appear higher, or it could be farther and appear lower. And so the horizon is not a geometric location at all. It's one that has to do with, variables of the air and the climate around you, as well as your vision. So your perspective, how high you are above the water,
No, what he's talking about the atmosphere. The atmosphere conditions.
All the different. We're not talking about one thing. I'm talking about what determines the horizon. So the horizon changes, and it's based off of more than one thing.
And it could be relative to height. above.
But we're not talking about what we're talking about is the thing that's beneath our feet. See, that's what we need to talk about. You know, the sky is there, yeah. Refraction is there, yeah. But the ground, that's what we're talking about. If we removed all the other factors, we're still going to be left with the ground, and it's still going to do like it does. Like
well,
on a plane,
the ground rises and lowers into hills and valleys. So like that's what we're talking about.
Ocean, water.
Can I say something? So the ground beneath me that you're trying to talk about, your name is Vong Sao. So the ground beneath my feet right now is a leveled concrete pad. Right? So obviously that doesn't curve, but the earth itself does have a general like a slope to it, but
Did you measure it?
when they poured this pad, well, the people who poured this pad, they did a good job. And they
leveled it.
Hold on,
Right.
let him finish. I want to hear this. This sounds interesting.
And so this particular portion of the earth is flat, but that doesn't mean that the entire earth is flat.
What did you use to level it? What did the builders use to level that floor? Water. It's called water.
It's called a level. You ever used a level before?
Yeah, we use water to level anything to make sure it's flat and it's not curving, it's not angling a certain way. It's level, right? Like super level.
Right.
Water. So when we go look at the ocean, the water that's in the ocean, you may as well scoop it up, put it in your spirit level, and level your floor with it. You're saying that is curving, but your floor is not? That doesn't make any goddamn sense.
Right,
so this particular section of the floor that we're standing on,
what about this particular section of the ocean
is
that is
not
all water?
curving.
Look, the ocean may as well be one giant spirit level. That particular part of the earth, which is 76% of the earth, is flat. So go ahead and show me the slope you're fucking talking about on a globe. Where did you measure that?
A slope is
it obviously curves at some point.
No, it doesn't. Where does it curve? When? Who? How?
You can't see far enough for you to see the curving of it.
All right, so
It's
it
that
looks
simple.
flat everywhere, and every time you move toward the horizon, it still looks flat. Keep moving, looks flat. Keep moving, looks flat. You measure it with sextants. You measure it with freaking.
We don't have to do that.
So
he just admitted,
if you
just admitted that you're flat, that your floor, this part of the earth is flat, but that floor was leveled
because
with
it's a
water.
concrete pad.
Therefore, if something is leveled with water and you call it flat, not curving, you go look at the ocean that is full of water, it's leveled, not curving. How can you say the earth is a ball?
Look, it's
After you
not
say
even
all
really
these
a
things, you're
major
just
point.
contradicting yourself.
Not even a major point, but like I can hear he's outside with the crickets chirping. And if he thinks that his concrete pad is perfectly level, he's mistaken. That's kind of what he claimed. Guaranteed, if your guys did a good job pouring that thing, they poured a slope into it so it would drain water. Either that or they put a crimp into it, which either way it's sloping in two directions in that case.
Well, that actually honestly makes sense. I'm not a concrete pourer myself. You sound like a concrete pourer, right?
No, I'm in construction. I don't do concrete, but
well, this is assuming you're going to have water inside your concrete, right? But let's say we're in a pool, we're in a bar, there's a pool table. Let's say there's a basketball court. That is perfectly level. How was it leveled? Using water. So how can the oceans be curving?
Hey, Bong, that's not true either. All the way.
Look,
that didn't
flat
really
and
make very
level,
much
right?
sense.
Look, what I'm saying is
Football fields aren't level.
right? What I'm saying is flat and level has to be the same. If what you're saying is true, then we don't
Well, it's
know
also
anything
really
but
big,
curve.
right?
All these flat level surfaces are curved. All the
But
straight lines
they
we
only
do are
build them that
curved
way for water.
all the 90 degree
that's
angles that we use, those don't exist. That's what you're saying if the earth is a ball. So where's the math for this? Doesn't exist?
Okay, so I didn't think about the drainage situation. But
it really
that
has
makes
nothing
sense.
to do with curvature of the earth. It's just weight distribution of the water, for water.
You automatically assume the point is that you automatically assumed that your pad is perfectly flat and level, and it's not if they did a good job.
Well, I just
water would pull up on the.
If you're going to make that assumption, how do I know you're not assuming everything else that you're going to say from there on forth if you're using that as your example?
Okay. I kind of see what you're saying, but I don't really understand what you're saying.
What I'm saying is that you're basing all of your logic on assumptions that you cannot verify or validate or prove to us or show an example of. It's all theory in your head. It's your beliefs.
Yeah, check this out. I mean, it's surveyors when they build, buildings. Is that a contradictory term? No. When they survey across when they're going to build a new, structure, they survey it at a certain amount of area, whether it's 200 yards.
So what you're trying to say is.
I'm not trying to say shit. I know exactly what they do with surveying. I'm not trying to say shit. They, when they go 500 yards, they survey an area and they build a building on a level stationary plane across a certain area, and they'll test the soil. They'll have to reinforce some portions of the soil. Whatever, when they're going to build a building there, I don't have to freaking guess at it.
Well, so
they don't. They never consider a curve when they survey.
I understand what you're explaining, and so what they do in that process of the building is they establish a usable surface area, and if the usable surface area calls for it to be flat, or if I don't know the guy who said about the
calls for it to be flat. What are you talking about? All surveyor instruments are measure flat. Jesus Christ!
No, listen, he's right. Okay, we grade to get things perfectly level. Okay, we assume in the building structure, whatever it is, we find level in a straight laser line. Okay, but it doesn't mean that the overall surface is not curving, okay? Because it would be very minuscule, right? When you're bringing in dirt to fill in areas and you're taking out dirt to freaking level out areas, how do you know?
That's not curve. That's a slope.
No, it's neither of the above. It's finding grade, getting a freaking.
Yeah. That's not.
Hey, I don't mean to interrupt or anything like that, but just give you a bit of a background where I'm coming from. I know that the first stage in a building process is to create what they call a usable surface area, right? And that usable surface area is curtailed to the needs of what you're about to put there, right? And so what I did is, I didn't create buildings. I laid down runways, and so runways do have that gradient that you're talking about to allow for drainage. This typical pad that I was talking about is, generally speaking, it's flat. It's a foundation for this trailer.
Wait. Let me ask you this: if you're building runways, is that drainage from left to right on the runway? Yeah,
I would have to guess that it would be.
It's to allow the water to fall off the sides, so it wouldn't pull up, right?
Right, yeah. So when you're looking at it from the control tower, you can actually see that it's obviously graded. It doesn't matter. An aircraft's still going to land on it. It's got enough weight and stability, suspension systems on, everything like that. It's still going to land perfectly fine. But when you're up there in the tower and you have a 6,000-foot runway, it's a mile long, a little over a mile long, and you can obviously see that it's You know,
That's not
it's high in the center.
We agree. I understand. We agree. But,
It's high in the center,
we're
so that the water will run off left to right. Yes,
Emilio, I was talking,
Yeah,
man.
exactly.
Damn, fuck, dude, shit.
The same as what I said by saying crowned, by the way, too. Yeah.
A straight line.
Right,
What
yeah,
we're
the
saying.
crown, the valleys. Yes, I understand that. I understand the
Yeah, but-
terminology you're putting down.
Okay, level or not level, a straight line, right, is different from a curved line. That's what we're saying. But what the globe Earth is saying is that a straight line, a leveled line, straight line is actually a curved line. Now, when we work with things locally, we assume that it's flat and level. But we're supposed to believe that these level straight lines are actually curved lines. That's a problem. A big problem.
Well, I was going to bring up a point earlier, which is kind of a silly point. If we were giants, like if we were bigger, if we were as tall as,
Can we be in
how
Narnia?
tall would we have to be? Would we be
we'd
have to be like a mile tall in order to see this
actually,
curve,
we'd have to be
or
taller.
like what?
You have
You know
to
what
be
I mean?
somewhere around 200,000 feet to maybe, I don't know, 500,000 feet tall, because we've sent things up there.
So we have to be 500,000 feet tall.
128,000
You're honestly
feet.
saying that.
And it's,
Actually, this is even if you ask, you know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's an astrophysicist, highly educated.
If you ask him from, do you know, like, you familiar with the Felix Baumgartner, the Red Bull, they call it the space jump? Like the...
Yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah, he jumped from supposedly 120,000 feet.
Yeah.
He's quoted saying that you would not see any curvature of the Earth from that height. And in fact, there's other people, you can do the math on it, actually. There's people, experts on the heliocentric side, who will tell you that even from the height that the ISS is supposed to be, which is like 240 miles.
Miles.
240 miles, that you still shouldn't really see any observable curvature.
Well, I remember my friend from high school. He went skydiving on his when he graduated high school, and he showed me a picture, and you could totally see the curvature from the Earth from
What kind
the
of
picture
camera
he
did
showed
you
me.
use?
GoPro.
I don't know.
Those are called fisheye lenses. What they do is they curve things because it has to be so wide that
It
things
doesn't
have to
even
be
necessarily have to be a fisheye lens either.
right. I mean, even any lens you take up. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, a wide angle lens, like lots of like all lenses have curvature to them, and they will have distortions towards the edges. Some of them more extreme than others, like the fisheye lens that Bong was just talking about, where it's very exaggerated, like in all directions, you see it right away. But especially when it comes to things like skydive jumps and extreme sports and stuff like that, they love to use these types of lenses because it gives them a wider angle view, like more of a panoramic or 360 type of a view where you get to see more around you, but it's distorted. So
hey, Chong, and besides, if you were seeing Earth curvature from that elevation, what you're describing...
Well, I've never gone skydiving.
Okay,
I've never been,
whoever is, this famed picture, listen for a second, your ears. You would be claiming to be seeing curvature of a tiny Earth, not the 3959 Earth, because if that was the Earth curvature and you completed the circle, that's a tiny Earth. You get that?
Oh, well, I don't know. That doesn't really make very much sense to me. I don't know.
How about you think about it?
The reason why,
if you're claiming to see the curvature of the Earth from that elevation, if you complete the circle of that curvature, what do you have? The 3959 spheroid, or do you have a tiny Earth?
I don't know what this 3959.
it's a radius
Number
of
is. I don't know what it is, but
that's what
here's
the claim.
the thing.
That's the claim. This guy's going to play dumb now.
No, seriously, here's the thing.
He doesn't know the radius of the Earth. He doesn't.
Yeah, so
my friend showed me a picture
of a circle. The radius of a circle is from the center point to the outermost portion, right? The claimed size of the Earth is a radius of 3,959 miles. Okay, so all of the math about curvature and how much you should see over distance and all of this stuff is based off of that 3959 number that was just mentioned. So, in order to say, like, I believe I live on a ball. Now, the question, it's fine you believe that, but have you really put enough thought? Like, how big is this ball? What should I expect to see? You know, what can I and what can I not see? And when you put it to the math, like to the test against observation, we beat the shit out of the projected outcome of what you should be able to see based off of that 3959 almost every time. We're able to see too far. That's the big thing.
Okay. So
that's why
my friend showed me that picture. Like, I don't know what kind of camera he, took a picture with or anything like that, but he showed me that picture and he was skydiving, and I just assumed I saw the curvature of the Earth. Pretty normal for her, you know what I'm saying? Like, but you're trying to tell me that we can't see curvature. You
seem pretty reasonable. So, do you understand, your mind can play tricks on you and stuff too?
So when we see pictures from the ISS that obviously have curvature, what are we saying there? You're trying to tell me that we're being deceived into not seeing, what are we doing here?
Yeah. Okay. So that's a whole nother topic, but either they're completely fabricating what you're seeing, or they're using camera tricks in order to fake the curvature.
It's Space Odyssey 2001, Kubrick. Yeah. Before, when that was released, the following year, the moon landing happened. Same, it's Hollywood. Hollywood, Disney, and NASA worked together to produce these images. It's CGI. It's fully CGI. Okay, camera tricks. Hollywood, green screen, all that. That's what those things are. But this radius is what determines the size. Like a basketball has a radius, and we can calculate the curvature, like how much it should be curving on the surface. So that's why we brought up the horizon. When we look at the water, that should be the edge or the curve of the globe Earth. But it's too far away, because according to the radius, if we're 1 foot, if we're 1 foot off of sea level observing, we should only see about 1.225 miles far. That's the math. That's what the radius says. But look, standing on the beach, you see way more, right? When we go up, we see even way more. There's no clue, nothing that looks like curvature. So
a good example, what Bong's referring to is one of our classic images or examples is called the Black Swan image. So it's of a couple of oil rigs if somebody wants to post it. There's a couple of oil rigs. One's like 6.41 miles or something like that. Another one's like 9.6 miles or somewhere around there, 9.8, something like that. And the camera height, it's taken from a video. The camera was set literally on the sand.
We're
unzoomed. You're able to see the water trickling up to the cannon. And he zooms in with a very good, lens, and he's able to see at least these two rigs at 6 and 10 miles away, right? But the way that the math, as we're talking about, based off this 3959, the math says that you should only be able to see, like Bong said, about 1.2 miles before things start to get cut off and disappear. But we're seeing all of these rigs There's a little bit of stooping, which is a refraction thing, like where they seem shrunken, but we're still seeing all of the rigs. In fact, you can see buoys out there. You can see like a boat out there. And before he even zooms in, you can see islands in the background that are 30 miles away. 30 miles away from 1 foot off the ground. So we're only supposed to be able to see 1.2 miles, but we're able to see 30 miles away. Yeah. Or at least 10 miles away, because we can see the horizon line behind the second rig.
Okay. And the other thing about balls, right, is that if you were to go up, if you were to fly up and you were on a ball, the horizon, which is the edge of the ball, should drop immediately in respect.
My assumption is that your math is wrong. If we can,
are you even listening? Are you even listening? The horizon on a ball should drop down when you go up. If it was flat, well, you'll see more flat, but that's not what happens. Look, the Red Bull jump that was brought up earlier, there was a camera inside that was pointed out. It was level, looking out. And guess what it saw at 127,000 feet? The horizon at eye level at 128,000 feet. It should be all the way down there, like the ball that it is, but it's right here at eye level at 128,000 feet. If we were 128,000 feet tall, it'll look exactly the same like it does right now. The horizon, it looks flat. Do you understand
let me ask you. Yeah. Yes, I understand what that means.
Yeah.
But I think if we can only see 1.2 miles before we see curvature, I think that your math is severely wrong.
It's not our math. This is the Globe Earth's math. Science communicators have come in here. Mick West came in here with these numbers and the curvature.
Who was Mick West?
Not our
What makes that guy significant?
Hold on.
He's from Metabomb.
Like we have like a defense complex for some reason. So you think the math is severely wrong? Could you do me a favor? Go to Google and type in distance to horizon formula and tell us what's wrong about that.
Distance to horizon formula.
If you're going to retort that there's nothing wrong with that, then we move forward to the observation.
Well, I just think that the Earth is a lot bigger than.
Yeah, I know. You would be mistaken, but we're not going off of what you think. We're going off of a particular set of numbers.
Well, it's natural to make that assumption.
You're not interrupt me, sir. Just for the sake of the flow of the conversation, because
so distance to horizon formula. Is that what you want me to type in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Elijah, just to fill you in, 15 minutes ago, this guy had no idea what the radius of Earth was, but now he's certain that the numbers are wrong.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. We don't need to.
I just wanted to.
I'm just saying that they sound a little unrealistic.
We don't need to emo dump. We already know that the people who come in here are going to be very skeptical, and that's okay.
No, he made it when it was brought up.
They sound unrealistic. That's all I'm saying.
When it was brought up, it acted like they'd never heard of it before.
We can appreciate silence while we go through this new process instead of crying over spilled milk, right?
Yeah. Like what happens is with these guys, you're normie, like that. Everybody grew up just hearing. They didn't hear a number. He's new to the 3959. He's new to the 1.225. He's new to all this. To him, he's a realistic person. He's intelligent. I can tell. He's punching those numbers in his head and going, well, that's a really small Earth, not a really big Earth like they've always told me. He's going. That's much smaller than what they've always told me, because they've always told me it's just too big to see it.
Naturally, you'd assume that, yeah.
You should be able to see it. You should be able to see it.
But look.
Well, and then so what you're telling me contradicts what I have going on in my head under my natural assumptions, like with what I've been taught in schools and everything, And so you're telling me that I can't see past 1.2 miles.
If
you're pretty right when you say that it's contradictory.
But the thing is, like, when you say what you were taught in school, we weren't taught two different things. We're just pointing out something that we all learned at some point but never thought about. See what I mean? Like, it's not, the information may seem new, but actually we were taught all this information at some point. So we're just saying, oh yeah, well, based on this math and based on these assumptions, actually this doesn't work. That is all we're really saying.
Yeah, that actually makes sense. The way you also just phrased it about, like, if you're trying to tell me I can't see past 1.2 miles, like, that's not what we're saying. What we're saying is that you can see past 1.2 miles, and that proves your globe wrong.
Or even to say it like this.
Yeah, but we can obviously see past 1.2 miles.
No, look, see that, and that's what I'm saying. There's a disconnect when flat earthers say we see too far, because that's meaningless, right? It's like, I don't know what that means. We see to the horizon. So what? Like, I don't get what you mean, right? But here's what the statement really is. We see the ground too far. So it's not that our eyes aren't able to resolve shit that's like thousands of miles away.
I'll give you a little bit more insight where I'm coming from. So, I was an air traffic controller at one point, and the tower that we were operating out of was 120 feet tall, and so obviously at an elevated location you can see farther. That makes sense, right? And so we would make observations for his visibility on, like bad weather days and stuff like that. And if you can see farther or further than 10 miles, the visibility is listed as unrestricted, right? But that's obviously at an elevated location. So
yeah,
you can see. You can see longer than 10 miles. I'm just trying to hear me out. You can see farther than 10 miles, but you're trying to tell me that we're restricted to see no further than 1.2 miles.
No.
Lou, can I? Like, for real? Because I'm trying to. It's like
I was talking with him also before you even jumped in. I'm just going to specify the formula for him.
I know that's what I was gonna, because that's okay. Fine. I've heard y'all talking, and I'm like, let me just do this
Him and I have been hitting it off. There was Bong and Helio trying to jump in that was making it reckless, but
hey, don't blame me. Let Elijah talk, man.
Do your thing.
Let Elijah talk.
Don't pit us against each other, you chaos agent.
Well, Bong was all angry right off the bat.
Nah, I want to hear what Elijah's saying. Let him go, man.
Dude. It's a 1 foot height.
I'm just gonna verify the formula. So it's not that you can't see beyond 1.2 miles. That was from 1 foot height. So like you just said, you had a height of 120 feet. The formula is 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. Okay, right. So you can work that math out. So 1.225 times the square root of your height. That is the distance to the horizon formula.
Right. So
okay, so we can see we can see more than that or less than that. Is that
now,
what that means?
Check this out. What I was trying to say earlier is we're in two different frames of mind, right? Because you're probably thinking we can see, like it's shit that's out in the distance. Yes, so what? What does that mean to me? It's like the Earth is big. Yes, but the formula. What we see in reality is what we've always been able to see in reality. Consider that. Everything that you've done in your career or in your life that you've seen, that's all normal. Nobody's trying to say that that's not the case. What we all missed was that we learned that the Earth is a specific size with specific dimensions. So the horizon is geometric, is what they tell us. Earth measured, Earth distance. So the distance, that's what the formula is about. 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height will give you the distance to how far you can see before the angle of the ground is curved at a point that you can no longer see. Hence the horizon. So what we're pointing out is the horizon is never at that distance. It's always magnitudes beyond. Doesn't matter how high you are, the horizon, if you can determine, a minimum distance, meaning, like, I don't know if anyone showed you the oil rigs, but like if there were no oil rigs or no boats to reference the horizon off of, we wouldn't be able to say it's this far or this far. We would just say, okay, the horizon is this far because we can't see shit beyond it. But it's like, no, how do you know that it's a specific distance to begin with? So we're like, okay, if 1 foot off the ground, the horizon is supposed to be 1.2 miles away, then we can test that. We can just watch a boat go beyond 1.2 miles. And if the horizon is right there, then you'll just see the boat going beyond the horizon. The problem is everyone knows intuitively, almost immediately, which is why they're like, you guys must be wrong, because no one would think that it's this simple. No, the horizon is stated to be from 1 foot off the ground, 1.2 miles away. And
Right.
that's not
That's that simplified math. That's why we took it to 1 foot height, is it just makes it that simple. But you can take it to any height you want and apply the formula. And given any, like Elijah said, like you said, we can always see beyond that. I would say that's usually true given any like reasonable day, like with like good viewing, right? But if you have like a really shitty day with high fog and whatever else, you said you were an air traffic controller in a tower. I know you know this. Like on a foggy morning or cloudy day, on really crummy conditions, the horizon.
Yeah, you have
much closer, right?
limited visibility is what you're.
Yeah, limited visibility. All of a sudden, the horizon shrank. It got a lot closer, right?
Okay, I'll get out of the way. Sorry.
So the idea here is that it's just the formula that they give us, but it's not accurate. It's all based off of atmospheric conditions for the time of day, where you are, right? Like it's not a geometric location. It's a variable one based off of many variables, like your height and atmospheric conditions.
So
that's an
interesting segue.
Around a curve. It doesn't mean that anything's dropping off around a curve. It means that it's a limit to your visibility.
That's kind of an interesting segue. So you obviously have like visibility conditions, right?
Yeah.
And so what makes you think that you could possibly see beyond the visibility conditions on a flat Earth? Is there a reason for that, or like what's going on with that?
No, it's not that we're seeing beyond conditions. It's that conditions allow us to see beyond predictions of the math of that 3959 radius.
Yeah, because flat Earth isn't a claim. Like unless you're thinking about like discs and all of this. Like none of us are claiming a shape to the Earth. So flat is a description. That's one of the weirdest things about this conversation is that when people begin in the conversation, they're given a juxtaposition between a flat Earth or round Earth. Both flat and round are descriptions of shapes, not shapes. Sphere is a shape. Flat is not a shape. So we don't really make any claims other than, oh, look, this measures flat. Like, and that's just a measurement and an observation. But when it comes to the globe, it's like, well, if it's a globe, then there has to be these geometric considerations. And when we consider those, the information that we have,
and we try to verify that it's true, it's not true. It's as simple as that. It's like, so what is the flat earth? There is no flat earth anything. We just see all what we've all seen our entire lives. Everything in the sky is everything in the sky that we've always seen. When we're on the ocean, what we see in the ocean is what we've always seen. The only thing that we don't have evidence of is the claim of the geometric horizon. That's the claim that's out there. We're not really making any claims outside of the earth measures flat. And that's not our claim either, because the celestial sphere model is exactly that, a model of the sky with a flat, fixed, non-rotating plane underneath.
Oh, I know another fun one, being an air traffic controller. Are you familiar with like FAA books and stuff like that?
Yeah, the 7110.
Well, I'm not sure about the 7110 exactly, but I mean, it
The
comes
nav
up
air.
over and over. It comes up in FAA and many military books and specs for all kinds of aircraft, like that. In order for these things to work, that they have to assume a flat and motionless plane. Like we can show you a video that highlights at least, I think it's like 35 documents that are official, like FAA and like like Navy, friggin' Air Force, friggin' like all kinds of official .gov like documents saying that in order for their things to work, that they have to assume a flat and motionless plane. Now, they will also tell you that it's for simplification purposes. Like, we still live on a globe, but it's just easier to assume that you live on a flat and motionless plane. It sure is.
Right. So, well, it kind of sounds like that the land underneath your feet, it shouldn't curve, like someone said earlier, it doesn't curve locally or whatever. So, I mean,
That
you're
doesn't
trying
make
to
any
tell me
sense,
that.
though. It doesn't make any sense, though.
Stop the cap.
If it doesn't curve locally, like, where does it curve? It curves as soon as it's out of your sight. Like, when does it curve?
Well, it curves at some point.
It just makes right angles as soon as you can't fucking observe them.
Well, it's not a box or a cube.
Okay, it doesn't have to be a right
Sphere.
angle. It just makes it. Is it a dodecahedron?
No, not at all. I kind of want to get away from this topic.
Right. Listen, if you can understand, if you live on a ball, it would be curving ever so slightly everywhere at all times, right?
Not necessarily. No.
Well, you could have little dips and little, you could have little.
Well, no, because you have different plots of land that obviously been, like roads obviously don't curve. That's ridiculous to assume.
You don't think so?
No. Well,
what do you mean roads don't curve?
No, roads don't curve unless you're talking about like left and
I
right
think
curves.
that roads have to curve up and down hills. Of course, they could around a ball.
No, because the ball's big and the road is only a mile long. Like that's.
There's roads that are thousands of miles long.
Yeah, and they still don't curve at any point.
Yeah, no, 'cause it's
whatsoever. There's no
Earth.
measurable curve. They create those things.
Is the Earth flat?
Oh,
They
see,
create those
you're in a
things to be
huge
pretty level.
paradox right now. Check this out.
So
You're the Glober.
Like,
You're the Glober.
that doesn't mean I just drive off a cliff. Like, it makes absolutely no sense.
That's silly, man.
I hate to
Obviously, the feet.
feed you with this.
I don't mean
So
to
you
interrupt or anything like that, but
My bad. Sorry. No, I just want to help
All right,
you
man.
out. Like, I just want to help you out.
all right, see you in the morning.
What do you mean you just drive off a cliff? What do you mean by that?
You know, clean, no dropping beer, nothing.
Do you think if a road goes flat, then it just ends up at a
Have a good
cliff?
night.
Like, I'm trying to wonder what you're talking about.
So no, like, so, obviously the road directly in front of you is flat and level. That doesn't mean that the entire Earth is flat and level. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Some roads go over hills, so that's silly. Why even?
Well, you go up hills, you go down hills. That makes sense. But what you're telling me does not make sense.
But what? Wait. When does it not make sense? Because that's our immediate experience. So the only reason you think, well, yeah, obviously, because the ball is so big, it would look flat here. So we're both on the same page where we're like, well, obviously the shit looks flat, but you have an added caveat, which is there's a reason for it. Now, instead of pushing for the evidence of that, you just think it's absurd that we think that the rest of it is exactly what we experience immediately. And what we're saying to you is, well, if that's ridiculous, then why come is it assumed for thousands of miles that it's level when it comes to navigation?
Yeah, like we're literally all the flat earthers all of a sudden became the Globers against you. This doesn't make any sense. I wanted to help you out. You do understand if you live on a ball that like level, like a spirit level, if I were to move it down 1,000-mile road, it would still read level, right? But if I lived on a ball and I had two levels, those levels would have to be different, like creating different angles. Like if I drew two lines, like a tangent line from one level going outward that just stayed tangent and another level and that line stayed tangent, they would create like an angle against each other. They wouldn't be on the same plane, correct? If I lived on a ball, but yet they would each read level.
Right. So how far away would you have to be from the other level in order for it to make any difference whatsoever?
On a bubble spirit level, probably closer than you think. Anyway, it would still be a pretty vast distance, but it would be a lot closer than you think.
So, do you know how far away those two levels would have to be in order to display something different that you're talking about? Or
I would have to work the math out, and I'm not. That's not like my solid point. If you wanted an actual number there, but
1 mile. One mile is enough for those two things not to be parallel and plumb.
Yeah, in fact, in theory, even if they were 2 feet from each other, those tangent lines wouldn't be perfect.
Yeah, no, that's not very convincing.
Why do we have to answer your claim anyway?
It's not.
Well,
why?
I don't know, I'm just a guest, man.
Okay.
No, but it's not about convincing, because you're basically saying you're not convinced by the globe Earth metrics. Because when we're saying,
well, I kind of wanted to get away from this topic.
So what else do you want to talk about? This is a flat Earth server. So I don't know. So we're talking about the lack of the curve of the Earth. What's wrong?
Yeah.
with
So
that?
like, here's this. Trying to bring up a new topic. When I was a kid, I was like really into astronomy, and I got a telescope for Christmas one year, and I was so excited to use my telescope. And I literally used to look at the planets. Like I have pictures of Jupiter. I have pictures of Saturn.
I got celestial binoculars for stellar.
What are those?
Yeah,
if they're not planets that we can visit someday. I got binoculars. What are the rings of Saturn?
Well, guess what? What do you think? Like, you think they're planets? Well, guess what? if Earth is not measured to be a planet, then those things can be what they look like versus what people have told us. Some people think they look like planets. Well, I guess, but when I look through my Celestron binoculars, which are 4 stellar observations, I definitely see things differently because I don't really have this veil or this belief system that I see these things through. I just see them and I go, that's vastly different than what I believed I would be looking at. So, I mean, what do you mean? What are they? How?
Yeah. So we
listen to what I mean. How can a human being who puts an eyeglass piece in front of, say, a tube for a telescope or your eyes and binoculars, or how could any human being doing that tell you what something is from light years away? Or the planets just light minutes or however far they are?
Well, we can both look through the same exact telescope and we can see the same picture inside of it, and we can see that, right? We can witness that.
We both speculate as to what it is, right?
Right, but somebody has an answer of what that thing is, and you unfortunately don't. So I'm just trying to understand.
If you
what is your interpretation
of the question of who's been there? Because I don't have an answer for you. That is the answer. You just said it. So what you're saying is rhetorical.
Did I lay out, or did he and everybody else?
Am I cutting?
So what is your interpretation of that thing that you're seeing?
I don't have.
We can both observe.
I don't have an interpretation. I just see it, and I'm like, okay, cool. Now there are others that have presumptions about it, like for instance, Jupiter is strictly a ball of gas in a vacuum. That is highly unnatural, my friend. That's against the second law of thermodynamics. So do I believe it's a big ball of gas? No, I don't. Whatever it is, it looks like what it looks like, though. But I know that what they say it is not the case.
Yeah, and Sean, why do you say unfortunately? Why do you say it's unfortunate that we don't know?
Well, it's not really of any consequence because it doesn't change.
Yeah, well, he said unfortunately. I was just asking him why he chose that.
I don't remember saying that.
Oh, I do.
Oh.
Well, the guys with the answers don't know either. So what good is that?
Well, I was kind of wondering what your interpretations are of it.
What else can we say other than what else can we say other than we see what you see?
I can say something more. So the sun, moon, and stars are all unverified lights in the sky. If you want to know what the composition of them are, you go up to them and take a sample and bring it back and analyze it. Until you do that, it's just as far as what the composition is.
But no one can. That's the point. No one has, and no one can.
Okay.
I will admit, he's right about one thing. It is unfortunate because we are left wondering. That's the unfortunate part about it.
Well, I find that one of the very fortunate parts about it.
It's awesome.
Yeah, I guess it depends on
understand omniscience is not for this world, so I just kind of... Yeah, but he seemed to think that was a real gotcha. Unfortunately, you don't know what it is, and someone does. I mean, was it a Seagal? Yeah. Is that a Seagal film that he's treating?
Well, my answer to that would be, so what?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I pointed out why he had to label it so sternly.
The ones with the answers, they don't actually know.
I don't know.
They're just giving you a story, though. They don't actually know. So they're just giving you an answer, not necessarily a true one. Anybody here could do that as well, but it's not valuable.
I kind of have a question. So, how many of you have actually looked inside of a telescope?
Do you think we all have lived under a rock our entire life?
Well, I just want to know how many of you have actually.
No, I'm just asking. I just want to know
because you all seem to have the same concurring opinions.
Have lived under a rock.
Probably all of us.
You all have the same concurring opinions about something that you may or may not have experienced.
What opinion have we shared?
That's pretty valid.
What opinion have we shared, Chong?
About like space and stuff.
I don't like space. I love sci-fi.
You have the
I
same
know it. I know it's
opinion as-
fictitious.
Wait. But we don't have.
It's actually, we didn't give you an opinion about space. The opinion about space is that it's a second law of thermodynamics. It's a medium that we've.
Oh yeah.
So the thing is, we don't have an opinion. The opinion of what the sky is invalid.
And you're the only one that has the same opinion as everyone else without validation. So
there's a guy that spoke to a renowned physicist, and I wish I could find the video, but his channel was deleted. And he respectfully went to this guy's class. It was a master class, and apparently he had wrote books on him having evidence for gravity. And so the boy asked him two simple questions, and he could not answer. When I say could not answer, everybody knows what a direct question is and someone not answering it. Telling someone that a question is invalid, you can justify whether a question is invalid or not. And in that instance, the questions were valid. If mass attracts mass, and on in the table of elements, gases have mass, then in theory, obviously, either because the mass of the Earth is greater, the gas particles should be attracted to it, thus never leaving off the Earth or having any other vector than down. But the gas moves randomly and freely in all directions to fill the available volume. That's in direct contradiction with mass attracting mass. I mean, because up there with gravity, supposedly, Jupiter's a big ball of gas, but we don't have big balls of gas here, nor does the gas stick to the Earth in columns.
You're just claiming that it doesn't exist, basically, right?
I mean, how do you validate a second law of thermodynamics violation? That's the whole thing.
I gave you a chance to talk. So,
but that's
not happening right in front of your face. It doesn't exist. That's your rationale right there. That's what you literally just kept on saying.
Or is that what you heard?
I just listened to what you said.
So is that what I said?
So
or is that what you heard?
Your point is that if it's not happening directly in front of my face and it's explained to me that this is what's happening, it just doesn't exist. That's what you're saying.
Well, here's the thing.
And what about?
Here's the thing. In order for them,
I wasn't done.
In order for them to get to that medium, they would need the radius of the Earth, which has to do with knowing the distance to the horizon, which there is no distance. That's supposedly where they got the math to calculate how much, how many times they have to lap the Earth to escape Earth's gravitational orbit, or to get into orbit and escape Earth's gravitational pull. So
okay, I don't think you understood.
That would have to be
what I was trying to say.
Well, I don't think you're understanding that I'm responding directly to what you're trying to say, because you're trying to say that all I'm saying is I'm just not believing that space is up there because I've never experienced it. What I'm telling you is no one on Earth has ever experienced a second law of thermodynamics violation. And it just
Oh
so
yeah, I was
happens,
going to ask you that question
it
too.
just so happens that it's just a claim that's unfalsifiable because no one can validate it or falsify it.
Well, so that's what I was trying to get to. And then I heard you out. So hear me out real quick. So I was saying that just because it's not happening like right in front of you and being explained to you that, okay, this is happening, this is why it's happening, this is how it's happening, blah, 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 blah. Right. But the amount of people that have to, like create this in the first place are all just deceitful by nature? Are they all united under something? Like what is
no, they just
what
have
is the uniting factor that is
the uniting
causing
factor,
all these people to just
the uniting factor is that they all
create
think
what?
They all think like you do. That's the uniting factor. Because you all think something without evidence. Because if there was evidence, like I said, it would be a falsifiable claim. I don't know how you falsify the second law of thermodynamics. It's a natural law.
And that's it's like the fourth time you've said that. And I've been holding off this question.
Well, it's important because you're like, well, how do you know that that's not the case out there? I don't. How the hell do they know that that's the case out there is the point. I'm like, well, where's the evidence? It can't be other people believe it because all the other people that you're talking about also have never experienced this.
Listen, I'm not trying to be rude. Okay. But I've heard you say this 4 times now.
What?
About the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah.
So I want to ask you, have you been through any verifiable like education that actually teaches you about the second law of thermodynamics? Because I'm going to be honest with you. I know nothing about it.
Check this out. You know how simple the second law of thermodynamics is? It's a natural law. So
entropy.
Let me tell you what's simple about natural laws. We experience. Listen. Chill out.
That wasn't me.
I know it wasn't you.
That's what it is.
The thing about natural laws is they happen all the time, and we experience them every day.
Every single day.
There's nothing to. There's nothing. When I put a cup of hot mocha on my counter, it's going to go from hot to cold. Okay? High pressure goes to low pressure every day. It's called storms and wind.
Okay, so storms and wind, mocha on the table. Can you give me the definition of the second law of thermodynamics? Or do I have to Google this myself? What is this thing that you're talking about? I have no knowledge of it whatsoever.
I'm explaining it to you. It's something.
What, in layman's terms? But you don't know the official definition of it.
Natural law is. I'm telling you, like I would tell a 5th grader, and you're like, so you don't know. You're not listening.
Okay, that's fine. I appreciate
that. You're admittedly clueless and ignorant.
So the natural law. So it's entropy, right? So entropy.
That's the official definition.
But no, it's a word. You can look up that definition. But the bottom line is,
I know what entropy is.
So the bottom line is, what is it? Well, things go hot to cold. You have things in a high energy state. You lose the energy. Not lose the energy, but it's transferred, right? You have high pressure that goes to low pressure. We experience this all the time. So we're talking about high pressure going to low pressure. Seeing as that we experience this all the time, we formulated gas laws. Okay. So gas pressure is defined as the pressure of the gas molecules exerted on the walls of the container. There's a volume for the gas to fill. The problem is the vacuum of space is expanding still faster than the speed of light. And then we have gas here that's not going from the high pressure that we breathe to the low pressure out there.
So,
that's a violation of natural law.
Okay. So what you just explained, and I listened.
Because if CB was here, he would have that what is that chemist or that physicist?
So I didn't even get to make my point.
Yeah, because there's a video. Yeah, because there's a video from a chemist. There's a renowned physicist or chemist. We have a video of that specific.
We don't know his name or his title. No.
Yeah, we do because there's a video.
I saw it on YouTube.
I'm just
right?
saying it. I'm saying it because he's a renowned physicist.
Not trying to be rude to you, man.
Yeah,
you showed me respect. I show respect back.
It's okay because the bottom line is the audience knows and you don't. So we play these videos all the time. Just because I don't know this specific guy's name because I'm always talking about the other guys.
What you just explained.
Anyway, listen to what I'm saying.
The natural state of energy. You realize that energy is a thing, right?
Hold on, bro. Because you're not listening for some reason.
No, I'm listening.
You're kind of not.
I just listened.
Elijah, I gotta give you a point about this. He's last night he was yelling at me. He was drunk, and I think he's going that way, drunk.
Yeah, I know he's
style.
He's blurring and he's getting slow and he's interrupting and he doesn't understand. He's like, so you got somebody that you don't even know. It's like, bro, but you're embarrassing yourself because everybody in this room knows what I'm talking about. Because it's a video, so it's a video. Yeah, they have lectures online. They have classes from universities that are freely available for the public online. Yeah, most of the citations that we give come from universities, not flat earthers, at least in this room. So I'm talking about, again, somebody in academia who's giving an example of entropy. And he's like, there's no change. There's no energy change. Nothing is going on other than him having, bromine in a container with, and it's sealed off from a vacuum and they open the chamber and the bromine rushes in to the available volume.
I think
no other change, but entropy happened.
C-Dub just put the video in their live stream.
So, and then you can look at the video and you can look the guy up, and the bottom line is that's what gas does. But when it comes to the earth, even though we know that if I pop a balloon, it's not like gas is going to stay in a sphere or it's going to drop to the ground. It's going to go everywhere. When it comes to the earth and the vacuum of space, the gas isn't going everywhere. Even in Total Recall, they knew they needed a dome for Mars because the gas would fuck off into space. Funny enough. But you're the only guy that holds on to this religion better than gravity ever could.
So, the second law of thermodynamics is how you explain it to me is basically energy conversion. You need to have energy to make something hot. So naturally, something that's hot is going to go cold. That's pretty much all you told me.
No, I didn't. I just told you what I told you just now.
Not a very good listener.
The example of gas, I just told you. And then
that's what I understood out of it.
And there's the video.
And you still never gave me any official definition of the second law of thermodynamics.
If a physicist can't explain it to you in a video, I don't have any hope of getting you to understand.
Actually, no.
We were talking about how there was no Earth curvature, and you were like, "Can we not talk about that?" Because it was probably a little cognitively painful. So you wanted to ask us, what do we think about planets and stuff? And that's when I said, well, Jupiter is a big gas ball in the vacuum of space. That's obviously a violation of the natural law of entropy. And you're like, well, what the fuck is that? And I said, well, here's an example, and then here's a video example, and you're still confused? I don't get it.
Hello, guys. Hello, Elijah. So this guy, I were here before you, like a couple of hours ago, and this guy Chung said like he's here. We are uneducated, and he is like we challenged him to educate us. Yet he ran away. Now he is coming back, and he doesn't know what is entropy. You know, Chung, when someone from academia says it's a law, it means it's maintained and never been observed to be violated. That's why it's a law. It's in chemistry. And yet you are here to like educate us. You don't know what is entropy, you idiot.
I do know what entropy is. I know that things cannot be reversed. Like, my understanding of entropy is you can burn a fire in a fireplace, and the smoke from the fire comes out of the chimney, right? But you cannot, through any sort of, chemical process that you could reproduce, unless it was in a very highly, controlled environment, you cannot cause that, smoke that's coming out of the chimney come back and turn back into wood, right? I'm not that dumb, okay? So I understand what entropy is.
Yeah, but what about gas expanding to fill a volume? What about that part? The entropy of a gas.
So the entropy of the gas is that, it's held down by gravity.
No, that would be a violation of entropy, because gas moves randomly and freely.
You're right that it does.
It has no intermolecular bonds, so the energy is not lost.
It's bouncing around.
There you go. So your assertion of gravity, I just told you how it was a contradiction, because if that were the case, then we would have pockets of spheres of gas, or all the gas would be attracted to the mass of the Earth, because mass attracts mass, right? So the center.
Well, no, you're also you're kind of dismissing the fact that electromagnetic.
I was almost done. So the gas, because electromagnetism has nothing to do with it. That's a non sequitur, right? Because your claim is that mass attracts mass. So the center of a gas particle would be attracted to the center of the Earth. But gas moves randomly and freely here at the surface of the Earth. So that's quite absurd.
So you're also dismissing the fact that electromagnetic forces also play a part in the gas particle attraction between each other.
No. Gas particles aren't attracted. That's the point. There's no phenomena
through electromagnetic forces, depending on what that molecule is composed of. It does have different attributes.
Is there evidence of that? Is there evidence of
electromagnetism
creating spheres in nature? Spheres of gas.
No, I'm not talking about spheres.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. That's why
I'm talking about the electromagnetic force.
Yeah, it's a non sequitur.
Depending on the type of molecule it is in a field of gas,
you know what a non sequitur is?
They're obviously not going to make spheres.
Do you know what a non sequitur is?
Claim.
Do you know what a non sequitur is?
Yeah, it's a logical fallacy.
What type of logical fallacy is it?
I don't know.
Yeah, what you're saying has nothing to do with the points that I've made.
I made a point to prove your point wrong.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't even touch it. Like, we're both saying that gas expands. You're not saying that gas is held together.
So there is a natural attraction between the molecules in a field of gas. We can agree on that, right?
Where's the experiment that proves that?
Electromagnetic forces, depending on the type of gas that's in the air.
demonstration that show where's the phenomena of this happening? Let's see.
It's a minuscule force, but it's still something that happens.
So let's see it happening then. It has to be a phenomena then. Where is it?
And so what I'm trying to tell you is if it happens on a large enough scale, that force is amplified.
No, again, where is the example in the first instance?
Well, I don't remember what you were talking about in the first place anyway. So,
well, thank you for the content. You've been really helpful. And I'm not being facetious. Like, my family members just love hearing that no one knows what the fuck is going on.
Yeah, I don't think flat earthers know what's going on either, to be completely honest with you.
Well, yeah, so I'm saying I can go to my family and I say, hey, do you ever think somebody would make an argument for the shape of the earth using logical fallacies? And they would say no. And then I play the clip of you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we don't know anything because Elijah just explained something to you, and then you just said, I don't even remember what you're talking about. And we don't know what we're talking about? That's weird, man.
Yeah. Thanks for playing.
You've drank too much or you don't know what you're talking about. That's it.
Like the moment he came on and started like typing in the live stream voice text about like him trying like coming to educate us, like or sorry, he didn't say that. He didn't say that. He said we are uneducated. That's why we are flat earthers. So we challenged him to come and like educate us. So you have nothing, Chong, really. But the moment you said like we are uneducated, without even speaking to us, it just show us how bad you are.
I kindly agree to disagree with you right there. So I know I'm pretty educated. I'm probably not the smartest guy in the world, but
doesn't sound like.
How much have you had? I also don't believe that the Earth is flat, dude.
You don't. That's fine. That's fine, mate. You know.
Well, but he's missing an important caveat. The thing that is not just a label. Flat Earth is an introduction, a description to talk about things, but it's not what something is. So that's not the point about the whole conversation. You're thinking about a label in your mind. Oh, Flat Earth is not a label. Yeah, we know that, sir.
Well, I don't think you guys gave me very much.
Honestly, we can't even understand what you're saying because your words are really getting flipped and all that. So.
You came in and you didn't even listen. Like that was what Elijah was saying was pretty clear and concise. And then you would say, "Oh, you said this," and it's exactly not what he said. And then you tell us we're dumb, and you're educated. And you must. Do you have an education in the law of thermodynamics? Why do you need an education in the law of thermodynamics? You can. It's a law. You can read books about it. Yeah.
Yeah, but none of how many. So let me ask you this question: how many of you have been indoctrinated in what the second law or the first law? I don't know how many of the laws there are. Why is the first law not in the conversation? And how many of you have honestly gone to school for physics and have graduated with a degree? That's what I want to know.
Man. I've got an engineering degree, so what?
I know a couple engineers.
Physics major in school, as well, so university. So what about you now? Who are you and what did you study?
Yeah.
I have a background in a lot of things, man. And I know engineers. I know petroleum engineers. I know mechanical engineers.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know politicians. I know police people. Who cares? It doesn't mean I'm a politician or a policeman.
Hey,
You know,
I'm
that's silly, man.
I'm
No,
Hispanic,
but
and I know
I
engineers.
appreciate what they have to say on the topic.
Yeah, don't run away from the question. Chung, what did you study?
I've never studied anything a day in my life.
So you're doing an appeal to authority, and then you ask us what we've studied, and then you haven't studied anything. You're just
That was a trolling. That was a little trollish. He said that in a trollish sense, yeah. But it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We're here on the same table. We can still talk about things, right? We don't have to just piss at each other for whatever reason. But you came in pissing at us, bro. And this is, we said that we have the door open. You're sitting at the table. We're talking. So, yeah, it's all good.
I had an honest conversation with you.
Bro, you yelled at me yesterday,
kind of.
and you were like yelling at me and telling me things that then you realize what you were thinking was just something in your mind. So hopefully you don't do the same thing to others.
There's one in the fridge. No, I was here yesterday.
Yeah, you were pretending to be a flat earther, weren't you?
But are you impressed?
That's right. I was pretending to be a flat earther yesterday.
But are you impressed yet? Is it what you expected?
This is
he said, you guys haven't given me anything.
This was the greatest experience I've ever had in my entire life. Thank you so much.
Stop the cap.
Come back
No
once you
cap,
sobered up.
for real.
Come back once you sobered up, eh?
Hey, where's James Charles at?
He's not here.
You mean James Richards?
Oh yeah, James Richards.
Oh, there he is. He's muted.
When somebody
Hey,
says,
unmute James Richards. I wanted to beat him.
I'll do it because I muted him because he was interrupting, but I'll unmute him now.
yeah, I just wanted to add something like being educated, right, and thinking are two very different things. When you tell somebody they're not educated, you're just telling them you're not thinking the same thing I'm thinking. That's all you're really saying. But what is the difference between being educated, where you regurgitate stuff, and actually sitting there and thinking about things? You know what I mean? So it's not much to say you're not educated. Like, that doesn't offend anyone here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No, well,
But
You know what I'm saying?
even deeper than that.
I don't think you know what I'm
deeper.
saying.
It's deeper than that. If you believe that you live in a globe and this fantasy land, you've been educated correctly. You've been educated and you've been programmed successfully. Well done.
No. If you look at the history,
and here's
of
the
man-
thing. Hey, I just want to make a point that people being programmed successfily is what this world runs on. So we need people like them.
Programmed
Just
correctly,
saying.
100%.
Just now, just came.
I'm actually, I'm
hold on, man.
I didn't even know that.
I was unmuted for a reason. Let me speak real quick. When you talk about being educated, who is the man? Like when the day you graduate, and you're in the cap and you're in the gown. Who's the man giving you the cap and gown? Is the celebration for you, or is it for the one that says, "Yeah, he's got the right mindset. He's one of us."
Yeah, the cog in the wheel.
Like, did that make sense? I tried to be.
No, yeah, that makes sense.
Like, when you say you're educated, you're giving credence to somebody or some entity that educated you. Yeah, you're.
Well, here's the thing, bud.
Thank you. Hold on. That's a great point. You're placing them on a pedestal because you have become what they wanted you to, and now you're celebrating it. Now you're saying I'm educated because I did what I was told, but you're not realizing that you did what you was told. So what's
Well, here's the thing, actually.
How do you define educated?
I have been
educated.
I have been more effectively educated through my own experiences in life than to any sort of like diploma or degree that I ever could have
And I would
achieved.
absolutely agree with that.
Yeah, so why were you appealing
Hands-on.
to authority before then? Why were you asking if any of us have had an
I was
education?
going next, but thank you.
Sorry, mate.
No, I was going to say
Well,
the same
because
thing.
there's an importance placed on the fact that you graduated from, let's say, Yale or
Importance
Harvard
by who, though?
or something
That's
like
just
that.
consensus. That's just consensus. It has nothing to
Yeah,
do.
but it's
the
more
wisdom of the
communicatable
world.
as well. You have to
But it
admit
doesn't-
that as well.
It doesn't
You
mean
have
you're
to
smarter
admit-
than anyone else.
No,
I'm
it
not
just
trying
means
to.
you're- It just means you're
Not
part
trying
of the
to interrupt
military.
you.
Okay.
You're just part of
You
the
have
military.
to. Well, that's
You're just
communicatable
part of
too.
the military.
There's a lot of things that are communicatable. I can
Every
give
nation does it.
you
Every
1
nation
million
does
things that are more
I know, interrupt you,
communicatable
please.
than being a part of this flat Earth surfer.
So you're saying that if you have a formal education, that means you're smarter than someone who is autodidactic.
If you're a more communicatable person with a communicatable thing, yes.
What if you're highly
100%.
educated and uncommunicable?
But I also understand that there's a lot of very communicatable people here too. So.
What if you're not? What if you are educated but you can't communicate? Does that mean you're?
No,
should
what
still
you
appeal
missed
to
my
that
point.
person?
No,
What was your point,
it's having something that is communicatable. Like you have like a good reference book.
So as long as you have a
And
reference
that's valid.
book, you're smarter. Then that's right.
It's valid as fuck. I know.
No, it is valid because you know as a when you're born from your mother and father, you do have a guidance from them, right? So you have a certain steps that you take behind them, and it's very functional, very fluid, and if it's done correctly, you'll learn the correct ways. Same thing with other things in the world, because your mom and dad don't know everything, just like you don't.
Yeah,
know
that's true. But I also said that my greatest knowledge that I know about the world and stuff like that comes from unrefuted like sources that I just learned lessons.
Perfect.
You know what I mean?
So that
it
goes to our point.
doesn't matter if it was from a communicatable fucking source.
No,
I
but
definitely didn't learn that
there
in
is
Yale
lies
or
out there.
Harvard. I learned that in a dirty bar 10 years ago, and I got my ass beat, and I learned a fucking valuable lesson about it.
That's good.
Shouldn't you have learned? Shouldn't you have learned?
There's
from
valuable knowledge that you get through life.
Shouldn't
through
go
experience in life.
into. Shouldn't you have learned from that you shouldn't go into people's rooms and be rude to them then?
Or be like,
yeah,
acting like that or whatever.
Shouldn't that have been the lesson learned? Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
I got a question.
Shit happens, dude.
Hey, Chong, man, how old are you, man?
I am 65 years old.
You should know all
Holy
the
shit.
lessons.
Hey, I apologize for the way I spoke to you earlier then. Sorry
Excuse
about
me.
that, man.
Yeah, I'm a senior citizen.
I'm sorry for the way I spoke to you, man. Sorry about that.
Hey, is Helio still on here?
He's
He's here somewhere.
Oh, he's asleep. Now, did I play a good devil's advocate? Did I give you guys a good amount of content for your live stream?
It's not for the live stream. We're trying to give you care about that. We just
Hey,
care about
Chong.
you. And you.
Chong, I'm just curious, which one is the cap? The Glober hat you're wearing or the Flat Earther hat that you wore yesterday?
I'm not a flat earther. I'll never be a flat
neither.
earther.
We're not a label.
You always
either.
were one.
See, that's another weird comment.
We're not flat earthers.
He said, "I'd never
We
be a
know
flat
about
earther." What if you had undeniable evidence and proof that the Earth was flat? Would you then be a flat earther?
I'm a heaven
Nope.
earther.
Not even if the hottest chick was on my fucking lap.
Well, the
Never.
hottest chick doesn't matter because she's got no proof or evidence. We're just talking about proof and evidence. If you came across undeniable proof or evidence, would you become a flat earther?
That'd be proof and evidence enough for me, man. Fuck.
You just said it
Well, you don't have to be a flat earther. No one here is a flat earther. The term was coined by the CIA to make you feel that way about this. We're just
Dude,
people
I was
who are finding
just
out.
thinking about that.
Yeah, I don't like the term. Like, I've always complained about it.
Dude,
but
I am an
what the CIA
employee.
does. Yeah.
I am an employee of the CIA, and I don't even know about it.
Well, doesn't matter, employee or not. You know.
Anything this guy's saying, man. I don't believe
Now
shit
you know.
this guy's saying.
I think he's. Yeah, but you don't have to be a flat.
I give up.
No, I'm legitimately like employed by the CIA. I don't even
In the
know.
last half an hour, he's starting to sound like he's had about 3 glasses of scotch now. So
I still have a top secret security clearance.
I think
Good for you. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean.
Yeah,
anything.
it does.
Nothing. You. Why you think that you think you're privy to real information, right? Come on, man.
No, it just means that you're just some motherfucker that they'll just like expend. That's really what it fucking means, dude.
You didn't learn anything from that bar incident.
All right, have a good night, man. Take care.
Yeah.
Hey, bro. You told us you're not a label. We know that's good. So what else? Is that it?
I'm a Glober. Debate me.
You're a label? Are you like a believer
No,
of the Globe
I'm
Party?
totally like I'm not a flat earther.
You're not
I'm
a
against
Glober.
flat
You're a
earthers.
person that believes the government. That's all you are. We're people that don't believe the government. You're not a Glober.
I believe the government lies.
You can't tell, Bong. You can't tell what this guy is because he just larps constantly.
Well, you're misspeaking. You're speaking incorrectly. You're saying things that's not accurate. You know, Glober is not a word. It's not a thing. It just started coming up because flat people are calling it out. It's all psyops and propaganda. That's why you feel that way. That's why you're saying, I will never be a flat earther. Nobody's a flat earther.
Who do you think was the first flat earther?
The first person
It's
born.
always been flat, man.
The first flat earther was probably either a time traveler, because I firmly believe in time travel.
Always been flat, man.
Or it was somebody who existed like thousands of years ago.
Yeah, it would have been the first person born. That person.
Somebody.
Yeah.
Why do you believe in time travel?
No, the first person who had that specific knowledge either existed thousands of years ago or was a time traveler.
It's
It's funny that you call it knowledge, but then it's funny
Because
you call it knowledge,
that's
but then
where
you say
they would
you'll
have
never
gone to obtain that knowledge. Does that make
Does anyone
sense?
anyone getting sick of him yet, or what? Interrupting?
Yeah.
I'm done with this guy a long time ago.
Yeah, he's not coming around. This guy is you're too old and stubborn, mate.
Well, my take on him is he's shown himself to be dishonest. So.
Can't learn new tricks.
Hey,
No, what are you
can
gonna do?
someone, help me real quick?
Everything that comes out of his mouth is dishonest. But yeah, we've got a new person, Dewey. Let's move to them.
Oh, we
Go
got
ahead,
the
ask
next
your question.
devil's advocate.
Yeah, we're gonna move on.
Gonna mute him.
I have a
You mute
just a
yourself,
quick
mate. I'm
question.
gonna mute you.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
I
Thank you,
typed
Tim.
something into the live stream chat, and it kicked me off. Is the word boomers up not allowed? Because I typed something with the word boomers in it, and I got kicked out of the chat.
You got timed out.
Boomer.
Is that a bad word?
I don't know. You'll have to talk to whoever kicked you out of the chat about that.
It was like automatic. I got a message from the bot.
It's the bot. It's probably one of those 3 minute. 3 minutes.
Did you swear?
It's
You have to hang-
said that
you have to hang your head in
it's
shame
told me
now
that
to
I
get
swear,
back into
but
the chat.
I typed boomers tend to believe in the ball. and then I got auto kicked.
Oh,
I read.
Yeah,
I could
It
read
is.
it. I got to read it, but
What are these?
If
yeah,
boomers is a bad word, that's fine. I just didn't know.
It's in the
nobody
bottom of the
knows.
list.
I think it might be just a joke that Helio put in
No,
there.
it's in the bots list of words that will time you out for 3 minutes. Yep.
Oh, it's like 3 minute timeout. Okay, I got
Up,
it.
man.
Thanks for clearing that up for me.
Somebody take that out, man. That's ridiculous. All right. You guys
Is
got
there anyone decent we can talk to? Plum Bob? No, he's a flat earther. We don't want to talk to any flat
yeah,
earthers.
just talk with ourselves, man. That was really weird, man. That guy was pissing me off, and I only been here for fucking 5 minutes. You guys, how long did you deal with him?
Bro, it's been like hours. 3 hours. 4 hours.
You guys are fucking sadomasochists, man.
Well, strangely enough, he flat smacked himself about an hour ago with a long distance observation, and then he just carried on.
And then he was talking about all roads. He said all roads are flat too. So
that guy, man, was just like, I didn't believe a word he said, man. And I went 5 minutes with the guy.
I know, right? Every time somebody needs out to him, it sounds like he's listening. Oh, we're getting somewhere. Nah.
Hey, shout out to YouTube chatters. You got Phil Connors out there. He's giving everybody a bunch of shit about the globe. Slow Mo Moon Buggy. What's out there? Tyon 444. What's up, baby? Long time. Who else is out there? I can't. Fuck.
I thought there was someone new in the chat, but Platt has changed his picture.
Hold on 1 second. Let me get the chat back here. But yeah, there were some people out there. There were some new people out in the YouTubes. There was like 30. There's 24 people out there now. All right, what's out there? Greg T, Phil Connors. He was talking about gas pressure, man. He had it all figured out, man. Apparently, that it works. Gas pressure without a container. Yeah. He said that I couldn't prove a negative. I said, your gas pressure without a container requires evidence, and you can't prove a negative, he said. The container is the claim that requires evidence, he said.
Well,
yeah, exactly. Your fucking gas pressure requires some fucking evidence, bro.
Yeah, that's actually what derailed Chong. That very thing.
The gas. Okay.
Yeah.
I was reading the chat back then. All right, well, come on in here. You guys bring it on in here, Phil Connors. Bring it to
Who had him before Elijah? Was that did Lou have him for a while?
I don't know. I wasn't here.
Who are you talking about? Chong?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, a couple of hours ago, I jumped on the server and then I saw him like in the VC, but not really talking. But he's like being the keyboard warrior, and I challenged him, me and many others, like, "Hey, come here, come on, voice." Like, okay, let's talk. So he ran away, just like run away
because he was smashed yesterday. Yeah, and he came in as pretending to be a flat earther. He said, "Oh, I'm trying to get my brother-in-law an account on here," and he was. I think what did Jamesy? He was yelling at Jamesy or something.
Yeah, that's funny. Like, yeah, I'm really done with this guy. I would never like waste any time with him whatsoever. He's like welcome to change his mind if he's like really genuine, but I wouldn't really invest any time with him.
Hey, yeah, Kong, we don't like shit bullshitters, man. Sorry. No, we don't.
What's happening, dude? Any
you
nasty
are, baby. You are happening, man. Upside down, fixing dinner.
It's cold and wet and raining here now, and you guys are starting to warm up. We're getting colder,
dude. Man, I just happened to catch something, man. Right before I came out here, I was like, there's so much smoke in New York City right now.
Really? We got some fires.
It's coming from 150 fires in Canada.
Oh, no way.
Up in like Quebec and up north of there. It's blowing all the smoke all the way down to fucking New York, dude. I mean, it was disgusting looking. I'm like, what?
Yeah, man. I live in New Jersey, and it's literally smoky.
Forest fires.
Outside.
It's not even on the mainstream news, man. I haven't seen fuck all about it, man.
It's insane, man. It's like literally smoky as fuck outside, and I'm in fucking New Jersey.
There you go. I mean, but I've heard some people, are speculating on why we're having so many fires in Canada and blah blah. It looks pretty deliberate, man. I'm like, what the hell? I mean, if there's
smoky as fuck out, man.
I live in Southern California. We get fires every year, man. We get something burning, for like 2-3 weeks. It's fucked up, but we never get 150 fires. We might have 2 or 3, but 150?
Professor, I'm in the 30s. So when I try to remember way back, I don't we had TVs, we had radios, we have a newspaper, all the news medias and outlets. Right. I never used to hear a lot of fires in the forest. Suddenly nowadays, it's very common. What's happening really? I don't blame it on nature,
If you look back through the wildfire data and stuff like that, in the 30s, they apparently had way bigger fires, way bigger burn acreages and stuff than what they have now, even. It's way down from what it used to be 100 years ago.
Yeah,
there's anything to go by.
Ours has gone down as well. They claim it's gone up, but it's gone down. We have a lot less fires. They're more severe, but we have a lot less bushfires than we used to.
Yeah, it's down about 90% in 100 years. So, yeah.
It's just more televised.
Yeah, because I'm Middle Eastern. When I try to remember seeing any forest fires, even in countries where they have a lot of forests, Turkey, for example. I don't really. So, but suddenly nowadays I'm hearing from the far west a lot of forest fires, and there's a lot of talks about what's really causing it. So if you are to educate me about it, go ahead.
Well, it's just that it's more. You've got more access to media than you ever have.
Well, you gotta point out that there's obviously a climate change, a massive political agenda behind climate change. So it benefits their political agenda to constantly point out every time that there's a forest fire or something like that, so they can claim that evidence that they need to enact more crazy laws and raise our taxes more, basically.
Yeah, I agree with that. This is why I'm really very suspicious of what's happening with those forest fires. A camber maybe starting a forest fire. Yeah, that's believable. But suddenly, a lot of forest fires. And there's videos about people lighting forest on purpose. Lighting forest on fire on purpose. Shown on videos. It's I agree with the idea of pushing this global warming and stuff, stupid stuff like that.
I think in Australia, last year, there was a lot of fires, and even the mainstream media reported on there being a lot of arson. I'm sure anyone in Australia could have testified to that.
It was a year before. Most of our severe bushfires are started by people. Whether it be accident or on purpose, but we had a huge one. We've had heaps of huge ones that was started by an electrical cable that snapped off one of the power lines, but it was on a day that was 47 degrees and 150 kilometre winds. So if you can imagine that, I don't know what 46 degrees is, 110 or something like that. Maybe more. So these fires in the summer is really dry. You get a wet spring, and then you get some growth, and then there's no rain for all summer. Then anything can start a fire over here.
I see. I'm asking you. Thank you for the information, because I'm more believing you than believing those media outlets, like who has an agenda, to push some propaganda out there.
Yeah, but I only get that from media as well. Like when they say, "Oh, I started by an arson," that's the only place you can get it from. I don't know whether that's true or not, but that's what the claims are. They say a lot of these fires are started by people.
Yeah. This I agree. Again, started by people, maybe those let's say employed by someone who has an agenda to push maybe global warming, right? Similarly, when they pushed this quote unquote human Trojan after 2019, you know what I'm talking about. So just they had propaganda, just to push something so they can later on the problem reaction solution, and they according to them Trojan 70% of the population, if we are to believe the statistics, but I think I get the idea. Thank you very much.
Plus, sorry guys, but yeah, when you think about it, really, I mean, is the sun able to actually start a fire just on its own? You know what I mean? Just the heat of the sun on the ground. Does it not need something else?
All the fires that are started here are started from some type of reason, not the sun. The sun dries out the ground and starts the tinder, but it prepares the tinder, but it could be the fall of an electrical cable makes a spark. Someone throws a cigarette out the window. Campfire gets out of control.
This is what I'm saying. I'm sorry, guys, I've just jumped in, but this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. I don't think the sun can actually start the fire. It can give the conditions where a fire will then go out of control once it's started, but I don't think just the sun shining on the ground can actually ignite a fire. I don't.
I agree. I agree with one thing. Sorry, Tempo. That's why I started this talk about forest fires and my suspicions about it, because when I also talked about the human Trojan after 2019, basically when you go back in history, how would for example, I don't want to go into it. You know we have reasons not to, but basically suddenly blaming the less death is from sickness and stuff on the human Trojan. It's not really fair. And how did the humanity survive all that long? And that's the link between this human Trojan and the forest fires is also historically we wouldn't have any forest large forest nowadays if that was a natural cause.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in Australia anyway. Yeah, in Australia anyway, they don't, unless I'm mistaken, heat up and correct me, but they never really go into the cause. They just say, "Oh, this is burning, this is burning." Sometimes they mention it's arson. Sometimes it's
campfires.
It's maybe a campfire, but they don't usually say that.
Yeah, I live in fire country, man. I know. I mean,
lightning,
cigarette butts.
Yeah, lightning. You're right, T. That's another one. Yeah,
cigarette
lightning
butts,
striking.
Car exhaust. People driving down the road with a chain on a trailer, and the chain is sparking shit. It's dragging on the ground. Yeah, I've seen. Yeah, people do the stupidest shit, man. People are stupid. Yeah. I don't have to tell you guys that, but most people don't know how to think or think ahead anyway. It's especially campfires. I've pulled up to some really wicked campsites, man. The fucking fire's still going, and I'm like, what the fuck? Guy didn't put the fire out, right in the middle of the forest, man. Fucking dumb.
Hello.
Hello. What's up?
What's up, guys?
I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're good, Zodiac. Good to see you.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Been a minute. Dude. Where you been? Oh.
Yeah, I've been. Well, let's just continue with what you guys were. What were you guys in the middle of?
We're just talking about forest fires. There's a bunch of them up in Canada right now. It's creating a lot of smoke.
Oh shit! Really? Where?
Blowing down up in Quebec, and it's blowing down about 150 fires up there, blowing down like into New York, New Jersey. It looks pretty wicked, man. I just saw some video. I was like, what? That looks wicked, man. So
that's pretty crazy.
They're getting smoked out, and then got verification it's even smoky in New Jersey. So that's interesting. I just thought it's not on the mainstream news. I had seen it. This thing's been going on for like a month or something. I saw a video like a month ago. Guys like talking about the fires up there, man. But apparently it's escalated a little bit. But
wasn't there like fires in California too?
We always have fires, man. That's just a every year occurrence. We had some pretty bad ones back in 2020. They were really bad. I mean, I couldn't even go camping anywhere in California. It was so bad. We had to go to Utah, man, to get away from the smoke.
All right.
But it's all right. It's good right now. But we'll see how the rest of the year is, man. It's been super cool here. We got a ton of rain this year, man. We got like records amount of rain and snow. So we'll see what happens in September, October, November. We might get some really wicked fires because all the growth from all that water has been it's huge, man. I mean,
yeah,
we've been in a drought for like, I don't know, 5 years or something. So we got record rain and snow. So we'll see how that plays out.
Maybe I missed it because I got a phone call, but Zodiac, you got VC verified. Are you a globe or a flat earther?
Yeah, I'm more flat. I've been in here before, but I'll basically summarize what I think is basically. I don't think we're on a spinning. I don't believe in the spinning ball space monkey religion.
Right on. That's fucking right.
But you still think that you could live on a ball?
No. You're a
flat earther. You just don't want to admit it.
Honestly, it's been so long since I've been in here, but yeah, no curve. To be honest with you, I don't remember seeing. And the other thing is too, like, as soon as I realized gravity, like as soon as I started questioning why, or not why, but because once you debunk that, the entire thing is gone, man. The entire globe is dead at that point.
Yeah, I think space was my last thing to go.
Oh yeah, that's a big one.
Hanging on to it, man.
No space.
Hanging on to dear life, but it just didn't fit.
Especially with the gas pressure stuff. Well, the thing about I think the big one. I think no space is probably bigger. It's actually bigger than what else? The curve, actually, because if you think about
that's where everyone positions themselves. They see when they picture the globe, they see themselves with the ball in space. So automatically, when they say flat Earth, they see the flat disc in space, and then they go, "Okay, well, it is flat. Are we still in space?" You know, it's like. It's the last thing to go. Okay, I accept the Earth is flat, but what's on the outside?
Yeah.
Hey,
it's really because then the question honestly, it all comes from like the whole gas pressure thing. But like, as far as like what's beyond, obviously, all we know is lights in the sky. You know, that's all I know.
I got a good one, man. I got a really good one, man. In the YouTube chat, Mr. Phil Connors said that guaranteed no flat earther here could find the part of the second law of thermodynamics that states a container requires for gas pressure, is required for gas pressure.
It's in the definition of gas
because it doesn't exist in the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, well, it's not in the second law, isn't it? It's about gas pressure.
It's in the definition of gas pressure, isn't it?
It is high pressure to low pressure. Now, QE has gone into this fucking deep, man. He's got a million quotes from a million professors.
And he's a legend, man. QE's a legend.
Is that guy on YouTube saying that it doesn't need containment to have gas pressure, or what?
Yeah, but it's a non sequitur because it's not. That's to do with pressure, not entropy.
Yeah,
entropy's just heat, and high pressure automatically flowing to low pressure. When we talk about the container, we're talking about pressure, not entropy.
So that's not in the laws of thermodynamics.
Yeah, exactly. So he's just talking shite.
Well, he's saying that because it doesn't exist anywhere. In the second, we were told by one guy that this was part of the law, and that every single one of them bought it hook, line, and sinker.
Huh. Well, you can tell them that no one will find it in there because it's not in there.
Yeah.
So I see what he did, man. That's a trick fuck he did there, man. You bitch. Get your ass in here. Come on here.
Is he in VC?
Yeah, he was in the YouTube chat.
Oh, like text chat.
Yeah, YouTube chat, man.
Okay.
Anyway, I always like to call those guys out every once in a while, man, and say, get your ass in here and explain your shit.
Yeah, save us. Person from YouTube, please save us. We're on the edge of our seat. Tonight's the night. Today's the day, man. Today's the day that you're gonna save us from our
server down
confusion.
Yeah. I think we should turn it into a music server after the Flat Earth. What do you guys think? Or we could keep it science. We could go science, or whatever you got. Yeah. We'll vote on it. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah,
as soon as they come in with that gas pressure without a container, man, I'll be good. I'll be like, all right, cool.
Yeah, especially when you ask them, okay, now put it next to an open vacuum. Like,
I had a guy once, man, he brought a fucking leaf blower and goes, look, man, gas pressure without a container.
Nice.
That's really stupid, man.
And I was like, get the fuck out of here, man. Come on. Really?
Gas pressure without a container and leaf blower.
He pointed the leaf blower at a scale and it started measuring, some pounds on it.
You know what's funny?
That's funny.
So good.
I'm just saying it usually goes like gas pressure, no container, circle jerk, circle jerk, circle jerk. Then it's gravity that's holding the atmosphere down. Then you've got to go into gas pressure doesn't fucking go down, go boom, boom. It expands out in all directions. And then how can you ever demonstrate gravity as a barrier? And it just goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on.
Yeah, can you demonstrate gravity instead of a vacuum chamber? Just make gravity hold the gas. Like that's the demonstration we need. Actually, is if you think about it. Well, actually, it goes deeper than that because you'd have to prove. Not only would you have to prove that, you'd have to measure the entire mass of the Earth and then prove that all of that is creating an imaginary non-force force. And never mind. I don't even want to get into it right now. Yeah. It's just such bullshit.
It's ridiculous.
I'll tell you what, though, you've got to, on the other side, you've got to admire the absolute, this heliocentric lie. It's duped everybody for fucking years, man. it was some fucking good. It was an achievement, wasn't it? Really?
Yeah, it's genius. It's evil genius.
Absolute genius. Until you break out. So you break
it was
out
pretty
of it.
clever.
Yeah.
It was pretty clever.
And then you look back and you go, "Why did I believe that shit?"
What the hell was I thinking? I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid.
And then like until someone points out that you experience every day as flat and stationary, you always thought that in the back of your mind you're on a ball spinning, not even thinking about it.
Well, it was a good example in here today. I was working and sanding and gluing some shit, and there was a kid in here, like a 17-year-old rocket. He wants to be a rocket engineer.
He was 14, man.
14? He's 4. I thought you said he was 17. I thought you said 17.
Yeah, you hear him rockets work in space.
Lexus, he was starting to look.
Lexa,
and he had to bring in his big brother, man, to kind of help him save his ass. Which, I get it. And wow, man, that was fascinating, bro. I just want to hand it to you guys for handling that with such style, and you guys were so calm, and it was. But he did start to
only because he said he was 14, man. That's the only reason.
He started triggering out, calling you guys all stupid. You guys are so stupid. You don't listen to me. You guys aren't you guys listening to me?
He said.
And it was a great example. I think somebody actually clipped it already, man. Yeah, it's like 2 hours long, man. Anyway, thank you guys for that today. That was great.
I was just picturing. I was picturing my son speaking to people like that, and I thought, I got to jump in here because this dude's about to fucking lose it.
He started losing.
I could understand.
Did I heard?
Like he was crying, man.
Did I heard Zodiac? Did I heard his voice?
Oh, is that Jamsey?
Jamsey.
Yeah, bro, it's been forever.
My brother. Bro, right? Someone ask you, do you believe in the globe? That was funny as Zodiac is like an OG, guys. He's a
long time ago, yeah.
That was me because he just had VC verified, so I was just asking him.
No, it's fair. I agree. No, it's fair. It's a good question.
I don't know if it was the same one the other day that one of the guys had. It was the guy was all right actually, Glober, but they'd got him to the point where he could actually understand that you can't have gas pressure without a container at this point. He was grasping that because he does physics and he's into these university things. So he was getting what we were saying, or what one of the gentlemen was saying, but he admitted he got it and he could understand it, but he still couldn't accept it, and he just said there's got to be another reason why. He couldn't at that point say, well, it can't be true then. My globe paradigm has been destroyed. He was hunting for some other extraordinary reason why it could happen, even though it had been proven wrong. And it was just like extraordinary to listen to.
It's going to take him time to realize, I think. Honest? Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I wish I would have had that kind of ass whooping at 14, man, for logical thinking, It
would be a blessing to realize that so young. Imagine realizing all this stuff super young. That'd be a blessing.
Did he listen, though? Did he really listen?
Probably not.
No, he didn't. That was kind of... Even Miggy was like, point out, dude, you're not listening, man. You're not, dude. You're not...
He was saying his whole argument was that we weren't listening to him because he said he had proof because rockets...
Wait, Timbo, you gotta listen to me. The rockets go up. You see the rockets go up? Where else would they go?
Hey, Zodiac, let me know if you like your roles.
I'm on my phone, right? I can't. I'm like... I can check later. I'll check later.
Later, bro. Don't worry.
Yeah, check it later, man. It's
he's got heaps of them. You went to town on him, Jamesy.
Yeah. It's been a long time.
OG Flat Earther, Cogdiz VIP, Popcorn, Space AIDS.
Space AIDS, yeah, that one.
You remember that,
Embedded rolls and Space Herpes.
That's gold. Space Herpes is golden, bro. Never change that one. Keep
Used to be
keep
a mod,
space
right?
herpes.
Used to be a mod,
Nobody's
right?
got that. Nobody's got that tag recently, man. It's been a little light.
I saw AI giving some of those earlier today. So I'm gonna give some free rolls, and Zodiac is the right candidate.
Space herpes will never die, bro. Never let the memes never die, bro.
That's right. The best ones never die.
Yeah.
So James is here. I heard James earlier.
Oh, we got a new is he the one that's gonna save us today?
Nah, I don't think he's in.
James has been here for a while.
I was hoping.
Checking his rolls.
Nah.
I believe in you, James. Come on, you can do it. Tonight's the night. We're all gonna.
James is down to the ground. He knows what's up.
Oh, never mind. Okay, one of us. Never mind then.
Yeah, we got a house full of we got a house full of flat earthers, man, or people that do not believe in the globe. Pick your
Wait, Sean is here. Hey, Zodiac, speak to Sean. Sean, speak to Zodiac. Zodiac wants to speak to someone. Go ahead.
Yeah, is Chong, are you on the are you on the spinning ball space monkey religion?
Oh, boy. He will never be a flat earther, he said. And he is a flat earther. He also said that, and he works for the CIA, and he also said that he is 65 years old.
We're all flat earthers. Everyone's a flat earther.
Everybody's a flat earther, guaranteed. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Anyway.
Wait, Chong,
you got your mic.
I got a question for you.
You want
oh, is he actually unmuted, or is he there?
Yeah,
Chong, you're unmuted.
He's unmuted, but he was pretty drunk, so he might have passed out.
Oh, am I unmuted?
Yeah, you're unmuted, man. Do not be an asshole. I will fucking mute you.
Can I be a part of the plan now?
Sean, I have my good friend Soria. He came back after years. He hasn't been here, and he's very polite. And go ahead, talk to Soria.
Tell me about. I mean, do you believe in the globe, right?
Yeah, I do actually. Can I debate James?
No,
James.
Sorry, you can't do that.
Can I debate James Richard?
It's not going to happen. Sean, give it up. Listen, man.
No, seriously.
You're talking Zodiac, man. Either talk to Zodiac or talk to nobody.
Can you tell us what you? Go ahead.
He only believes in it.
I'll let you talk.
He only believes in it. That's his problem. He believes in it. You can't prove it. It's a belief.
Believe in it. Okay. What? Why do you? Or I should. Let me rephrase the question. Have you heard of the gas pressure argument about the vacuum, why there can't be a vacuum of space? Sean?
No, never in my life have I ever been asked that question, dude. Until today.
It's hilarious.
That's kind of funny. Yeah. Sorry, that was
it is
funny.
Hilarious, actually.
And he doesn't want to be asked it either.
You don't want to be asked that question, do you?
No, I'm just saying that nobody has ever asked me that question.
Okay.
Ever. And they didn't phrase it like that or anything like that. So.
Until today, okay.
Yeah, until today, somebody asked me that question. I'm not sure how to respond to it, so.
I'll give you a hint. It's one word. Oh, yeah, you can't. Well, in reality, there is no answer, but. Well, actually, the answer is there is no vacuum of outer space. But.
Hey, I think I like
there is one
no,
word.
That's. No, I don't know. I don't know what your background is or anything like that, but.
Here you go again with the appeal to authority.
I thought we left that behind,
I'm just speaking from specific things that might prove you wrong. So
Speaking from the Pacific?
Yeah, we don't. I don't know everything.
Sure,
I'm not
tell
trying
me,
to be cocky.
Oh, go ahead. Go
All
ahead.
right,
Go ahead.
dude.
I think I'm roboting.
I'm
No, you're
not
fine,
trying to
man.
be
You loud and clear.
cocky. Not trying to be an asshole.
Hey, Chung, I
But
like
you
your
framed your
example of the
question in
tree.
such a way.
Dude,
I like
it was
you.
a simple question, man. Rephrase the question. Is gas pressure without a container? What do you got?
Well, gas pressure actually can exist with or without a container.
All right,
Depends on the volume.
Can it happen next to an open vacuum? Can that be demonstrated next to an open
I
vacuum?
literally just said that it can exist with or without a container. Depends on the volume of the gas and the displacement. So, do you know what moles of energy are?
Moles
No.
of energy.
What's that?
No, explain. What
They're
is a mole of
dependent on
energy?
the mass of the volume of gas in question. So, different volumes of mass exist
And
with
how do they
different
work?
volumes. Like there's a weight. The weight is measured by. It's called a mole. MOL.
Cool.
So
Mole of
Does,
gas, you're saying?
does gravity work on these moles?
Yes, they do.
Can it
So
be
they all go
demonstrated
down.
next to an
the
open
thing
vacuum?
is, you can't have gas pressure without a container. Now, imagine
So you've obviously not ever
the first ever
studied
gas
chemistry, have you?
the first ever gas molecule to leave the Earth. Yeah, it's rising up on its own. It's the only gas particle now. Until that hits something or collides with something, there's no pressure. It has to hit something, press upon something. If it doesn't, there's no pressure. You can't have pressure without the containment or something to press upon. So you're incorrect.
So what you said is not 100% true.
Yes, it is.
No, I didn't say that it was holistically. I didn't tell him that he was lying to me or anything like that. I just said that it was 100% not true. Because some of those molecules in that container are colliding against each other, right?
Is this what you mean, Chung? I posted. It says at STP 1 mole 6.02 times 1023 repetitive particles of any gas.
No, that's
multiplied
for
upon-
that. So that is for a particular molecule that you are measuring.
A molecule
And so
that is being
different
measured.
molecules, dependent upon the elemental table, have different weights. That's what all the numbers mean.
Can this be
Like the
demonstrated
first
next
one
to a
is
vacuum?
hydrogen.
Yeah,
the
that was my
second
next
one is
question.
helium. You know, like the numbers that exist underneath.
Yeah.
Those actually mean something, and so those
weigh
actually have a weight to them. Did you know that?
Numbers have
Weight
weights?
requires downward direction, though. You need a downward direction.
No, the numbers underneath the molecules, the atoms and stuff like that, they actually have a weight to them. Did you know that?
Wow, yes. It's on the periodic table, yes.
Wait, are you
Yes,
going to
yes.
are you going to claim mass attracts mass now?
So moles are the measurement of the weight of these molecules when they get combined together.
Great. So can you weigh them?
Yeah, that's what that means.
No. Wait, you are not going away from this. How do they get combined together? How do they get combined together?
Through chemical reactions.
Inside of the container, right?
It doesn't have to happen inside of a container.
That's funny.
Wow. What happens if you put these moles inside of a vacuum? What happens if you put the mole inside of a vacuum?
You get a vacuum mole.
Yeah, that's
a good one.
response. No, it reduces the amount of pressure that the reaction's coming under, or reacting is a better word for it.
Can you maintain gas pressure next to an open vacuum demonstrated live somewhere?
That'd be cool. That'd be great, man.
He just said that the moles will reduce in pressure
I
in
got
the vacuum. So yeah.
$1,000 if you can demonstrate that. I got $1,000.
It reduces in pressure, but does it? Can you make one? Can you make a demonstration where it keeps the same pressure right next to an open vacuum without lessening the pressure?
Well, it depends on the reaction, and it depends on the amount of the reaction. Depends
Have you
on
ever
how
seen one in the
strong the
past?
vault. It depends on how strong the vacuum is.
Okay.
And it
How about
also
10 to the-
depends on whether or not the level of the endothermic for the exothermic reaction is capable of withstanding that as well.
Right.
Fancy.
Fancy, man.
Can this be done? Have you
I
ever
got a
seen
shop
one in the
vac.
past? A
Will the
demonstration
shop
like
vac
this?
work? I got a shop vac. Can I use my shop vac?
Sure. That's funny.
Dude, it's true, man. A shop vac. I can put a fucking gauge on it and measure exactly what it's pulling. I mean, that's it.
Even if
these
moles, even if these moles have weight, or whatever, can they? If you put them next to a vacuum, are they just going to stay there?
Yes.
Or are they gonna disperse and fill the vacuum?
So it really depends on the reaction and the containment of the device that you're trying to use.
Like Zodiac said, 10 to the negative 17 torr.
Yeah. Have you ever seen it? Have you ever seen a demonstration of an open vacuum next to, a vacuum that's open that has 10 to the negative 17 torr, and then have that right next to a gas pressure, right? And there's nothing in between.
What strength of the vacuum are you talking about? 10 to the negative 17 torr. What is that? Are you talking about the strength of the vacuum from outer space?
Well, that's assuming outer space is real. But
did you know that there's different levels of strength of vacuum that we cannot recreate here on Earth?
No,
so it can't be demonstrated.
So no, we can demonstrate vacuums, obviously.
Open ones, though.
Is 10 to the 17 negative, whatever you were saying.
Yeah.
Is that the one from outer space?
Yeah.
That's assuming outer space is real.
Apparently.
That's the one they tell us. Yes. That's the one they fucking have all in their books and do all their calculations from, bro. That's the one.
Okay. So assuming that, what are you saying?
We're basically asking.
17 torr.
Yeah, we're asking for a demonstration of, let me put it this way: have you ever witnessed a physical, real life demonstration where you have an open vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 torr, right next to gas pressure, without any physical barrier in between, and the gas pressure stayed exactly the way it was?
No, because the gas pressure will decrease.
Right, it'll decrease. Right, exactly. That's exactly what would happen.
It's funny.
Good game, man. Good game.
Well, no, that's not the point. The point is that the rate at which it decreases is dependent upon.
You said decreases, man. Did you mean decreases?
Is there any way to make it not decrease?
I'm a human, dude. Fuck off.
I know shit. I just.
Is there any way to make it not decrease?
Happens to me all the time.
So, what is the rate at which it decreases?
No, I don't know. I'm just saying. Have you ever seen a demonstration where it doesn't decrease? Like, can it?
No, it will decrease, but do you have the capability of measuring the rate at which it will decrease?
It's your claim, man. It's not ours.
We don't. I'm not.
No, you can actually measure that.
I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just asking.
And you don't know how, do you?
Can it be prevented from decreasing?
You claim to be this educated person who's a flat earther and trying to
Quick, here come the ad.
teach me something.
I'm not. Look, I'm just asking
We're
you.
just
Do
hanging
you
out, man.
know of a way to demonstrate it without?
Is there a way to
decreasing?
demonstrate the shit? For fuck's sake, man.
Yeah, I'm not saying I know how
Is there
to
a way to
measure the rate of
demonstrate this
decrease
right
of a
here, man?
gas.
Well,
I'm just saying.
happening. Why is
I wanna
everybody
see
What's
this.
getting
really
above each
funny
other?
is whenever I make a valuable point, you guys just start talking over each other.
Fuck off.
Got it.
Come on. Don't give me that shit. Don't go there, man. Don't go there. Don't be an asshole. You got some fucking container with gas in it that doesn't have a container. That would be cool, man. All right. Thanks.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny? Like, you can't even have like there's two types of pressure. You have dynamic pressure and static pressure. You can't even have like when you said like the vacuum thing. You know, you can't even have a dynamic pressure without static pressure. Like, you can't really like start from like building a pressure without a container from square one. Like, what's wrong with you? You know, like.
Yeah, I was gonna ask him, how do you prevent the decrease in pressure? You know,
with a container.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm pretty sure that you guys are unaware of the amount of pressure that we can create here on Earth compared to the amount of pressure that we cannot create here on Earth.
It's 6.
Do you have any knowledge on the subject? Yes or no?
Yes.
It's 6 to the negative Tor, man. That's the best we can do here on Earth.
Oh my gosh, that's Fantasyland. How about the real East level here? So that's this Earth that you're talking about, right? The pressure that is across this Earth. When you think about Earth, how does that look like in your mind?
Yeah, where are the pockets of vacuum on Earth, by the way?
Oh, yeah. What does that Earth look like when you talk about Earth? What are you talking about? Is it like the globe Earth?
Hey, I'm gonna mute myself real quick. No, I have to pee. I have to pee. I'm being polite.
Oh shit!
Okay,
somebody clipped that, man. Shit, that was excellent. Fuck yeah! Hold on.
Oh man, that was good. Damn.
It was fucking priceless. Way to go, Zodiac man. You rocked it, bro. Thank you. That was
Now I'm curious. Now I want to know how to measure a decrease in pressure over. Now I want to find out.
He's gonna go.
Well, you'll need a container for that, mate.
Oh yeah, I might need a container for that. Yeah.
He's gonna go.
But I'm just trying to ask because I don't know if I've heard him claiming the globe. I don't know if I've heard him say that.
This guy's he's claimed flat earther. He's claimed he's a glober.
All right, so I'm done peeing, but I'm gonna flush the toilet for you guys. Am I allowed to do that, or am I gonna get banned or muted or something?
You want to bring concave?
Do you need like this? Do you need like pressure for that to work? And containers?
Well, it depends on the amount of pressure.
And what about a container? You need a container for that?
That was ace, bro. Do you need you need pressure to flush the toilet? Yeah, I want to hear that one, man. Yeah, let me know how that works out.
Do you put the pressure on the
let me ask you a question. If you're so confident about this kind of stuff, have you ever heard of gravity before?
Oh my God, I never heard of gravity. Tell me more, please. Tell me more.
I haven't either, man.
I never heard of it. What is it?
Tell us gravity, please.
I've never heard of it. This is my first time hearing this. Go ahead.
You guys are all being facetious and shit like that. All right, that's fine.
I don't know about
this. Remember how I was talking earlier about the amount of molecules that are affected by electromagnetic influences?
Sarcasm. Yeah.
Electromagnetism?
Yeah. And how it affects the because one of you guys was talking about
the force of gravity. This is how gravity works. Gravity does not interact or affect any of the other forces. The electromagnetic force.
No, but electromagnetism does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does
It does
actually.
not. No, it
Wait,
doesn't.
Bong, let me hear it. Bong, I want to hear it. Come on, Bong. This is like late night. Let's hear it. This is the
You
adult.
get paid a lot of money to teach you this shit in university. You're not going to come here and tell us that it is. Okay?
Yeah, like you ever went to college, bro? Fuck off.
Why are you being like that? That's just totally ignorant. You're
Because you were like
65
that
years
with
old,
me.
on
I
this
was
fucking
pretty
earth, and
respectful
you
and
sound like
polite
a
to the other
goddamn
guys, but
18-year-old
then you
that doesn't know
started
how to
speaking
fucking
up, and then
Huh?
I want to hear about electromagnetism. What is it?
So the electromagnetic charge will affect certain gases, certain noble gases, depending on their composition, do attract more than others than ones that don't. And so if you put those certain gases or a
In
mixture,
containers,
right, of the multiple and put them under an electromagnetic charge, they will behave differently than under you, like, trying to prove one thing because you observed this happening.
You're the one making the claim.
It's just not going to happen.
when you put them, when you put them in under
It's not going to
electromagnetic
happen
charge.
on a large scale, like the size of the fucking Earth. It's just
How do you
not
know
going to
that?
happen.
How do you know that?
How do you know that?
Because when you
I wanted to ask-
isolate a variable, have you ever
You asked me a
isolated a
question when I wanted
variable
to ask
a
him a
day in your entire life?
Of course I
You
have.
probably
man.
haven't.
Kidding me?
No, you just
Isolated a
watch
variable. Are you
YouTube
serious?
videos for a month
Get the fuck
and
outta
you
here.
think you're a
God.
scientist.
You cannot isolate gravity. What is gravity? Explain it. Go on.
I never said I isolated gravity.
So why are you claiming that we have never isolated a variable? Why are you saying stupid shit like that when you're the one claiming gravity?
Because
We're
none
asking
of
you
you
what
are
it is. You brought
scientists.
it up. So what is
You
it?
guys
Listen,
watched
I wa-
YouTube and
I wa-
became
I was-
flat earthers because
Listen.
you are not
Fuck
intelligent.
off. Fuck off.
I wanted so when the example that you gave about the electromagnetism being inputted into the noble gases, do you control this environment and do you use any containers by any chance to do this?
Well, no, because the
How do you
the
contain the gases
environment.
without the container?
Can I please talk without getting interrupted?
No, fuck no, man. You can't.
I'm trying not to swear. I'm not trying to be rude.
Yeah, you've been super rude, but that's okay. Carry on.
It's rude. Yeah, you've been
All right. Well, hey,
Hey, Sean.
from here on out, I will refuse to be rude.
Sean, man, let me ask you one question real quick. What are you drinking?
I asked him a question and he hasn't answered yet. So
wanna ask-
go
I
ahead,
don't
John.
drink anything.
Guys, I think we're all jumping, missing the fucking point. I mean, we talk gas. Forget electromagnetism and all that bollocks. Listen, gas pressure, right? What does it do? It expands out in all directions. It fills any available space, right? That's what we're sticking with. It does. It doesn't have a. You can't. It will fill a vacuum unless it's contained or has a barrier. Forget electromagnetism. We're not bothered about that.
Yeah, well, no, it can be contained by something.
Like what? Go on. Like what?
It doesn't have to be like. So, what you guys are fucking talking about are the little vials of glass and gas that you're talking about that I've seen, and you guys are just focusing on this little teeny tiny thing. But what you don't realize is that
we're concentrating
the
on
mass,
the globe claim, right? That
the volume of the planet that we're living on. I'm not trying to get muted.
That's what we're concentrating on. That you
Hey,
claim.
where'd you see these things? On a YouTube video?
I
or what?
mostly get muted when I interrupt people. I'm not trying to interrupt anybody.
All right,
okay?
hold up. All right, define mass. Go on, define mass.
Volume.
Nope. Go on, define it. Read it, look it up, or go on. Let's see how much you understand this. What is mass?
Yeah, it's the amount of space that something takes up within a container.
In a container? Amount of space.
But whether or not the container is there, it's still taking up space. Let's agree on that first before you go forth with your.
Put a citation up.
No, let's.
Yeah, it would be cool. We're not going to get a citation, but that's cool. It's all right. Have fun with it.
Did I get muted?
No, you're good. I can hear you, Chong.
Oh, okay.
Hey, are you into Cheech and Chong, by the way?
No, I don't smoke weed.
Oh, cool, man. Right on. Everybody's got their thing.
So, anyway, like I was talking to the other guy about.
Wait a minute, Chong. You say you don't drink?
No, I don't drink at all.
Wow, man. Okay, I just want to get your headspace a little bit. Are you on some kind of like prescription things or something? Or
who are you? You sound like a cop.
Yeah, well, I'm just asking.
You probably work for the CIA.
Yeah.
I work for the CIA too. I have a top security.
I build pianos.
I have. I could prove it to you. Dude, I could prove it to you. I have a top security clearance.
Well, you said that earlier, man. I think you're full of shit. I think you're totally full of shit. Nobody that has top
think I'm full of shit
ever says they have top secret clearance. That's the dead giveaway, man. It's a fucking dead giveaway. Don't be ridiculous.
Professor, actually,
let me ask you this question: who do you think I am? Do you think I'm some sort of like nefarious entity, or like a soldier of death, or something like that? Like,
hey, Cole,
who do you think I am?
Cole Murray, too. You are completely roboting, man. Sorry, bro.
I'm not a robot.
Well, Ko was.
My bad. Can you hear me now?
You're still roboting. Mr. Roboto. All right,
so, Mr. Chong, you are from the CIA?
No, I told you I'm not.
You are a fraud, right? You are just bullshitting
I am not
with us.
a part of the CIA.
You are just talking bullshit. Talk, yeah.
I am a globe earther, and my coworker, who's like this really hippie guy who doesn't shower, and it pisses me off a lot because he doesn't work hard enough. He's a fucking hippie. Was telling me to come to this server, come talk about flat Earth.
But you are just mixing various things.
Are you saying that all flat earthers are hippies that don't wash? Is that what you're saying?
His profile.
Well, that particular hippie that I do work with does not shower.
Is he a flat earther or?
Yes, he is the flat earther who referred me to this channel.
Sounds
like that's why you think that we're all like that or something.
Right. So
I said
that about your globe claim of a vacuum next to a pressurized system with no containment, and we've still got nowhere with that. So if you can tell us how that's achieved, please.
Yeah, I actually have a really good question for you. What's your name?
No, I was asking you to back up your claim of a pressurized system next to a vacuum with no containment, and it's one deck.
I have a very good question to ask for you. What's your name?
Question with the question. Hey, question.
What's your handle?
Question from a question. Go ahead, Chong, man. Answer the question.
Is it Flat Earth Professor?
I am a professor, correct.
Okay, Flat Earth Professor.
Yes.
So restate your question.
It wasn't my question. It was
my question.
Well, who was the guy that asked me the question?
It's one deck, and it's the question we've all been asking you. Yeah, the question we've all been asking you to demonstrate your globe claim of a pressurized system adjacent to a vacuum with no container or barrier. That's what we want you to demonstrate to us in reality.
In reality.
Yeah, that's fine. And I'll answer it once I get a response from the person that was originally answering my question or asking my question.
And then we'll talk about, and then just to add on to that, then we'll ask you to define reality.
Yeah, you've lost the plot, man.
He's lost it. He says he doesn't drink. I don't believe it. I asked him if he was on meds or something, but he didn't answer me. But there's something going on there that's not quite right.
Yeah.
He's off his
Who was the original guy that asked me that question?
One deck asked you a question, and then you answered him back with a question. So can you answer one deck's question?
Can he please ask me the question again?
I'm not repeating it a third time. Sorry.
All right. Well, I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what the question was.
I feel like I'm talking to a really young child with no sense or logic. So,
one deck. He's 65 years old.
Oh,
How about that? How about that, man?
Yeah. I'm wasting my energy with that guy.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying.
Your question was pretty easy to answer.
Hey, Chong, you can't even remember his question, so what are you talking about? I'll give you a little hint. When you come on...
No, it was honestly...
Hey, dude, when you come on forums this, try not to get so drunk, because you're actually talking to people who are actually trying to have a pretty good conversation, and you're not even following the conversation, so...
25% of my brain energy to answer that question. That's how easy it was. Thanks a lot.
You didn't even know what the question was.
Right. He needed to reiterate the question if you know what that word means.
No,
for me to respond to it properly.
No, wait. Like, this guy is all over the place. So he said, like, it took him like 25% of his brain to answer the question, yet he didn't know the question.
No, but upon listening to it, I had the answer in my head. So,
he's gone back on mute.
You're talking just bullshit.
Dude, I was calling it out earlier, Timbo. Back me up on this, man. I was like writing in the chat. I'm like, let this Mongo, fuck this. This guy's full of shit. I don't believe a word he's saying. He's just here to be the combative kind of asshole, man. He's just here to be an asshole. That's it. And I saw through it like 5 minutes dealing with this guy, man. This guy just here to be an asshole. And he just, is one of those guys that just loves being an asshole. And, it's kind of sad, I would never want to be that guy, man. Fuck's sake, man. If I want to go that cucky, that shithole fucking bag shit, fucking retard, yeah. There's moles. I got the moles definitely guarantee you that there's definitely gas pressure without a container. Yeah, come on. It's ridiculous. The guy I work for the CIA.
The bullshit.
I have a top secret clearance. You get the fuck out of here.
I just unmasked him. He was talking just bullshit.
It was all bullshit, man. I just want you guys... He actually said in the chat earlier, man, that he's just, come on, guys. I'm here for the entertainment, basically, is what he said, man. He's like, you guys need me. You're like, no, we don't need you.
You did say that...
We like to fuck around with you, Chong, but yeah, we don't need you, bro. And
he did say that his friend don't take a shower. That's PD. I don't know if...
Right.
If this guy is him doing...
He doesn't take a shower. And, he's a flat earther. And he brought me here. And all of you guys are the same as the guy that doesn't shower. What? Fuck off. Fuck off, man. I hate that shit, man. When they all like to bag all of us into like one little, you guys are flat earthers. You must believe this, then you don't take showers. Yeah. Fuck off, man. No, all of us have, different backgrounds. Some of us have degrees, engineering, science. chemistry. Fuck, I've talked to doctors in here, lawyers, everybody, every profession, man, is coming here and said, "Hey, man, Earth is flat. I know it." And it's weird, man. It's, I even had fucking pilots, you name it, man. They've all come in here and said, "Hey, man, the Earth is flat. I know it." And it's like, okay, that's some credentials. Yeah, you guys credentials. But John was all about the credentials earlier, man. He's like, "Oh, you guys don't have a degree," but yet he doesn't have a degree, but he's got it all figured out, man.
Yeah.
Yep.
How do you hear me now, guys?
That's a little bit better. You're still kind of choppy, but go ahead and keep talking. Let's see how it works out.
Okay, thank you. So basically, what I wanted to say is, those idiots who leak confidential or classified documents just to prove a point? Chung might be one of them.
There you go. He works for the CIA, he said.
Yeah, he has high class or high level clearance. He said,
Yeah, he's got super high level clearance, and he'll never be a flat earther, he said. He said he will never be a flat earther.
Then I did ask him to him, and he did just stop with the CIA talk. He's not the CIA.
I swear to God, man. I know,
Zolciak. Sorry, dude.
My cousin was an FBI agent, and he's like, "Dude, man, we don't talk about nothing we do, man." You would, if you met the guy at a party or a barbecue, talk to him, and he'd be talking to you about basketball or something. He goes, "We never, ever, ever fucking talk about what we do," and that's it, man. And they just keep a tight lip, man. The real guys keep tight lip. And, I'll stick with that. But somebody comes in here and says, "Hey, I work for CIA." Like, fuck off. You're full of shit, man. You don't ever do that, man. That's the bottom line. You don't ever. Like, I got top secret clearance. No. Unless maybe your wife, maybe, Yeah. That would be the only person you would tell what the fuck you do. And I met those guys, man. My cousin was one of those guys. I knew he was. I tried to fucking squeeze some shit out of him. He's like, I'm working over here in Utah, and I'm we got a lot of stuff going on. That's about it. That's all. It's really vague, man. Ain't gonna get no fucking. I just met you on Discord, and I work for the fucking CIA. No, you don't do that. Fuck off. That's bullshit, man. We all know it. You guys know it. You just don't do that, man. It's just a cuck shit. But he said he was here. He said
Zolciak. Sorry, man.
Go ahead, Zodiac. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say there's someone, Zolciak, who's VC verified, but has an old account. So, there's Zolciak.
Salty or
Zolciak?
Zol.
Yeah, down the bottom underneath me. Zolciak.
No, Zolciak's, man. He's an OG flat earther, man.
Oh, okay. Because he's only got
I know, right? What's up with that?
He's got an account from 2020.
Yeah, but he's been in Discord since 2016, man.
Yeah,
he's OG,
and
man.
Only VC verified. So.
Yeah, that's messed up, man. Because even Gemsy was like, "Dude, what's up, bro? Man, a long time." I talked to him, maybe like a year ago. He came in maybe for a minute. I remember.
I don't know either of you. I don't think.
I think we talked. I'm just like flat earth dude, man. It's actually I got promoted to professor recently. It's a new thing, but it was, I talked to you. I don't know, man. I'm gonna say it was like a year ago, somewhere in there.
Kosho's here. What's up, Kosho?
Anyway, it doesn't matter. Gemsy verified Zodiac, and he's OG, man, guaranteed. And he knows the arguments, and he wants to argue. How did your experience with Mongo, fucking Dingo Dongo, go. You wanted, yeah, that guy. Yeah, it didn't work out too well. Anyway, that guy was a little bit full of shit, man. And I came in, it stopped, but apparently he had been here for an hour before I got here. And he was just full of shit, man. And you guys all saw through it, but you guys had fun with it because there's nobody else in here to really kick around with Chong like Chong, you know. We can kick Chong around all night if you want, man. That's cool. You can unmute him. Yeah, it's up to you guys, man. I gotta hit the head here, man. About 10 minutes. But
hey, Kosho, any proof of a geometric horizon?
Kosho? Hey, Kosho, what's up, man? Fuck. They let you back in here? What the hell happened, man? Fuck. This place is going to shit. I'm just kidding. Kosho, man, what's up?
I was just cooking dinner.
You're just cooking dinner. It's fucking like 2 a.m, man. What do you mean you're just cooking dinner?
2:21. Yeah, but to answer that guy's question, proof of
for
the
fuck's sake, don't
the geometric horizon. Yeah, it's a observations of the apparent horizon.
Parent.
What?
Observations
of the apparent horizon prove the geometric horizon?
Observations are apparent. I got it. Okay.
All you have is an apparent horizon. You don't have a real one. So, good job.
Kosho, what are you drinking tonight, man? Talk to me. I'm drinking red wine. What do you got?
Globe juice.
No, come on, Kosho. Don't fuck with me, man. You know I'm a legit fucking drinker. Fuck's sake. Just like you. And I just want to know what you're drinking tonight. You drinking some of those? Last time I talked to you, man, you think you're just drinking some Voodoo Rangers, man. Whoa.
That's exactly what I'm drinking tonight. But I gotta walk back. I gotta walk back to my computer every time, so I can't answer. I can't
drinking Voodoo Rangers tonight. Cool, man.
That's right.
I love a good Voodoo Ranger. I can't really handle like more than like 2 of them, and I'm fucking wrecked. Damn, those things are like 10.5% alcohol or some shit. 9%. Yeah, they're up there, man. It's up in the gravity scale. Those are measured by gravity scales, right? Alcohol, right? Yeah, that's how they measure the alcohol content of alcohol is with gravity. Barometric pressure. Yeah, you know all this shit. You're way smarter than I am, man. But you're not as cool. You're not as cool as I am, man. But because you want to hang on to your little spinny ball thing. That's cool, man. Hang on to it, bro. But all these little mathematical wizardries and all this, like, it's just a fucking shit show, man. Jump over here, man. Come over to the real team. You'll be welcomed. Don't be afraid, man. We're not gonna bite your head off or nothing and call you an asshole forever. We'll get over it. Come on. But these cucks out there in the globetard world, man. I mean, it's cool to be in a camp, just like Chong was in a camp tonight, man. He was in that camp, I'll be a flat earther or a glober, depends which day it is. Like, really? But I work for the CIA, and I have top secret clearance, and I know it's a globe. I know it's a globe.
Top secret?
Top secret clearance, man. I'm like, top secret clearance, man. I got it. I got this stuff, man. You guys don't know what you're talking about. I got top secret clearance. What's your top secret clearance, man? You got gas pressure without a container? Yeah, okay, yeah, fuck off, man. I got a full wood shop, metal shop, whatever you want. Plastics, I can do fucking whatever you need, man. 3D printing. where's your fucking gas pressure without a container? Anybody ever in all of human history ever produced gas pressure without a container? That would be great, man. If you got it, man, we're going to win the Nobel Prize. And, you know, we got this, man. It's going to be great. We're going to have like money and shit. It's going to be fantastic, man. Thank you guys for, yeah, there it is. Gas pressure without a container. It's a flying farts. You know, come on. Love that, man. I got flying gas coming out of my ass. One of my favorite days in here on this Discord was, he goes, I got gas pressure in my ass. And I was like, yeah, you do. And what's the container? He's like, well, my body is the container. Like, yeah, thanks for that, man. Gas pressure without a container, man. That would be great, man. Drop over distance. Yeah, we can work with that too, man. But, you know, gas pressure's a bitch, man. Those Mongos have never fucking like come up with anything ever in all of human history to demonstrate this phenomenon that we're supposed to believe in ever. And that's where I'm going to stand as long as I live, man. I'm going to stand on the fact that nobody's going to come to my fucking wood shop, metal shop, produce gas pressure without a container, man. I got every tool you can think of.
Quiet Youth votes to unmute Chong. Anyone else vote to unmute Chong?
Well, I think Chong and Koso, man, would get along great. So, yeah, go ahead and unmute them because I got to bounce here in a few minutes. So go ahead. Knock yourself out, man.
All right. Let's unmute him.
I'm done piffing.
You know, it will be very a fun show watching Chong like claiming to be a flat earther debating with Kosho. Let's go.
Yeah,
you're unmuted, Chong.
Hey, Chong, man, you're a flat earther. Take Koso.
Hey, real quickly. Do you think that you can replace or you can substitute beer for beef broth?
Yeah, you can.
So you guys are the best and the brightest.
Yeah, we're talking about beef and beer broth right now, man. Hold on.
You have to add a little bit more.
You guys are the best and brightest. And you're the ones
right.
that about the fact that we've all been lied.
We are the best and the brightest. What's your point, man?
No, you're not.
Oh, you say so. Okay, that really holds a lot of weight, holds a lot of gravity, man. What do you got? Yeah, you ain't got fuck all. I know. I work for the CIA. I have top secret clearance, man. What about that?
That was a joke, dude. If you can't
He's a bullshit talk. He's a liar.
Well, that means you're a fucking... I mean, it's cool to come in here and be funny, but I'm down with that, man, 100%. Everybody knows my sense of humor. Everybody knows it.
Shung, at the top, we have hashtag welcome. We have some rules. We don't get with trolls here, you know. If you are coming here to troll us, then you're gonna get 7 days in solitary.
So, I come in here late night. You guys all know me by now, man. Been in here for years. And I just come in here to laugh at the absurdity of the globe, dude. It's absurd. And yet they say all these things about the globe that are supposed to be provable. But yet none of the people come in here and say, hey, man, I got absolute proof. 100%. You can do this yourself. Proof that it's a globe. You can do it yourself. Proof, man. I mean, I went out and checked out the fucking Earth, man, and it looks pretty goddamn flat, and you know, behaves pretty flat, man. I mean, that's the only proof I need because I live on Earth and I checked it out. I mean, but yeah, you want to obscure the fuck out of it with, you know, fucking nonsense and mathematics and equations and bullshit. And,
hey, I don't mean to
you to be rude or anything like that, but are
Be
you really
rude, man. Be rude, Chung. Man, I gotta go. Go ahead.
So, yeah, I'm not trying to like interrupt you or be rude or anything like that, but are you really a professor?
Are you a really CIA agent?
I already said that was a joke.
So you are a joke.
It's been an ill
Don't joke.
time.
Stop the
terrible
jokes.
joke,
Stop
but-
the jokes. Stop the jokes. Go. Stop. Just let's go talk to the topic. Flat Earth. You have any proof of your globe? Any experiment inside the vacuum?
in the last
A ball inside the vacuum. Do you have an experiment to prove that ball? Or you just saw it on, or you just saw it on TV with the CGI documentaries?
Because
So
different-
if you are coming here to disprove flat Earth, then go get some proofs.
No, I learned this in school, dude.
Yeah, in school. Did you ask to the teacher? Did you ask to the teacher to give you proof about that ball? Fantasy.
Are you trying to say that her degree and all the training that she went through is illegitimate? Is that what you're saying?
All the information these teachers get.
So you just say it's a yes or no question.
Yes.
All what you learn at school, we learn too. So, what's the point?
Yes. The shit that they teach us in school is all bullshit that comes from the goddamn, secret societies. It's called the Royal Society.
Exactly.
Okay? It's where science comes from.
Yeah.
Yes.
Even
Those
time
teachers don't know
zones.
what they're teaching. Those teachers don't know, have a damn clue what they're teaching. You ask them a question, they go to the book. If it's not there, they don't know. They tell you to wait until you get to higher college. Yes, it's all bullshit. Why?
Even time zones came from a guy from the Royal Society.
Yeah. Cavendish, Einstein, all the big names that you come claim here, they are scientists. They're all part of a secret society that's pushing an agenda onto us, the people.
Yeah, that's nothing that anybody's ever going to believe ever with any sort of right frame of mind that can understand that you need to have a bit of what is it called?
You have to have curvature to prove your ball.
It's called. Yeah, you need a little bit of faith, the size of a mustard seed, right, to understand the globe.
Again,
You gotta have faith in the people, in the experts, in the scientists that are doing these things, because we're not doing shit, right? So what would we know, right? So we have to have faith, right?
500 years ago, the world was flat. The navigators and sailors knew it. The Earth was flat, but then these brainwashed guys from the UK, start with a ball prison.
Comes from
Okay,
the Catholic
guys.
Church.
It was nice speaking with you. I got to go now, so take care, guys, and talk to you later. Bye, guys.
Take it easy, bro. Yeah, have a good one.
Sure.
Thank you. You too all.
Yeah. The things that were taught in school, okay, totally useless, is totally for slaves. Okay, especially the theoretical stuff that we're taught, that's totally made up. Things about space, things about where we come from, evolution, all made up. What? People who graduate with a degree in these fields, what? I'm supposed to listen to them. Is that what you think? We're supposed to trust these people and their bullshit.
Never said
There's
that.
no value. There's no value in degrees in school if you're not thinking. You're just regurgitating bullshit. Somebody else is. Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question. Can we agree upon the fact that schools don't teach us very much stuff, but what they should be teaching us and what we should be, taught going into like adulthood and stuff like that is critical thinking, and that is that's a fucking skill that we learn on our own.
Yes, and that is what school is designed to suppress.
Nobody, unless you get like good parents who are like, you know, like in it to fucking win it, shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, obviously they're gonna teach you that stuff, but I didn't have parents that fucking do that shit. Our parents fucking thought that Saturn was a planet. You know, they you know.
Yeah, but our parents sent us to school. They didn't know any better, right? And school is designed to stop you from critically thinking about anything. Ask them a question, they're going to tell you, don't think that, think this. If you want to pass this class and get that job, you better think this.
We're not. Didn't mean to interrupt you, bud. But
go ahead.
We are not a group of people who are designed to be flat earthers for any sort of reason other than that our own critical thought brought us to this point. At some point. And now we're here. And it's either good or bad. I don't know what the fuck it is for me. But most of you guys seems pretty good. So, yeah.
Thanks.
You can know. You can know what it is. That's the thing.
You have to go to yourself. You have to go to yourself and watch reality every day happen. You know. The time I did wake up, it was first I saw a video from some Brazilians. They did a little model concept with the ice around. And then I went to my. Just don't interrupt me. I was doing my normal life, you know, as a clever guy. Wait a second. I was doing my normal life. So, yeah. So one day I was traveling by train near a coastline here in Portugal, and you can see like 1 minute or more the ocean far away, and. That time, it was the time that I did wake up, because if I'm traveling in this railway that is level and I'm watching the ocean far away, where is the curvature from left to right? There is no one. You see? And you can use level and the plumb bob to do construction, to do a big city, and you will never see any curvature at the ground, you know? So forget the fairy tales about gravity, everything. Coriolis, Foucault's pendulums. They can talk about Foucault pendulums that they use electromagnetic motors. Yeah, so. And so on.
He knows about that. Miguel.
Are you from Portugal?
That might be beyond his comprehension.
Well, he said he's from Portugal.
Yeah. The first time I hear about Flat Earth was actually at public school. 500 years ago, the Spanish and the Portuguese, they did sail the oceans, and it was flat to them. It was normal. And so something happened to hide the reality from us from the 1600s. And there were many people, even belonging to the church, that there were these guys were against this new scientists, talking about the Earth being a ball. So Flat Earth is not a new thing, Of course, even Jean D, the Jean D. Jean D is the guy that was had connection with the occult, and then Isaac Newton did inspire his work in this guy, John Dee. And you know what is curious? They belong to the Royal Society. But what is curious is that the Mercator, the guy that was doing maps, he was drawing at that time a different North Pole, you know. And then there's a letter from John Dee to Mercator, where they talk about UK did expand many and many people to do investigation. What you are talking?
What?
You don't know shit. You know. So Mercator was doing a different North Pole than we see. They show to us in these days, but they decided to hide. But you don't care about the truth, yeah?
I care about the truth very much.
If you care about reality, don't just forget the fairy tale story about the ball. If you don't have proof, you have to prove your ball. You know, if you want to prove that we are living on top of a ball, you have to prove it. You don't have any proof, so why you keep holding that?
Now your ignorant ass fucking would understand that. Whatever country you're from.
Why that's what you are talking about? You have nothing. Are you talking about flat Earth or reality of this world, or just bullshit talk? Are you talking just bullshit talk? You want to talk more?
Stand in the truth.
You want the truth? Can you handle the truth?
Yes, I can handle the truth.
I was waiting to turn my mic on and laugh as well. That was a good one.
Show me the curvature.
Well, here's the thing, homeboy. None of us can show you the curvature. Are you that? And are you capable of understanding the words that came out of my mouth?
Yes.
Okay.
None of us are capable of showing you the curvature. What curvature?
Okay. I am not capable of showing you those things. But I was just making sure you spoke English. And it seems like you can, can't you?
You are being a troll.
Fuck up, you
are being a troll,
clown.
so I'm going to mute you. Go read at the top Welsh hashtag welcome. Can you speak English? Go read it.
Yeah, he doesn't want to listen to anybody else talk. He just wants to hear himself talk.
Yeah. I think he's speaking whiskey at the moment.
Hey, you think that? Come on, T-Dub. I mean, you guys know me, man. I'll come in here. I'm only here a couple hours a night at the most. But that boy is getting more hammered than Helio, man. I swear to God, my boy is wrecked, right? On something, man.
Yeah.
He says he doesn't drink and he says he doesn't smoke weed. But I'm like, are you on pills? He didn't answer me, man. I'm like, hey, on some pills?
No, 100% he's drunk, man.
He's drunk, right? 100%, right? Yeah, I'm going to go with that, man, for sure.
Yeah,
so, yeah, I mean, he's hammered, man. But it is kind of funny, man. I appreciate you guys bringing him back in. I had a good laugh, man. I appreciate that. That was pretty epic, man.
But it's bedtime, Grandpa.
It's bedtime, Grandpa. That hurt. That hurt.
The bed is flat.
Hey, you come here and you add you call us names. So I was being nice.
sometimes they talk about basketball. Can they play that without a flat in the ground? They cannot play basketball with the flat floor.
That's pretty funny because that has nothing to do with the Earth being flat.
Without a flat floor. And I never knew a basketball player. They never learned about. They don't have to account the Coriolis, the movement of the Earth. Is Earth moving left, right, backwards? They don't have to account. They can run, any direction.
Funny
without any Coriolis.
On with that one. Good job.
How many languages do you speak, mate? Of course he's doing a great job.
Yeah, that's exactly how we're all going to unite.
Well, by you being a ignorant fool.
I'm one of the most logical persons that you will
Not at the moment, mate.
Oh, logical people. Sorry, I misspoke.
Yeah, and one of the most zealously religious people I've ever met. Yeah, so it's clouding your logic, your religion, your belief in a ball is clouding your logic. Yeah,
Heliocentrism.
I made a mistake and I acknowledged it.
Heliocentrism is a religion pretending to be science.
Okay. Yeah, just. You take the word of a scientist. You take the word of a scientist over your own experience. Do you agree? As far as what we're on, the reality we're living in, the globe, right? You would rather listen to a scientist than to your experience, what you know, right? Your senses. Is that true?
I never.
The majority of scientists agree with those that fund them.
Any of that.
This comes back to that conversation we were having last night, Bong, about truth. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty. It's pretty relative to that conversation.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Your experience is the truth. Okay?
Do you think
that's the truth? You see it, you know it. But then you choose to believe something totally nonsensical and illogical, irrational.
Yeah, can tell. Do you think truth is important, yes or no?
Of course, it's the most important thing.
Is it the most important thing that's ever crossed your mind in your life?
So some of the globalists, they prefer not to find out if there is if there's any curvature, if there is a ball or flat. So they keep searching for anything to support this this contest,
I want to know.
Because they don't want us to destroy their dreams,
You are
illusions they have in the.
What are you?
Their head. So they become anti-flat earthers. They don't care about the reality. They care about searching for anything to keep supporting this idea of this ball earth.
He's saying fear is holding you back from knowing what it is, what this is. You're afraid. You're afraid of something. We all are. Fear of the unknown is the only real fear that's real. Think about it. Because you don't know what to expect. Yeah. Go ahead.
They believe in gravity.
If you accept that there are a lot of things you don't know, then you stop fearing them.
Yeah. They believe in gravity, but is a theory. It's not a law.
Yeah.
So they have this belief.
Yeah, because we've had conversations like, look, if your grandmother or grandfather, if your grandfather was on his deathbed, would you tell him the Earth is flat? And a lot of flat earthers I've heard said, "Oh no, I don't want to put my grandfather through that." But I think you should tell them, right? Like, what's the worst that it can do? You've lived your whole life a lie. At least he can hear the truth before he dies. So is that where you are? I'm just wondering, are you afraid that everything that your whole life has been a lie? Because people that have come before us, their whole lives have been lies too, who believed in the ball.
Are you still trying to talk to me?
Yes, I'm talking. Yes, man. Of course. You've been around longer than me. Like, you got like 20 years on me. Like, I'm hoping to learn something from you, man. Well,
All right. I don't know. What are you talking about, man? Okay, so is the Earth a globe or not? You can obviously figure that one out real quick. What do you want? What do you want?
I want the truth. Tom Cruise.
Yeah, no, that's actually
you can't handle the truth.
Bud. Jack Nicholson, again, you can't even fucking meme right, bro.
Show me the curvature.
You can't even meme right.
That's what I want. That's what we all want. How can we live our lives if we don't know what's true and what's bullshit? How can you live a fulfilling life? This life is about beliefs. Okay? Everyone's life is about what they believe. And if they believe a lie, then what? Their whole lives are going to, all your actions, all your dreams, everything you want to do is going to be based on the idea or in your mind, the fact that the Earth is a ball, limited resources. Oh my gosh, aliens are going to attack. Your life revolves around this idea. Now imagine if it wasn't that, if that wasn't the case. You'd live a different life.
The illusion that you're living in fear, but if you exercise critical thought, you don't have to live in fear, do you? No, you don't. That's how
that's what we're telling you.
You defeat these illusions that you're talking about. Fuck off.
What illusions am I talking about? Are you talking about that ocean that looks flat? Is that an illusion? Is that an illusion?
No, you're talking about aliens.
Oh yeah, these are all the fears that come with the idea that the Earth is a ball. And that's what people are talking about now too.
Don't listen.
That's besides the point. The point I'm making is we grew up thinking we knew everything about the world.
The largest group of dumb motherfuckers I've ever met in my entire life. Holy fuck.
Man, for your age, I've lost all respect for your age, dude. Like, I tried, okay? You need to fucking grow up, old man. Fuck, dude.
I'm not gonna believe flat Earth until the aliens come down and tell me.
Hey, dude, did someone mute him? Or did he mute himself?
I didn't.
Oh, so I actually muted myself.
Good. I think it's a good idea, man. Like, I think if you've got any kind of self-respect left, just mute yourself. Maybe go to bed and chill out. Come back with a straighter head. No disrespect, man.
I don't have any disrespect towards you either.
Yeah. Good, man. Well, maybe go to sleep, come back, and we can have a cognitive cognizant.
Well, then why
I'm
did
not
you
sure
call
about
us?
that word.
Why did you call us the biggest group of dumb, people you've ever met? Then how is that not disrespect?
No, shit. I over
You've had
when
too
I
much
said
to drink,
that.
mate. I think you've had too much to drink and you don't know
No,
what you're saying.
I actually think I was actively LARPing as a globe earther when I said that. You might have been taking me out of context. I think that's the honest truth. Because I'm not going to lie to you. I respect you guys. You know what I'm saying? I was just trying to create some good content. And I think I made some pretty fucking good content. Not going to lie.
Man,
But I respect a lot of you guys.
No. What the fuck are you going on about? We're trying to help you. Okay? Anyone who's listening can be helped too. We don't give a fuck about content. Fuck YouTube. They don't like us. We're trying to talk to you.
No, you literally need people who think that the Earth is a globe to.
No, we don't.
No, we don't. We sit around here and talk amongst ourselves all the time.
Something that you can just teach. Like, there's no way I'm the only fucking person that's not on board with this one.
You and 90% of the world. Oh, congratulations. you want a cookie? You want something, some kind of reward for that? Like, who cares? Do you understand what we're saying to you, man? Like, do you understand what this is about? Like, we're talking to you.
We get plenty of content, mate. Plenty.
I love you.
I love you too, man. Cheers.
So we've got Freeze in the house, who is VC
Hey,
verified.
Freeze is back. Freeze is back. Maybe you can help him out.
Go Freeze. Welcome back.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, how you doing, man? Welcome back, bro.
Hey, doing good. What about you?
Oh, yeah.
What? You know? What do you know? I don't.
I haven't you been listening?
Oh no! I was like trying to figure out like what's going on. Like, what do you guys? What's the subject?
We're talking to a 65-year-old drunk. Glober.
Hey, Freeze.
A bunch of stuff.
Hey, Freeze.
Hey, Miguel. Yeah.
You have a lake, then the water freezes, and it's floods.
Wait, again? So if it's
you have a lake, no, and it's frozen, and the water is frozen, but it's flat. Why is that?
Why is that? I mean, is it flat?
It's flat.
Are you saying that all frozen lakes are flat?
An OnlyFans?
Is that what you're saying?
Do you have an OnlyFans?
Saying it's not curved.
The water.
Yeah. So are you like claiming that all lakes are not all frozen lakes are like flat? Is that your claim?
They're all flat.
Why the water when it's frozen is flat?
I mean, I've never tested like every single lake to like check if there's curvature or not, but I'm assuming if it's a pretty small lake, there's not going to be any curvature.
Even a big lake, there's not going to be any curvature either.
It's flat enough. It's flat enough where you can kind of scrape away the top snow and play hockey, right? Meaning it's not curving, right?
You guys muted Chong. Why?
Because he was being incoherent.
Did he just join? Oh yeah.
No, he's been in for some hours.
Yo guys, I wanted to ask you, where could I find the live stream link? I was trying to find it, but I couldn't.
You're in here.
Yeah, but if you want to find it on YouTube.
Oh, just type in Flat Earth 24/7.
No, I got it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you a link to the live stream at YouTube.
Oh, okay.
So, I was trying to work out. Do you think that lakes are curved?
I do think so. Yeah, because I.
Have you,
No. I mean, no. That's not even. Well, I think they're flat because like I don't believe the curvature exists.
Oh.
No, there have been any proof to like you can't prove the curvature basically. So yeah, that should apply to lakes as well.
Oh, okay. That's better. I thought you were saying that there was curvature on frozen lakes.
Nope, there's not. Don't think so. I mean, what about what if it's a pretty long river, like the Nile River? Like, what if that one froze? Would you notice curvature there?
The Nile.
Well, there isn't any.
Yeah, but like the Nile is like pretty long and like.
Is it longer than the Pacific Ocean? Yes or no?
No, it's not.
Right. So if it's not curving on the Pacific Ocean, definitely not curving on the Nile.
The Nile flows north over for 1,000 miles against the supposed curve of the globe. This impossibility
4,000
proves the earth is flat and water always flows downhill to find its level.
Sea level, usually.
Sea level, not curve level.
Yeah. I remember that diagram from school, about evaporation, how it goes up in the clouds go to the mountain, drop it down, and comes back to the ocean.
Good.
Yeah, it rests. That's your dog.
Oh yeah, sorry, I was putting them outside.
Yeah. Oh, good. Yeah. I'm always saying in, get in. My dog is not as stubborn as Chong, though. Yeah, he's an old stubborn dog. He's like 14 years old, but not that stubborn. But not as stubborn as Chong, man. Shit.
So, Freeze, do you think there would be curvature on the Nile?
No, don't think so.
Do you think the Earth is curved?
I think it's no. Honestly, when I first joined the server, I was like a firm no believer. But after doing research and speaking to many of the guys, I changed my views. So yeah.
They've changed a bit.
Yeah. Basically, I just have no proof, and I just deny that it's a globe because I couldn't find any solid proof. So yeah.
Yeah, and that's weird, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not weird anymore. Not for me, anyway. But
it is.
When I first started, I was like, "Oh shit, man, what's going on here? There can't be. It's fucking crazy. No way, mate." Then I just accepted it.
Honestly, nothing kind of surprises me anymore. Haven't you seen the new the fucking UFOs and stuff? It's on CNN and the news.
Yeah, that's why I don't believe it.
I don't either, but a couple of years ago, these same news channels used to make fun of people who would even mention UFOs. Look at them now.
Yeah, well, they used to destroy people's lives who spoke out about or made up. I don't know what to believe, mate. I don't believe in that they're alien spacecraft because that would be stupid.
Next month, they'll probably say, "Oh, a fucking invasion is happening."
without us even like realizing and like doing. They would probably somehow take advantage of that and like do some other bullshit, I guess.
You know, the place that they claim aliens exist in is a second law of thermodynamics violation. And can't exist. So we don't really need to worry about aliens. Or asteroids.
Do you? I mean, aliens, like, if they do exist and they've been found, like, they could do damage. Like, you never know what they. Like, what do they even want?
Well, you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, it's a cover story.
Covering for what? Like, because if they're, like, using UFOs to cover up some other thing, the other thing must be, like, way bigger. Like, bigger impact.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
So what could that be? See, that's even more confusing, more scary, I guess.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, what do we associate with aliens?
Ideologies, a lot of things. Like.
Well, what have we? Okay, what do aliens say? I mean, aliens are a cover up for God.
For God, yeah. Like, what are they planning to use us for?
So there's this guy named John Dee. John Dee is pretty much the guy that's jump-started science, navigation, celestial navigation. He developed the sextant. Him and a guy named Edward Kelly consulted angels. And that's where this whole body of science comes from their work. Yeah, the first, Queen Elizabeth's, the guy that started the whole secret MI6 / secrecy thing with, CIA, all that crap. Yeah. The sextant, the globe, right? Talking to angels, performing rituals with big circles with pentagrams in it, right? Sound familiar, CERN?
Yeah, like, I feel like there's I feel like we're like missing a story that connects like all the dots, and like, it feels like it's like right in front of you, but like you can't just tell like what is it exactly, like what's the exact sound?
Because
where is it going?
because you got a story.
It's going
right?
somewhere, but where?
Why would they lie? That's the question. Why would they lie, right? I mean, what do we know about? I mean, we know about the world, right? About the universe. It started with a Big Bang, and then gravity and all this shit, until you get to evolution, until you get to aliens, and then you get to Jesus was one of us. You too can be one of us. Stanley Kubrick, when he was asked about how the movie ended, he says, well, aliens, anything that's, has a higher intelligence than us, pretty much gods to us. You know what I mean? The globe Earth is a spiritual thing. It's a philosophy. It's an idea. It's a religion. It's an actual religion.
Yeah, and like it seems so logical at first, because like the way the like education system is it was set up and stuff, with just like.
Freeze, do you know about the way to unite humanity is through an alien invasion. The whole world would come together, and we could create a one world government.
Yeah.
That's like sounding like that project, like Project Blue Beam, I think, or something.
Yeah, Star Wars.
Whoosh.
Yeah, Reagan
Did Bush
said
say that, or was it Reagan?
Reagan. He said this. He said, I can only imagine if there was an outside threat to our world, how quickly we would put aside our differences and unite as one. Introducing Star Wars. Now no one can shoot nuclear bombs at us because we'll just shoot it down with our laser in space. Right? We choose to go to the moon because it is hot. Really? That's why we're going? Yeah. Shit, I haven't been to Mount Everest.
Because it's hard.
That's not a good reason to go places because it's hard.
Oh, there he is.
That's what she said.
You walk in the wrong club, you could be in a bit of trouble.
Inspiring on Ronald Reagan. Tear down this club lie. He said, tear down this wall.
How are you, Timbo?
Good, mate.
Thanks God you are not upside down. You are living on the same plane
Exactly
of
the same.
existence.
So, Freeze, is there anything that may be keeping you on the globe? Or no?
Everything off. Gravity.
I mean, honestly, the biggest thing is like people like seeing other planets and stuff, and it's like, so why is Earth not the only one?
But Earth is not a planet. Planet, the old definition is a wandering star. So you call, these planets up from us, they are planets. They are wandering stars. But Earth is different. And the size of Earth doesn't, and the heliocentric model, it's not, it's not the reality. So Earth is not that big, little, fantasy ball on a space.
Still stuck in space.
And the ball, that ball in that vacuum, it doesn't fly. You can make the experiment.
Are you stuck in space, Freeze?
What? Would you be stuck? Or like, am I stuck in space?
Are you stuck in space?
Am I stuck?
You can't let space go. You can't let space go, yeah?
I mean...
That's why you asked about the planets, the other planets. So you're saying that these things, you believe that these things that are out there are actually balls of land that you can land on and walk on?
Yes.
Or they're balls of gas up in the vacuum of space?
Yeah, like both.
Okay, so you believe that. Do you have any evidence for this?
I mean, from the information we have, that I have received.
What information?
About planets and stuff, and like stars and like.
Yeah, I know. That's another. You're just describing something, but what information?
Story.
Also, there's like a part of it is like also like a religious belief. Also, the other planets, not specifically Earth, but like other planets that they must be in motion and that they do exist.
Why?
But what's the information exactly? Is it just because it was like on TV, some guy was talking about it?
Other than the science, like I have a huge part of it is like I personally believe because like it is mentioned in my religious text that
you put your foot in it now.
Astronomers they don't use the scientific method. The astronomers they don't use the scientific method to prove their theories.
I mean, okay. How does does the flat like Earth what would you call what's the word, guys? I'm sorry.
You think it's a disc? Do
Like
you think
system,
it's a disc?
okay? Like, would it contradict with other planets existing and them being?
You are seeing a flat Earth in the same heliocentric model, so you have to forget that.
Yeah, you're mixing two together.
Yeah, you're accepting that everything that we're told about everything that we're told about outer space, right, is dependent upon the Earth being a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. Without that radius, the whole idea of the size of the sun, distance to all the planets, the orbital mechanics, it all goes out the window, right? All of it. So you've already accepted the idea of outer space being true, and all that stuff that they tell us about it is true, right? And then you're placing flat Earth inside of that. But we've got to start at the ground level, literally, and determine whether the basis and the foundation for the claim of outer space, well, that is another story about gas pressure. But, regarding the radius upon which the whole heliocentric model is built, we've got to start and see if that's true first. Then we can go to your outer space stuff.
Okay, but like that just like gives you like no base to like start on. Like what's my I need something to like believe that it must be true.
Okay, so according to them, we have 70%. 70% of Earth is water, so it's and it's level. So if we have levels, sea level, not curve level, and then we have these continents. So start by that. We are living in the same plane of existence. You have to forget that fairy tale.
Yeah, we're not going to give you a replacement fairy tale story, mate.
Okay, fair.
You're going to have to realize that there are things that we do not know and can possibly never know.
Okay, but like I remember even like myself, like I've seen other planets with like my bare eyes. Like I've literally
you've seen other lights that you are told are planets. Yeah,
you saw wandering stars.
I like the way you said that. Like yes, that is what happened. Yeah,
we watch every night the same constellations and the space, the distance between them. It's all the same. And the sailors, they did use, the stars to navigate.
To like navigate, yeah.
The North Star, Polaris, it's there. So, so we see those lights in the sky, and we see other lights in the sky that they are not fixed, that we call planets, wandering stars. It's the definition of a planet. So Earth is not a planet, and the size of those planets, they give to you, it's not reality. We have Earth at the ground, we are living in the same plane of existence, and you can watch to the sky, but it's not by watching to the sky that you get to the reality, But even at night, while the constellations are there, and if you watch a time lapse of the sky, you see they are circling above us. So, and you never felt Earth moving. How do you know if Earth is moving at your right, left, in front, backwards? You don't. If you do an experiment, something that you are moving down of your body will felt that. So you don't feel the Earth moving. So
Yeah, but like they say, because it's like.
The problem is that they say many things, so you have to question about everything they said to us. They say focal pendulums, but when you use a plumb bob, it doesn't move. It's not. It doesn't tilted. It's vertical. And people in the construction to do vertical buildings, they did this and level. So, and I have a photo. If you watch a big city, let me see. Just 1 second.
Okay, what about the astronauts who like go to space? Like they space and stuff.
That's the problem, Astronauts. How do you know that's not made on a studio? Because I have a live stream of a rocket from SpaceX.
I mean, not all of them, of course.
And that rocket, it's on that live stream. It was a live stream. I did watch that live stream at that moment. Mm-hmm. And there's a mouse passing by on that rocket. How can that be possible on that fairy tale space?
Okay, that part. Okay,
I'm gonna give you the link. You have to question how this can happen.
But what about the latest expeditions? That was I think.
No, let me see. I'm gonna show you. This is from NASA YouTube channel. Space Rat. Let me see.
You can search the Saudi Space Commission.
So you have. I have this. This is a gift from that video, but I'm gonna post the link. Did you ever saw National Geographic? You see mouses, rats.
Okay.
So how can that rat be on space? So maybe they are shooting this in a studio, and at the background they can change the background to whatever.
But if you say that, you have to also include you're also basically saying that all governments are on this, because multiple countries have their own missions, independent missions.
You just need a few people. Didn't you ever hear about the 13 families? You just need a few people to run this world.
Yeah, but not every single country is gonna follow. Someone's gonna say no. Some country.
There are some whistle blowers, talking about the moon landings being fake.
Okay. So I ask a question. Okay.
But we have
it says 2 weeks ago. Okay.
We have a lost footage from the Apollo 11.
Listen. It says 2 weeks ago.
We see this window. They claim they see the Earth, but the window is not round. So they did put a round thing to fake it. You have to watch the documentary. A funny thing happened to the moon. So they can fake anything. And we have these astronauts with using harness and many techniques to fool us. So it's all smoke and mirrors. They use all techniques that people they use to do movies. They are using that, and you cannot see the difference. And there were people working at NASA, and now they are flat earthers.
Ask yourself what the space race is about.
Why you have at Antarctica the Rockefeller Mountains, and then people are keeping doing this question. Why they lie? What they are doing at Antarctica if there's only lies? They just showed to us ice there.
Yeah, why can a bunch of countries, like 53, 54 countries or whatever it is, all agree and sign a treaty about some ice and some penguins, but they can't get their shit together over some oil or land, Yeah, ask yourself what the space race was about. What was that about? Why was there a space race? Why was it so important that one of them got there first before the other? Like, what was the big deal?
I think it's like the race like going on now, like with the AI technologies. It's like the same thing. It's like the first one who like kind of does it, kind of takes the space, kind of has control.
Would they have what? Would you consider? Would you think that they, in a sense, have superiority?
Yeah, to an extent, yeah.
An illusion of it, maybe, even if it's just an illusion of superiority.
I mean, also like illusions could have uses, yeah. Like they could be powerful.
Like, look what we can do. You can't, you pathetic little country, but we can. Yeah. And then another country goes, well, let's, we should do that too. We should pretend to have done that as well, and then we can say, oh, look, we're competing, we're getting we're gaining superiority. So like it's not no different to like it's schoolyard tactics. Like my dad's bigger than yours. You never see their dad. Oh yeah, my dad could punch you. My dad took out a whole bikie gang. Like it's no different. And the big point is, like, how do you verify that what they're saying is true? You've never even experienced.
If you know someone in the government and like you have connections, you could technically verify that. Like
Sorry, you're coming in really quiet. I can barely hear you.
Like if you know someone in the government, like you could have some kind of valid information, I guess, like some like, trustworthy information. If like someone that knows someone that's like pretty close to you.
But it post the link.
A matter of trust, then, right? It's still just a matter of trust and belief, right? You're just going to take someone's word for it.
That is true because the last it was like 2 weeks ago when they went to the ISS, the Saudi team. Like they had a mission like 2 weeks ago, and like one of my friends, his uncle, like literally works there, and like I know he's not. I know my friend is not lying, and like he's been there. You've seen the operations
in the ESS.
Yeah, the trip it was the Saudi mission. It was 2 weeks ago, I think.
So your friend was part of the team that allegedly put them up there.
Not my friend. My friend's uncle is the person.
Your friend's
that
uncle.
Actually went. Yeah, like he's like literally like went inside the spaceship and he was a part of the mission. So. Like,
okay.
Is he in it too? Like, or like, did they just like do something that like made it? Like, was that the ISS, the place that they went to? Or, like, I don't know. Like, you can also disprove it somehow. Well,
so it's hearsay.
Yes,
it's hearsay. You're relying on somebody else's account, right? So how do you verify it? Because it's just like you're saying. Well, my friend's uncle wouldn't lie. Like, wouldn't he?
Yeah, kind of, because I know them like on a personal level. But again, like I get what you're saying, but like I know, and like even this incident, it doesn't like this kind of prove or disprove like any major thing even. Well,
right, and you don't know what kind of disclosure agreements that they're that they have to take, that they have to sign.
Okay, like from that information, like okay, let's say that that piece of information is true. Okay, that would mean that would only like explain to you that that the ISS exists, but even that existing, like it doesn't disprove like the flat Earth model. So because it could still exist, you could still go to it. So
right, so we're relying on a story that someone's told, right? So, and that's all we're doing is relying on stories.
Oh, wait, but are you claiming that the ISS doesn't exist? Are you like saying that like these bases don't even exist?
In the way that we're told, absolutely. I don't know if they have some sort of flying technology that can go up really high. I don't know how high. I can't verify any of that. And might be flying around up there with people in it. Well, we have airplanes, that have gone very, very high.
Yep.
So I'm not saying that they don't do those sort of things, right? But the way that they describe it, as in with, that there's this metal apparatus up there with that's just falling around a sphere Earth in the vacuum of space, with people floating around inside and all that. I can't verify any of that. That's a story that we're told, right? I don't believe it. I don't believe in the globe Earth anymore because of the lack of evidence for the globe Earth, and because of my experience and being able to measure Earth flat and stationary.
Want me to finish it?
Yeah, he left. You was just getting warmed up then.
If they are in space, why we do see space bubbles? They are shooting in the underwater pool. They can change the background to anything.
Space is hilarious. Can you hear me clearly on this microphone?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not too bad.
Hey, do you guys remember there was the for like movie effects, they have actual green screens in pools? I mean, I believe because NASA is using that. But yeah, there were some links posted before, like for some of those movies, they would actually create a huge pool as a movie set, then just put a green screen behind that. Wondering if anyone has those embeds.
Say again?
They like take this like for movies, they create like a huge pool, and then they put a green screen like inside the pool. Because some people have links about that a few years ago.
I know a lot of movies where they make big pools, but
with all their techniques, they use everything in their power.
Yeah, it's absolutely no secret that they have the what is it called? The neutral buoyancy lab, and they do training there, and they do filming there. They don't keep that a secret. They just tell you that that's for training purposes only. But we have the real one up there. Trust us.
Should they do filming there? You said.
Yeah, absolutely. You can go on YouTube and watch scuba divers, like with cameras, swimming around, filming in the neutral buoyancy pool of NASA's neutral buoyancy lab.
I thought you meant that they actually film there, not just for I don't know if they're filming there, if there's the news reporters or whoever's showing there. But I thought you meant they film movies there or something.
Yeah, because we all know if you want to go operate, say in space in a vacuum where there's no medium, well, you got to train in the thickest, densest medium that you can find. If you're gonna go operate in the snow, well, you better train in the desert. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, we're going to set you on fire.
So you can get used to the cold when you get there. What? I thought I was going to space, guys. That's why we're training in the water. Right?
They do a little both, though, don't they? They go in the vacuum chamber at times, and then they also go in the neutrally buoyant pool to train for the 0G movement. I like to do a little both.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the behavior of matter, right, in space, in a vacuum where there's no medium, is exactly the same way matter behaves in the water. That's why they train in the water, right? Makes no sense.
I don't think it is. Yeah.
But why do they train in water? Why the scuba gear?
Lack of options.
After this incident inside the vacuum chamber, I never saw any one of those actual astronauts inside there.
They do it all the time.
Inside the vacuum chamber?
That's right.
Show me videos. These are actual astronauts inside the vacuum chamber. Those suits don't have a change.
It should be the total opposite of the way things behave in water.
Yeah, but it helps them for practicing mobility.
It should be the total opposite because you're practicing in a very dense, thick medium versus where you're going to do your work. No medium. When I was younger, I used to go swimming, right? Anybody who's been swimming, you start, when you dive down, you feel weightlessness, right? You feel, oh yeah, it's floating, right? Maybe you might even imagine you're in space. Maybe that's where the idea came from. Somebody swimming.
At 36 minutes after the hour, I did post a GIF about the space station, and suddenly they fall back. Maybe they were inside this airplane.
Could be.
Doing parabolas.
No, they hit a gravity pocket.
Yeah.
They must have been going over Mount Everest at the time.
There are all the videos you always there's a sound at the background, and it is equal with a jet airplane, the sound of that engine. I saw one guy a long time ago, even I was a flat earth guy, that he did hide two jet motors engines from the Space Challenger. The shuttle, the space shuttle. He saw when he was going up, he saw two flames, from those two small my Portuguese how you call it, jet engines,
Jet engine, yeah.
And even for landing, we can hear the space shuttle when he's landing. We can hear that noise. But they keep on hidden, But to land, they do need that jet engines.
You ever heard of Neil Armstrong?
Yeah, the guy that did talk to a 8-year-old girl. He said that's why we don't. She did ask to him why we didn't go back to the moon. It's a long time, and he did said that's my question. But maybe I know why, because we didn't go there, and that's what's happened. It happened. So he did at that moment he did choose to not lie.
I think you're thinking of Buzz Lightyear.
No.
Here's Neil Armstrong.
Buzz Lightyear.
Buzz Lightyear. Buzz Aldrin. Let me see. Buzz Aldrin.
Yeah, Buzz Aldrin. That's right. But yeah, there's Neil Armstrong. He's the first guy to walk on the moon, something like that. Here's him practicing in a vacuum chamber.
You think man walked on that light in the sky?
Yeah. Some people walked on it. Some people played golf on it. Michael Jackson made a dance about it. Scott Veach's uncle. Scott Veach's uncle drove a dune buggy on it.
On the moon.
With the mannequin, while he's with a flat arm.
Well, Scott Veach's uncle's not Buzz Aldrin. Is what's his name?
He's an astronaut.
Yeah, well, he was on the. His dad was an astronaut, but his uncle was
Walker.
Whatever his name was. Either way, he Alan Shepard was on the moon with him, and Alan Shepard is the one who brought the golf club and played golf. But he said that this dude, I gotta remember his name. He was so weird, like they couldn't find the crater they were looking for. And he said that he pulled a map out of his pocket. He had a pocket in his space. I didn't know they had pockets. And he had a map. He pulled it out and went to the crater. Name.
That's a cool story. Am I supposed to believe it, though?
I did saw a son from an astronaut talking about the moon, how they did fake it. They did buy a lot of cement.
Right.
Interesting.
Couldn't you just make the cement?
To fake it, to seem like gray. Many trucks with cement going to a studio.
Edgar Mitchell, that's his name. Edgar Mitchell's the guy I was thinking about. Yeah, Edgar Mitchell's the guy who started that program in the CIA for remote viewing, that remote viewing project. He also did a psychic experiment on his moon mission.
I met a guy, 20. I think it was 25 years ago. He was a physicist, professor, and he did tell me about Admiral Rashid Bird. That was the first time I heard about that guy. And he did tell me, that there are people questioning about the shape of the Earth. That there are people questioning about the moon landings being fake, hoax. And he did tell me more things, but he never said literally, these two words, flat Earth. But he was telling me things to think about it by myself, to connect all the dots.
Yeah.
I think this debate, this conversation has been suppressed since the moon landing. Since they put it out. I mean, people have always been, they've always been people, that don't believe it. It's just lately it's come back up again. Now that we have all the internet, information network. But yeah, the debate has never gone anywhere. It's always been here. These are globe earthers that put out that documentary. Something happened on the way to the moon. Those are globe earthers. They don't believe the moon landing happened. So
most people don't believe in the moon landing or globe earthers.
Yeah.
I used to believe, there were pyramids at Mars. But then I saw, I was buying that story, and then I saw a long time ago a guy, and he was talking serious, and discredited these pyramids on Mars. So that make me, I don't remember too much details, but that guy, I was waking up. So I was starting to question about things. So that guy knew about it, But then at that time I was not saving links and videos from YouTube.
As soon as we can verify the curve that the Earth is a ball, bring it on. Yeah, I would love to hear all the stories. But until we can prove it's a ball, may as well be talking about Star Wars, Star Trek, some kind of sci-fi. Alice in Wonderland. That's space. Space enough, right?
Are we not allowed to talk about Star Wars or Star Trek?
No, I'm saying until we can prove the curvature of the Earth, we may as well be talking about Star Trek or, some kind of fictional. You know what I mean? It's all fiction. Yeah, it's all fiction until we can verify the curvature. I mean, the globe. That's a ball.
Yeah, you're kind of right. Replace this beef broth with this IPA. It tastes pretty good.
Yum.
Do I hear an inkling of doubt there?
No, just sarcasm.
No, when you said when you agreed with me, until we can verify curvature, it's all just fantasy.
Yeah, you're right about that. You gotta remember.
So why can't we verify the curvature of the Earth then?
I guess it depends on your threshold for verification.
My eyes see a basketball, I verify that it is a sphere. My eyes see a table, I verify that it's a table. That's my threshold. What's yours?
Yeah, I guess it's mine too.
Oh, we're on the same page then. Why can't we verify then the curvature of the Earth? Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil deGrasse Tyson kind of shouted out to the world, right? You do not see the curvature of the Earth. He shouted that out, just in case anybody wants to say they see it at 128,000 feet. What does it all mean, Basil? How does this coffee taste like shit? Because it is shit, Austin. Like, it's a bit nutty. Check it. Well, give it a shot. What do you think? Why can't we do the curvature of the Earth? Remember, we know the radius, so you can't say it's too big.
Well, I mean, I don't think that we can't see it. I think it can be measured in many different ways.
Well, then why did Neil deGrasse Tyson say what he said? I can tell you why. What do you think? I can tell you why.
You sure? Go ahead.
Oh, why do you think he said that? That you won't be able to see the curvature of the Earth?
I think he was trying to portray to the audience the idea that how silly it was to think that Felix Baumgartner, for instance, wouldn't have seen curvature as he claimed to have been able to. That he probably saw something in his visor, I think is what he said. He saw like the curvature in his visor, and he was trying to get across to the audience that from that height, you're not going to see the curvature of the Earth the way that as obvious as he insinuated he had seen it. So that's what I think he was trying to portray to the audience.
Nice try, but you want to hear my version? What I think? Sure. I think it's, first of all, this is because all the flat earthers were watching. And what did the flat earthers see? What do you think we saw?
Well, for one, you saw that the horizon was just as it was when he was on the ground and when he was up high. Yeah.
Yes, that's why. Because what are the implications of a horizon at eye level at 128,000 feet? What does it say?
It says that the horizon rises to eye level no matter how high you go, and it's just flat.
It's not a ball. If the horizon should drop down, if it was a ball, it should have dropped down a long time ago in respect to its radius.
Yeah.
It's the only reason why he would get on the TV, right, and emphasize that point.
I always wondered how you guys... So go ahead.
I think if it wasn't for that shot from the inside, it would have been a great opportunity to show to show people that the Earth really is a ball. It would have been one of those proofs people have. Well, look at this picture. But because of that video from inside the capsule, that's why. That kind of ruined everything.
Yeah.
You agree?
Somewhat, yeah. Like I said, I always wondered how you guys were so confident that that was at eye level. I mean, there's no way to measure that. I didn't think.
I'm not. Well, it doesn't. Even if it was a little bit lower, the horizon is in front of you at 128,000 feet. This is contradicting both going over a curve. This is contradicting that. This is telling us the Earth is not a ball. Because if anything rises to eye level, it's usually a flat surface. Plane, right? Because you have to see more and more of it and more of it and more of it. If it was a ball, there's a point where you stop seeing anything because ball wraps around, Plane doesn't wrap around. It keeps going out forever. That's why the horizon is there at 228,000 feet. It's geometry, it's math, it's just plain math. And How? Yeah. What do you think?
Well, like I said, I mean, like you said, it rises to eye level, but to me, I can't be clear on where eye level is meant to be in that frame. There's no way to identify that to me.
The fact that there's a horizon out there at that elevation is saying something to us, to you.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. I don't know what, but it's saying something.
Yeah. So how can we verify that the Earth is a ball then?
All right.
There's a problem with the Felix Van Garden jump. You see, the Earth is not moving. It stopped right there.
Exactly. I just gotta wait 5 minutes and I can jump onto Florida. Give me 5 minutes. Hold on. Oh, there's Florida. I'm off. Right onto the beach, right?
There's a jump without a parachute, and how can that be possible? It was a web, and maybe I can find it. But this guy jumps without a parachute, and to go to a exact location, landing on the big net.
Yeah, I saw that. So that was, oh my god, yeah.
That's impossible with the Earth moving 1,000 miles.
Yep. Exactly.
What say you, Kosher?
I think the horizon at that altitude is meant to be 6 degrees below eye level. But like I said, I can't be sure on where eye level is in his frame, because it's a bobbing, capsule and a balloon. So that means it's oscillating, its tilt. So sure, you can find a point where the horizon matches where it is in the ground, but it's oscillating. So it doesn't say anything to me. But I don't know. Was he like 22 miles or something? 27 miles?
128 feet. Let me see.
Can you explain to us, Kosher, what exactly that means? What does 6 degrees mean? What does that mean exactly?
So the eye level would be directly horizontal to, where his eyes are or whatever. If he could produce a horizontal, and then 6 degrees below that, 6 degrees. I mean, 6 degrees below that. I don't know, but it would be, the horizon should be 6 degrees below the eye level.
6 degrees of what?
In respect to its radius, is that what you're saying?
No,
6 degrees of what? What does the 6 degrees part mean? Exactly, what's that based on? I mean, how are you measuring that?
Yeah. Well, I calculated it, but
how?
To measurement, he'd have to be at eye level to measure it, but I calculated it using what is it? It's like the radius of the Earth plus his height, and then you divide that into the distance to the horizon, and then I think take some trigonometric function of that, the secant or arctangent or something.
Are you using triangles?
Trying to.
On a ball?
Yeah.
How do you use triangles on a ball?
With trigonometry?
What kind of trigonometry is that? How do you get this adjacent to the horizon that you're talking about?
By using his altitude. So I take his altitude.
So it's a plane. So basically, it's a plane in the sky to the horizon, right? It's not conforming to the shape of the globe, right? It's basically a straight line in the sky. Is that what you're saying?
Straight line in the sky. No, not really. I mean, you could just use. So, like, there's a tangent line at his horizon. The tangent line would meet the Earth at the horizon and then come to him at his altitude. And you can sort of use that as your way to try to figure out what that angle would be.
I have no idea how you're calculating this, man. Like, I have no idea where this comes.
You ever seen a Black Swan proof by Quantum Eraser? Shout out to Quantum Eraser. He's got an equation in that for the geometric horizon. It's your height in feet, square rooted, multiplied by the 1.22, gives you the miles away that the horizon is from you.
Yep.
So if you use that, you divide into it the radius plus your height, and then take the arc sine of that, you'll get the angular dip of the horizon.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because if it doesn't work 1 foot off, off sea level, right, above sea level, if it doesn't work there, how the hell is it supposed to work up there at 128,000 feet, dude? Like 1 foot off of sea level, farthest we should see is 1.22 miles, 225 miles, right? So there's the horizon way back there. And if we go up, it's just broken. It's already broken. And if we go up, the horizon shouldn't be anywhere near up there. Even down here, it should be all the way up here, not all the way back there. So it's flat down here. And when we go up, it's flat up there too, because the horizon is rising up. So I don't know how you're calculating this, but the Black Swan is saying it's dead right here at 1.225 miles. It's dead there. You can't take it up. You can't take that up there, and it's dead down here. If you go up there and you see the horizon, like it's totally out of the water now. Like done, right? Can't even. That's why Neil deGrasse Tyson had to get on and say specifically, you do not see the curvature of the Earth. Anyone who is attempting to do that, you're stupid, right? Anyone who's attempting to say that, what the hell? You're going against science. You're denying science. So we can't say that. We have to say that it appears flat. Yeah. That's all we have to say and believe and do our work and live our little peasant lives out here on Earth. Hey, I want a nation of workers, not thinkers. Who said that? Who said that about the education system? Rockefeller. And that's all we are. Workers, not thinkers, right? I like talking to you, Kosho, because you've been here and you're not going to give an answer because, we always jump on you for it. So that's why better asking you questions.
But if it's flat at 120,000 feet, what say you? at 120,000 foot, it's flat. Why you can't?
Just trying to verify the curvature that's somewhere that we can verify it somehow. But it seems we're being told that we can't. You have to go to space. How? Well, not you. We have to go to space. I tell you. That's
somewhere.
All these numbers. What's that?
The curve in the math. They're not looking in reality. Railed your convo here. I was really enjoying it.
Oh, sorry, I was checking on my beef, my rice and beef. Yes, Rockefeller said that, and yes.
That it's flat at 120,000 feet.
No, I think about the kids.
What kids?
That he doesn't want a nation of
workers.
Thinkers. Yeah, he wants workers, not thinkers. Yeah.
Yep.
And then at Antarctica, we have the Rockefeller Mountains.
Atlantic City, they got the Trump Taj Mahal.
And in Texas, they've got the ISS. Space
in Houston, yeah.
International Swimming Pool.
And in Florida, you've got Disney, right? World Resort. Yeah, we got all kinds of entertainment, science. It's all the same. You know what's funny, man, is like if you were to run into, say, a monk somewhere in the Middle East or in Asia, in Tibet, that has never been to school, and he tells you his cosmology, and he believes it's flat, and blah, 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 you'd probably be like, that's very interesting. I respect your beliefs. But when you talk to somebody who's gone to the same school you've gone to, learned the same things you've learned, and they tell you they think the earth is flat, people, they get ridiculed. They get teased. They get hated so much. People want to put hands on them. I don't get that. Like, what the hell is this? You know what I mean? There's something else, man. There's something going on here, right? Kind of brainwash, like some kind of, I don't know what to call it, psyop, kind of psychological manipulation of people's, behaviors, I guess, right? Will react on emotions and not on logic or data. They use their emotions and they get angry. Sound religious, right? I mean, that's how cults and religions, behave. Why do you think that is, man? Why do you think we get attacked by the same people who we went to school with? And yet they don't have that same, towards other people who are ignorant of their education. You reckon pride might have something to do with it? Pride and knowledge?
I would say that the people who do that probably do act the same way to people who they perceive in that same way. That's just probably what they do. Like if they think somebody is wrong about something that they think is obvious, and that's the way they treat people that they perceive like that. I mean, because those same people, they probably also pick on religious people, or they probably pick on anybody who anti
anti-narrative. Yeah. So it's got to be some kind of manipulation, right? Some kind of agent manipulating people into thinking things, the news, school, Hollywood, NASA, the government. They control it all, right? They control your belief in God. They control what days you go to church. They tell you what day each day is, right? When to wake up, when to go to sleep, when to take a shit, when to eat, when to breathe, what to say, what not to say. I mean, Carl Jung had this idea that there are things revolving around things, being attracted to certain things, kind of like gravity. Carl Jung, psychologist, this guy that everybody looks up to, all these psychologists look up to. He was a Freemason, and he pushes the Rosicrucians' ideas to people. Psychology, right? Did you know that? It's so heliocentric. It's so gravity based. Like gravitas. The lesser should serve the greater. Like the king, right? The king is the greater, and the servants, everyone else serves him. That's why the earth should revolve around the sun, because they believe the sun is God.
Is that the only reason we think that?
I don't think that. They think that. These secret societies think that. Yeah. And I think a lot of people in the past may have thought that too. It's an old religion, of course. The Aztecs and the Mayans, the Egyptians, they sacrifice to the sun gods. Samoa, sun god. That's why the sun is in the center of that model. Does that sound like a good reason to put the sun in the center of the model?
Not really.
Copernicus. Well, that's what Copernicus wrote. He wrote that. Also, the reason why he changed the paths of the planets so that they're elliptic, to accommodate this new idea that the sun is in the center.
Did he do that, or did Kepler do that?
Copernicus did this. He did this with because before him
Kepler changed it to elliptical. Yeah, but he needed Tycho's Tycho's stuff.
Yeah, Tycho Brahe, whatever.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, but no, because Copernicus, postulated that the sun was in the center with celestial bodies going around it, but in perfect, perfect circular orbits, and that didn't quite work out for them.
I thought you said he needed tacos, Taco Tuesday. Before you do that, he needed some tacos. I was like, what?
Tycho sounds so much cooler than Tico. That's why.
Was Tycho's? Sorry, go on.
I was just saying, Donley just jumped in. Yeah, I think Ptolemy's, his idea of the geometric planetary movements worked okay, although it did appear more complicated. But who are we to decide how complicated or easy the luminaries should work? And I think that's what happened. We might just never know how they move about, and that's when Ptolemy was coming up with his ideas. It did seem complicated, and that's why then they changed it to, like you say, the Copernicus model with the elliptical orbits, and just made it seem more simpler. But it still works the same, and you still get the same predictions either way.
Yeah. But before it can be put out there, it has to go through a process. It has to be approved by a higher authority. That authority is the Catholic Church, the Roman Catholic Church. What's up with that?
Yeah, I know. Didn't they disapprove of it, though? For like a long time?
Yeah, because it wasn't good enough. It had to be right.
That was like the 1700s, and they finally gave in.
Yeah. But is that a good reason? I mean, if you think about it, you say, "Oh, yeah, I believe the Earth is a ball." Okay, but you have to also believe that the Earth is the center of your solar system, of your universe, right? Like, oh no, I think the sun is in the middle. Like, why would you think that?
Well, I mean, it is called a solar system.
Yeah, but why would anyone think that the sun is in the center? When you look up, you see it moving around us. Why would anyone think that the sun is standing still and we're moving around it? Right?
Well, I have an idea, but it's a little complicated.
Okay.
It's just about Kepler's third law. Because he has like a law that says that there's a ratio between the cube of the semi-major axis and the square of the period of an orbit, and it should be the same ratio for every body around that central body, and all the planets, other planets, the wandering stars, they happen to have the same ratio, so you can tell they're all orbiting the sun. And it just so happens that the Earth has the exact same ratio. So, I mean,
because that's not what I was asking is, if I was living during that time and I grew up believing that the Earth is the center of the universe, and that it's a ball, and then one day somebody says, "Actually, guys, the sun is the center of the universe, and we're going around it." Like, what am I supposed to do with that? Am I supposed to just drop something that I believed my whole life and talk to like these kids and these students? And then I just roll with this new one, right? Like it's not a good reason. Yeah, it's not a good reason to believe anything after that. You know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck? You guys don't even know what you're talking about. Like, how did you come up with that? Oh, I just think it's a good idea to put the sun in the middle. The fuck is this? You think it's a good idea? Obviously, the sun. You know what I mean? Like,
I think Kosho is trying to say that that mathematical, like the maths behind, that they formed based on observations of the movements of the celestial bodies or celestial things, whatever they are. That it suggests, right, that it works with the idea that the sun is central. But I want to know, what was the basis for thinking that the Earth had this axis that you were speaking of?
That I was speaking of?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the semi-major axis.
The semi-major axis. Okay. What's the basis for thinking Earth has that same axis?
Well, you could think of the semi-major axis as just the average distance from the sun to the object.
Was Kepler claiming distance?
Not quite, because I didn't exactly know the distances, but because of his law, He has his law. He had 3 laws, or whatever. He knew the ratio between the planets. So he didn't know what the actual values were, but he knew that like Mars was 2.5 times further than the Earth was, and Jupiter was 5 times further, and stuff like that.
Whatever way we look at it, we needed a presumed R value in the first instance.
No, I can't figure out any other reason why men would stare at the stars other than to navigate the Earth, right? Because that's been known for a long time. Especially my people, Samoans, the Polynesians, they've been doing it. China's been doing it. Celestial navigation. So I'm pretty sure these guys had known about celestial navigation. So what is the reason to study the stars and create a theory about the origins or what those things, what this is, like my reality, right? And all I can think about is so you can manipulate what people think about reality. We know how to navigate using the stars. We know where the constellations are going to be. China calls it this, Samoa calls it that, Filipinos call it something else. The Europeans call it something else. The North people, the South people. And that's why we study the stars, right? We know what the seasons are going to be so we can plant food and eat. We need to travel, so that's why we study the stars. But these guys in this church, what the hell are these people doing?
Exactly, bro. That's it. Yeah, they're there for lights and signs and seasons, and it tells you when things are happening, navigation, and that's perfect. And that's all we need to know, really. We don't need to know anything else. Distance is irrelevant. Well, it's irrelevant for us. It's not irrelevant for a globe, because then they have to come up with these bullshit things of distances and everything, and that's why the moon and the sun seem the same size, because of the distance. It's all bollocks. It's just like you said. You're perfectly right. It's signs and seasons, navigation. We can, excellent.
Yeah, and if you're doing it for any other reason, it's probably to lie to people about it, about the world, about what they are and their reality. That's what the Catholic Church seems to be doing all these years. I saw the moon last night. Oh, it's out tonight too, but when it was a full moon, I looked at it and I thought, fucking man walked on that. I can't believe people believe that crap, that a man can walk on that moon that I'm looking at.
How disrespectful.
Yeah, no, that is right. Disrespectfully correct.
And that.
Well, you've got to admit that. Sorry,
I'm just saying them heavenly bodies. That's the Creator's creation, and we can use that. But that's nothing to do with us. The Creator's put them there for us, and it's it's the Creator's sort of realm. These scriptures that say this, and Mayhem went over the other day because I was pointing this out, and he confirmed what I was saying. I didn't know this scripture. What I was saying was, God is doing, the Creator's doing, trying to tamper with it or alter it or give it, descriptions that we can't prove. We belong on Earth, and we should be looking after the Earth. He's given us the Earth to nurture, and that's what we should be doing. Up there, He's already sorted it out for us.
I agree that beyond anything else, or before anything else, it is a mysterious sky, right? Like the stars, planets, everything. It is a giant mystery.
And isn't that beautiful? A giant mystery. A giant wonderful mystery. How beautiful.
Yeah, I agree.
Life would be boring without mysteries. I mean,
Without puzzles, without mysteries, challenges.
well, yeah, you look at a dandelion. Okay, like it's about, and you blow on it, and it goes flying, and you're like, wings? What the? It's a mystery how this the design of everything, how all the ecosystems work together, and how amazingly awesome the designs of each animal creature function they perform on Earth. And then you got the stars doing their thing, synergizing with down here. Man, it's like mystery, Who, how, when, why, who, where, like, yeah, we're all gonna die one day, and we don't know when we were born. When do you remember when you were conscious of reality? I don't. I barely remember preschool. And now we're having this experience. Look at that. So for somebody to tell me, like billions of years ago, a rock turned into a worm, that turned into a fish, that turned into a monkey into me, kind of kills the whole vibe, right? The whole experience we're having, right? Like, wah, 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 boo. All right, Kosho?
Yeah, I gotta tell you, I'm in the shower now, but I'm listening.
Oh, shit. Hey, I do that too. We all do that, I guess.
And he's still listening.
Yeah, I do that.
Sounds like a good shower. He had plenty of pressure going on there.
He's got a waterproof phone, I think. It's a quick response.
I'm being risky. It's actually my laptop.
What the?
I just hope he's not thinking about us all while he's in there having a wash.
You don't have to feel like you're being rude or something. You can just say, look, I'm going to have a shower, guys. I'll talk to you later.
He wants to hear our sweet flat earth voices while he's showering.
We're in the shower with Kosho. Holy shit. Yeah, so it seems the stars are all doing what they're doing for us. Daytime, we do our work. Nighttime, we go to sleep. Right? Spring, we start planting. And then autumn, we harvest. And then winter, we go to sleep. Yeah. We're not insignificant. We're not just a speck in the middle of some galaxy that's in the middle of some speck of, you know what I mean? We're very special. We are it. You are it. I mean, isn't life better that way? What do you call it? Perspective. Yeah, is it perspective? Perspective. Let me give you a different perspective.
Isn't that's a proposition that must be avoided at all costs, isn't it?
Oh, it's yeah. I mean, you can live a really good, fun, happy life that way. I mean, you can tell yourself this, or you can tell yourself that and be happy. You can tell yourself this and be sad. I used to be really, really paranoid, scared. Like, you know, when you're floating out into the ocean, right, and the land is starting to get smaller, and you start panicking. You know that loneliness feeling, right? Yeah, that's how when I used to think the Earth was a ball. That's how I used to feel all the time. You know, oh man, it's a good thing God is watching us, or else we're just out here in the middle of space, of nowhere. What if there's no God? Oh my God! And you start having these anxiety attacks. You know, like, no, there's a God. Calm down, man. There's a God. All because I thought the Earth was a ball. Waiting for Kosho to get out. Don't want to ask him any questions while he's in there.
They ask for it.
I'll just wait until you're done, bro. Hey, about verifying curvature. Like, what can we do? What would you do, Kosho, if you had to verify curvature?
Well, wait. What curvature? What makes us think it's there?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
because he has agreed with us, right, that we must call it flat, and that it looks flat at 128,000 feet. He's agreeing with us on those things.
All right.
Hey, Kosho, what direction is the water going down the drain? I'll have to test my shower.
East or west? Is it spinning?
But if you're underneath it, which way does it appear to be going?
The opposite.
Mm-hmm.
Just, I think it's good to hear different, like, how would you prove the Earth is a ball? Ask people, see what their opinions are, right? Like, no, forget about NASA, forget about all that. Like, if you were to do it, how would you do it? What would you do?
True, but I also like to ask him, like, what would make me think that it is one to begin with, to even want to begin to find curvature. Like,
yeah. But like they say, everybody knows it's a ball, so that's one reason. It's taught in school. Why would they lie? That's another reason. I know, right? People think Yoda is real. Now they want me to. Now I have to go look for Yoda. Like, the fuck, I got better things to do, right? I get it. Yeah, I agree. That's how I feel right now. But people need help.
Well, the odds that we're the only planet with life on it. I mean,
I know, right? That's just arrogant to think that you're the only planet with life. That's what a coworker said to me at work, man. This old ass dude, he's an engineer. Fucking, those smarty nerds, like, it's like, yeah, don't talk to that guy. He looks like he's angry. Angry and flat earthers, wouldn't it? What's an alternative name instead of flat earther? Like, I think we gotta change that. You know, like, are you a flat earther? What's that? I'm a whatchamacallit? I'm a globe denier. Yeah, that's what I am. I ain't no flat earther. Globe denier. Call me that.
Yeah, it does seem like a fight to try and like, to clean the term flat earther. Like it seems like a struggle when you could just like reterm it, but I don't mind. I don't mind that in the sense that like then I can say to people, when they say, well, but flat earthers think this and that, and I can say, well, I don't. Yeah. And then they go, what? Well, what do you think? Because I saw on Google that flat earthers think, it's rising up and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the biggest reason why. Because people associated with that model. Good job, government. FES. Good job, Barack. We don't have time for a meeting with the Flat Earth Society. I wasn't a flat earther when I heard it, but when I heard it, I was like, what the fuck is he talking about? Meeting? What the fuck are you even talking about? I had no idea what the hell he was talking about. No idea. Then I heard the Flat Earth.
How did it?
Yep. Go ahead.
How did it relate to what he was talking about?
Exactly. But when I did finally hear about Flat Earth, I watched Vsauce, and guess what he had on? The Flat Earth Society. I was like, oh, this is dumb as fuck. Like, what the fuck? Vsauce. I thought, like, what the fuck is Vsauce covering this bullshit for, man? The fucking idiot. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, why would you cover something that's obviously bullshit? And this is before I was a Flat Earther. I thought Flat Earth was dumb because I watched Flat Earth, that video. And then when I found out that that's not even the Flat Earthers, it's like, what the fuck is going on? I was totally confused. And then, controlled opposition is blah, 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 blah. And I was like, the moment, felt like a jackass. Therefore, globe denier sounds better. Anti-government tour.
Yeah, Bob, I'm still in the shower, but I wrote down some answers from that chat.
Yeah, just wait until you get out because it's too loud. Shower.
I wrote them so you can read them.
Wrote something. What did you write? Is that what you said? You wrote something down?
I couldn't make out what he was saying. Damn, you take long ass showers, man. Shit. 3 minutes max.
Well, I'm wondering how you write something down in the shower.
It's probably got a chalkboard, waterproof, all that.
He's like writing equations and drawing diagrams.
This is where I do my best work. Sorry. One of those. Is Chong here? Oh. He is ruining his keyboard. Oh, Kosho says that. You took your keyboard in the shower. What the fuck?
Hope you got lots of rice.
Okay. I have one of those speakers in the toilet, in the bathroom, you know.
Probably one thing to ask Kosho would be. Probably one thing to ask Kosho is after all these years whether he's still waiting to find the curvature. I mean, not picking on you, but you know, are you gonna wait a few more years? Or I mean, sorry if that sounds snarky, but honestly, like, will you be just hanging around?
Yeah, that's my question too.
I don't want to speak for him, but I think he's pretty confident that they've measured curvature. That'd be my guess. And for some reason, he's just like content, just chilling with us and just like having, you know, this mediocre kind of conversation and not getting into a heated debate or anything like that. That's the vibe I'm getting. Like, he doesn't want to get like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that's just Kosho being Kosho. I mean, yeah.
Like, he seems like pretty chill, really. Like, I mean, in another world, I'd probably be friends with him if we met, and you know, like, we probably have great conversations. Not to do with this topic.
Yeah, I think he's one of the last of the OG Globers that used to come here a lot from like 2019 when I joined, or end of 2019.
I think he's a closet flat earther. He's in the closet. Come on, Kosho. Come out the closet, man. You guys seen that Family Guy episode? Tom Cruise? Come on out the closet, Kosho. I'm not in the closet. I'm not here.
I think it's like another Glober that was in here and said that they don't get the type of conversation they get here other places, and this is 24/7. It's like they know that they can come here any time of the day, and there's likely to be somebody that they can engage in the sort of conversation that stimulates them intellectually.
Yeah, I mean, here, obviously, certain times of the day, especially, you know, peak time in the US, it gets very heated and intense. But other times, yeah, I mean, it's more just chill and conversational. So I guess it's something that, you know, they don't have to be worried about coming in hot when everything's crazy, or being on a podcast where they'll be given, you know, 100 questions either way.
Crazy Americans.
Yeah, you Americans. Bong, how do you find being in Australia? Being in, Samoan / American?
I love it. I love being. I wish I was born here, or you know, associated with You know, Australia. Grew up. I wish I grew up here. Yeah. Or New Zealand. I don't know. It's just me. I'm not racist.
You Sydney area?
Yeah, Sydney.
I grew up in
areas. Yeah.
Have you checked out the Blue Mountains? I grew up there. That's where I grew up.
Oh, well, I haven't yet. Yeah.
Beautiful landscape up there. You go to Katoomba and check it out, man. Go to Echo Point and just if you can get there on a morning, right before sunrise, or just after sunrise, and particularly this time of year, I think you'll find you'll find a blanket of clouds in front of you, like pretty much below you, with islands sticking up out of it. I mean, it's like it's like you're looking at the sea and you're seeing islands sticking up out of it. It's just incredible. It's a breathtaking
view. Where's that?
Katoomba.
Katoomba.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is just like it's a 2.5 hour train ride, I think, west from Sydney.
Katoomba. Yeah, I'll check it out. I like photography. Yeah, I like catching the sunrise. I always go out. Yeah, go up there. Before the sunrise. Yes, so I'll try. Definitely gonna do that. So, probably now or.
Yeah, it'd make for a good family outing. Maybe a weekend. Make a weekend of it. There's plenty of nice places you could go stay there, and there's really nice nature walks. It's a beautiful area.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me, man. I may as well do it now while the conditions are here.
Yeah, and being this time of year too, you don't have to worry too much about the bites and snakes.
Yeah. Oh, I never really had to worry. But you know what? Never mind. Found a couple of snakes in the children's backpacks at school, primary school. Yeah. So sometimes you got brown, just chilling on the road while the kids are walking home, just outside the schools. Right? The hell, man!
I dragged a red belly black snake home with me, walking home from school one day when I was a kid, and it was on the road, and I thought it would been run over and it was dead, and I brought it home, and I was sitting outside with it, and I was just examining it and feeling its scales and everything. And next minute, I thought I felt a heartbeat, and I was like, "I threw it," I was like, "It's alive."
Yeah. Australia is beautiful. I love it. Totally different culture from the U.S. They drive on the right side of the road. Weirdos, hey. I noticed that before I came to Australia, I noticed that about America. I was like, hey, it's like we live in a bubble. What do you mean? It's like, well, we don't know shit about the world, and they fucking know everything about us. Hey, we do live in our fucking sports are different. We drive on the wrong side of the road. I think we live in a bubble.
That's the post-World War environment where the American culture, the mainstream American culture and media has sort of gone all around the world, that you can speak to someone from Asia, Australia, the Netherlands, Europe, South America, and they know all the stuff Americans know. But the Americans don't really know stuff outside of America.
Yeah.
But the US is such a huge place, though. It's like the domestic economy itself. You don't really need to do much. I mean, they do trade, but it's like you can have companies that in the US that don't even need to go to other countries. And in fact, Steve Jobs, I think, when he first had the plan for the iPhone, he said they only wanted 10% of the US domestic market. That was their goal at the start. because that would have been enough to keep the 10-20% of the US market would have been enough to keep the iPhone sustained at that time. But yeah, it became this huge thing, and
they are the consumers, right?
Yeah, the US domestic consumption base is so massive that that is it. For many companies, I think even opening shops in or selling their products to Australia or even Europe, it's just not worth their time.
Right. And then there's the dollar.
Yeah, of course, that goes without saying, fortunately. Sadly, Australia, I think, is pretty much just like you can consider it just another state of the US. It's nothing, sadly, much very... Because it's still, under the Queen, technically, and after World War II, the British basically handed stuff to the Americans and say, yeah, you take over.
The new world. That's what America is. The new world order.
And out of the new world came the new world order.
Yeah. That's on the dollar bill. Where the pyramid thing is?
Yeah.
New order of the world, written in Latin.
And then we have achieved, isn't it?
The great work or something like that, yeah.
Yeah, we have achieved the great work, the New World Order.
We have capped the pyramid.
Nice talking to you guys. I'm going to split.
All right, bro. Take it easy, mate.
Yeah,
see you next time.
Bye.
Yeah, have a good one. Good night, bro.
Yeah, I just came home from work. I got to go shower and stuff, so I'll just listen.
Yep. All good, mate.
presumptuous
Buzz.
here. I can call you Buzz. Okay.
That's a legal name. Passport,
Okay.
driver's license.
And I am Uncle Coney tonight.
Uncle Coney.
Let's talk about this, because this is fascinating. I remember very clearly, I think anybody who was alive at the time does. I remember my parents waking me up, and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon.
No,
which
you
was
didn't. No, you didn't.
What?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation. See, you associated what you saw with...
I have very hazy memories.
I know.
Well,
why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. Because there's no gravity. And I'm a diver, a scuba diver, and when you get down underneath the water, you're floating.
Zoe, what do you say?
Thank you.
You are very, very welcome.
I'm sorry, Jay. I'm sorry.
I can see that how that would affect your Christmas.
I made that whole thing up.
What?
I'm sorry. I guess I just wanted to seem interesting. I guess there's a real danger of that on this show.
The pressure.
Well, yeah, people come out and they've run out of anecdotes, you know, and they just start making stuff up.
Yeah.
Like that Neil Armstrong guy. Have you seen him on the?
Neil Armstrong? You mean the first man to walk on the moon?
Talk about a fish story.
Yeah.
Man, and they're buying it.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Armstrong, Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital. Wanted to give you the opportunity to swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon. Will you put your left hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Gentlemen.
Mr. Sibrel.
Yes? If you really walked on the moon, why would you not do that? So why don't you just put the end to the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Sibrel, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
Really? Well, no, it's a real Bible. You have the opportunity to have $5,000.
The meeting is not open.
Well, you have $5,000 cash. You can give it to charity if you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon. So why don't you put your hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Mr. Sibrel, you do not deserve answers.
Neil Armstrong? You mean the first man to walk on the moon?
Talk about a fish story. Man, and they're buying it.
Oh, yeah.
And you know what I was thinking? I was in the shower. I can't remember what the band is called that does. Oh my God, it's the Eagles. The whole time I was in the shower, I couldn't remember who did Hotel California. I feel so stupid.
Welcome back, Kojo.
Thanks, man. I was in the shower the whole time. I was just trying to think, who does Hotel California? How can I forget this? God damn. And then the second I get out and say it to you guys, I remember it's the Eagles.
You forgot who sang it. Yeah, okay.
I think I have early onset Alzheimer's.
It's one of those brain farts. I was just about to head out anyways, so I'd go take care of baby. God.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Shipmate.
Yeah. Catch you next time, man. Come by tomorrow.
Stay cool. Yeah, you know I will.
Yeah. Later, Kojo.
See you, buddy. Hey, Flying J, are you around?
Who's Flying J?
Oh, Flying High. I mean, Flying J. I feel like there's another person called Flying J. Regardless, Flying High is what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah, there isn't. There's only Flying High.
Hey, I want to warn you. I can't guarantee this weekend with Jim.
Oh, I don't care.
Fair enough. I don't want to disappoint anybody, but
those debates aren't the reason why I'm here. I'm looking for my team to actually debate somebody.
Yeah, no offense. Yeah, you want
an outsider doesn't really concern me.
Yeah, it's good that you distance yourself from outsiders for sure.
Yeah, I don't. The server anyway does it. We do it our way. He does. I even told him, like, so long as you understand the arena rules. But I mean, I don't know. It's gonna be just whatever you want, because when it concerns our team knows exactly what's expected anyway. Otherwise, there's no. What?
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say. Otherwise, the people that get ranked in here get ranked for a reason. They have to be able to hold yourself in an argument. If not, then there's no reason why you get ranked.
It's fair. I was just saying he's been challenging me for, I don't know, a couple months, a month or two. And, yeah, I mean, up until the other day, I couldn't even get him to agree on what the topic was.
Yeah, well, I'm not really concerned about. I mean, if there's nobody that's going to referee that debate, I'll do it. But I don't know. It's not a part of the server. Like, we're not going to be affiliated, let's say, with that debate.
But you know what? Now that I know that you're taking it less seriously, I might actually, yeah, because I just don't know if I'm going to be busy, so I don't want to commit to something. But
I don't even care. Yeah, I don't even care. Like, if you do wind up doing that, it's up to you. we're looking for some of the more hard-nosed debates. There's a couple of people that I know of in the anti-flat Earth community that will do a debate, or like at least they want to do a debate. But I don't care. If it's somebody in here, I do care. Like that's, yeah.
As I told you, I'm not in that community.
Really? What community are you in? A different one?
Y'all's community. Ballers.
Well, I don't. Ballers. Well, I'm looking for. I don't care about ballers, man. I'm looking for anti-flat earthers. Those are the guys that are coming against our mission. The mission to tell people about what the Earth actually is instead of what they think it is. That's what we're all about.
Well, I'm not going to lie. My position often is aligned with anti-flat earthers and globers. I just don't consider myself a glober, anti-flat earther. Just
I know, but yeah, but it doesn't matter, man. Like we have the agenda to make sure that everybody gets to know this information as much as we can. And then you guys have your agendas, which is to tell people that what we're saying is not true. So
the more traction, if you guys started to lose traction, I would start arguing for you guys, because it'd be a sad day if the flat Earth dissolves.
I guarantee you, there'll never be a day like that. Ever since creation, man, there's always been people that spoke truth. Ever since creation, I'm just saying. We've always been a small community within the large population. According to the scriptures, it's always been that way. It'll always be that way. We'll never be the overwhelming majority.
Truthers or flat earthers?
Truthers.
Yeah, sure, I agree.
But truthers were flat earthers.
Yeah, some of them.
All of them. Well, some of them. You're right. Some of them. Actually, the way the scripture reads is that people with the understanding that the earth was flat, they weren't concerned about that. They were concerned about going against the Creator. They knew that what the earth was because they were building a tower to reach up to the heights of heaven to war against God, the Creator.
Yeah, what if that's why they lie? You know, I say, why do they lie? What if that's the real reason why? It's because if you found out, you remember in Dragon Ball Z, there's a tower, what's it called? Kami's Tower or Kami's place or whatever. That tower, Korn's
hyperbolic,
tower.
The hyperbolic time chamber. Yeah.
It was up there. What if that's like, if you found that it was flat, you would actually find out that there actually is like a place
okay.
up there.
So check it out, man. Like, maybe you know or not know this story, or I don't know what you believe in, Kosho. But what I'm saying is you guys don't know that the ancient war that's been taking place a long time ago has more to deal with war against the Creator and not about information of the earth. You're over here thinking that the earth is what it is because of the fact that you have been perceiving it to be just the enlightenment of mankind and, you know, the further knowledge of like how we've been continuously upgrading our technology and so forth. But you don't realize that the ones who stole fire from heaven were the angelic hosts. They actually took secret information from heaven and brought it down to the people. And if you think that's helping mankind, well, just look at technology, what it has done to people today. It's actually turned us into the opposite of enlightened. Because, okay, think about misinformation, right? It's rampant. It doesn't encumber just one topic. It's everything, right? So it's people have been enamored with like different ideas and misinformation. It's because like a flat earther isn't just a flat earther, isn't a flat earther. Like it's just like you can't get one guy who says the earth is flat and then we all agree on everything. It's not how it works. There's misinformation about just almost every topic you can think of. So technology and the thing that was done a long time ago that was the ancients used to have, right? Like these angelic hosts who warred against the creator came here to this earth because they lusted after mankind, because they knew that the creator loved what he created with people, right? With humans. And so they wanted to usurp their authority over the humans because they were jealous. They were jealous of what we had. We had the creator's attention and the creator's love. We were created in the image of the creator. So they were, it almost like they were threatened. They wanted what we had. So they lusted after what we had, even after the women. They mated with the women, created giants of old. And ever since then, there's been this like back and forth war between, it's an ancient war, one much older than any war you can ever think of. So, and we know the ending to that, though, people that read certain holy scriptures, right? But you guys who think that the earth is what you've been told have been lambasted by this like agenda to turn you into like mindless slaves for the agenda, which now you guys parrot this these teachings of these guys being like the earth is a ball floating in outer space, godless, like not fearing the creator and so forth. It's turned your guys' minds into oatmeal. So because of the fact that you guys don't hold truth, we, like, people that do know truth, like, fucking land-based you guys like in an instant, and you don't know why. You're just like, wow, what the fuck? These guys are like, they must know something, because like, how the hell can they defeat like astrophysicists, cosmologists, like super intelligent, bastions of knowledge, like in certain fields? And it feels like in some way these guys can't be thwarted, like us, the minority. Even though sometimes people in here don't know how to like articulate themselves, when it comes to like us defeating these like supposed pillars of knowledge, like we do that effortlessly. But you find out that because of the truth, people that don't hold that become misaligned, and they can't thwart the efforts of the people from the truth community. You guys have the overwhelming majority. You guys have academia. You guys have all those things, but and the way the scriptures read, it's a broad path. And that broad path that people are on right now is one of like, it has to deal with more of people being against the creator. Because the majority of people, whether you think of this as this way or not, that are of the mindset that the earth is a globe are godless. Whether you are or not, that's not the case. The case is, statistically, you can see that the people who are a part of the earth being a globe are the godless crowd. They're the ones who say that there is no God, Big Bang, evolution, all these other things. Little do you know that it's more to deal with the war against the creator than it is to deal with intellectual, understandings. So it's not, oh man. I wish I could get into your mind and like rewire it, man. But honestly, you've been swept away by the current of like this kind of idea. It's like lulled you to sleep, basically, dulled your senses, like giving you a revamped version of like what reality is, and there's nothing that can awaken you out of that. You have to be spiritually awoken. So, I mean, at some point, I don't care. Like, I wish that could have happened to people of that mindset, like you guys. But, other times it's like, I'm going to use you to actually show the audience, the ones who will be awoken at some point, not by my doing, but I will keep exposing you guys to the truth. And through that, people that listen to this debate will be awoken, because it's about the ancient war between the ones who have fallen and then the creator. And it's like people are caught in the middle. So you probably don't know this, but you are a product of that. And there's nothing I can do other than just keep exposing you until the point where you get spiritually awoken and be like, oh shit, what am I doing? I'm on the wrong side. But that's not for me. I'm going to continue to do what I do. You're going to continue to do what you do until that time comes. If it doesn't ever come, then so be it. But you might think it's because we have the intellectual capacity of a caveman, but you really don't understand what's at stake here. So that's fine.
I certainly don't think that, Miggy. But and you could be right about me on the because I want to be on the good side, of course, or the right side.
But to you, that sounds like people that are talking about the Earth being a globe. Because why would anybody go against what the future, like just advancements in and of themselves, right? Technology, just like enlightenment, like more information. Why would we be people going against that? Like it's like a itch that you can't scratch in your brain. Like you just like, it's an anomaly to you. But for us, it's an awakening. We people that are in this community realize what's been going on. And listen, man, like we got people like Negator who come in here. Like he's been in this fight for a long time. He thinks he's on the good side, just like the people who have did like the Crusades in the day. They thought they were doing God's work. No, my friend, you're not doing God's work. None of you are. You're the opposite of God's work. You're actually helping the enemy, act in reality. That's what you're doing. And you guys are the majority. We're the minority. It's always been this way throughout time. And it will always be that way until the king returns. And when he does, then everything will be said and done with. His government will be instilled. But you know what? Like I at some points there's little cracks where I can actually speak to you guys in this way. And then just like Negator, his armors, there's like it's complete. He's completely hardened against this. His heart is completely a stone at this point. So there's nothing I can do for him except for exposing him. And you, unfortunately.
I believe Negator is a believer in God. I thought
no, he's not. No, he's going against God in every way. He doesn't know this. He thinks you, like I said, Kosho, you guys perceive the world in a different way. You guys think that you're doing God's work and you're not. You're going against the Creator. Just like even people who are in the Christian realm, like those guys like that wag their finger at the camera and say, if you believe in flat earth, you're stupid. Steven Anderson, Danny Faulkner, Matthew Learns, let's see, who else? There's a bunch of people I could name that think that themselves that the Soundly believer? Does he believe in God?
Oh yeah.
Wow, well, Soundly, let's see.
R.C. Meisty.
R.C. Meisty? No, he's not. Is he a believer?
Oh yeah.
Okay, well, R.C. Meisty, I thought he was an atheist.
He's a Mormon.
Anyway, I won't get into that, but him. There's a couple of other. The guy that comes on in that Living Waters, with Kirk Cameron, is Kirk Cameron's buddy.
I don't know any Kirk Cameron's buddies.
Yeah, they did a thing together called Living Waters. Anyways, that guy.
Ken Ham?
I don't know, maybe. Ray Comfort. Thank you, Blue Jumper. It was Ray Comfort.
Well, you do know, on my father's side, I come from a long line of priests, actually all the way back to Aaron. As a matter of fact, there's only two people in that line. My grandfather and somebody a couple hundred years ago.
Catholic priests?
No, the Jewish priest, Moses' brother, Kohanim. Yeah. Rabbis.
Well, if you're that close to the truth, then why hasn't that been absorbed by you? Why have you been taken away by this lie? I don't understand it. Like, at some level, you're a very cognitive person, but the others, it's like, why would you let this lie take you away so much? Even though you've been exposed to the truth for as long as you have. It's different from, I think, other people. Some people, it takes them 5 minutes. Others, it takes them more than a lifetime to realize. I don't know how that works, but all I know is that I have to keep doing this. There's no way out. Like, the truth has to be spoken. People need to know. And those who will be free shall be free. The truth will set them free.
with hope.
Well, I don't give up hope because I know that it's not my doing. I'm not the one who's going to turn the tide on the person's mind. I'm not in it to convince somebody. I'm in it to challenge them. And then once the creator decides, he awakens them to the truth. And that's the way it works. That's not my doing. I don't look for a body count, Kosho. I don't look for how many people have I convinced that the earth is flat today? That's been about 15 today. That's not me. I'm just going to keep telling everybody about this. And when the creator decides, he awakens them to the truth. That's how it happens. Not on my time, on his. You might think I'm getting philosophical here, man, but this is the real war that's happening behind what you see in the front. On its face, you see a bunch of people debating points that can't be refuted due to advancements in human information and so forth. That's what it looks like. But that's a facade. It's not really that. It's a war against truth. And you guys have no hope whatsoever. Truth is a sword that we wield, and you guys have just lies. You can never defeat truth, ever. Well, and plus, we'll probably always be the minority. There will be some people that want to go back to the lies because it's more comforting to go along with the crowd and be the part of the majority. On this side, we lose family, friends. This is the truth. People aren't drawn to truth. It's a revealing. It's a revelation. It shows you who you really are. Your side are people who have been enabled. And you follow the crowd. So, do I wish for it to be different? Of course, but it's not up to me. I just continue down the path that I'm on.
I see it a little bit differently because I think actually most people, if not everyone, is actually attracted by the truth. Attracted to it.
One way or another, either because you want to somehow defeat it. I don't know why. Negator in all his years has never done it. That's weird. Right, Negator? You've never done it, man. And none of your things that you've ever came in here and shown us that you know the truth. You don't.
Well, I know a Kiwi. I got a Kiwi friend, Sheeples Phoenix. He was a flat earther, and he says that.
So was Ranty.
Yeah, but Sheeples Phoenix said that it was Negator who gave him an argument that made him change his mind.
Well, I've debated Negator since the beginning of this movement. Well, actually, almost close to the beginning. Must have been 2016, 2017. He's in the YouTube live stream text chat, but he's never been able to come here and hold himself up in the arena. That's something I think this time the arena will stay. It will never go away this time. Once I put it back in place. And I'm going to train other critical thinkers to uphold this even when I'm gone. My 3 points, the way I've talked about them, are going to echo through time, even when I'm long gone. And there will be a thorn on the Globe Earth side from here on, from this point forward. They are truth. They can't be defeated. Direct measurement of Earth's curvature per the drop over distance. The second one is axial rotation. The third one is the vacuum of space, so gas pressure without a container. 3 points. Can't be defeated. And I've heard of every argument that has been actually told to me that's under the sun, from everything mainstream to everything that's been just thought up on the spot. I've heard of Globers that tell me on the spot that they just made something up to actually, well, I could do this experiment. I'm like, bro, you're just making this up. You're like, well, I could think of new ways, and no, you cannot. There's not been something done. The question was, has there something ever been done to actually provide evidence that this is the case directly measured? So, yeah. You, Negator, and every other staunch baller can't thwart the efforts of truth. These 3 points will remain to be a thorn on you guys' side forever. And you will always try to find new ways to come around and defeat them, and they'll never be defeated. Because there's nothing you guys can provide that will ever thwart the efforts of that. I know this. So for me, it's not a debate. It's a slaughter for you guys. That's why I just take my time. I don't have to debate you guys. If I want to, I can make a spectacle of each and every one of you and string you guys out and expose you and just show the whole world how you guys don't have answers to these questions. No matter how hard you try and whatever you think you know, you will not thwart the efforts of those questions. It is the truth. There is no answer.
And then they're sort of trick questions, then, huh?
No, they're actually short truth questions. There is no globe. It's imaginary. It always has been. But you can try. You can sure try. And if you ever want to, I will make a spectacle of it. It will be one of the biggest debates for you because you think it's a debate. I don't. It's like, for me, it's like lambs to a slaughter. You guys are just going to get ultimately crushed. But I think that's necessary. For the audience, anyway. They need to see this. It's not for you. You're going to continue to think the Earth's a globe. You're going to continue to think you didn't get crushed. You're going to continue to think that you have the right answers. But you live in your own world. Made up. It's fantasy. It's not true.
I certainly don't want to be slaughtered.
Well, then think about where your position is. That's all I can say, man. Like, I can't make you think differently because obviously you like the Earth being a globe. The fantasy of space and, the TED Talks and the academia and, you like the pats on the back because you're, friends stroke your ego, whatever the case. I don't know. That's you. You do you. If you get spiritually awoken and you start to realize that shit, I'm on the wrong side, then that's the only time that it's going to happen. Other than that, you'll be against us. And you may be as friendly as you want to be, like in here, but in reality, you are an enemy to this cause.
I don't see it that way. I think it's people like me and Negator. People like me and Negator that perpetuate this cause.
I know, because you think it's God's work, and you're wrong. You think it's God's work, you're wrong.
I mean, by the fact that we spend our time, there's like a hobby or advice of mine to spend time talking about these things. Because of that, it perpetuates the flat Earth movement.
Well, no, because you guys are like, we don't need you. We have the rest of the world. You're the ones that are attracted to this for some reason, like moths to a flame. We do not need you. You need us. You need the small minority of people who think that the Earth is flat, so that because for some reason it's a weird attraction, right? For you guys, you think it's a debate. We don't see it that way. None of us do. And the people in here already understand that very clearly. It's not a debate. It is a slaughter.
I don't see it as a debate.
I don't either.
Yeah.
It's a rejection of truth, but that's fine. Like you can see whatever position you have. The rest of the world sees it like the way you do, Kosho. Everybody does. You got a bunch of crazy flat earthers. Yeah. What you mean that if it wasn't that way, then we would have free reign on every single platform to talk about this topic. Obviously, the rest of the world thinks that it's a globe, so they're going to throttle the algorithm so that we don't get a lot of views on our channels, like all of it. They're going to flag our content. It's just that way. That's just the way of the world. The overwhelming majority sees it as truth, that the Earth is a globe.
Of course, yeah. The majority of the world believes it's a globe. But where my opinion differs is I do think that you guys deserve, and my preference would be that you guys get exposure.
Listen, there's some people on your side that wish this to be something where it doesn't get that way, but what happens to the people, the controllers, the agenda controllers, like those guys with the platform, with the money and the power, they don't see it this way. They see it as an effort to kind of misinform the people who learn about things at school and such. So there is an agenda that, like I said, maybe you're not aware of it. I don't know. I think you are, but I think you choose that to stay on the path you do because for whatever reason, I don't know. There must be something deeply ingrained in you that you think you're doing a good thing. It's kind of twisted, but that's maybe your perception. I don't.
No, I don't think that.
Well, why do you do it?
I just like talking about the stuff, the science.
Why? Yeah, but there is no science. I mean, as far as what we're talking about cosmology, you guys think that's science, and it's not. It has nothing to. It's a category error. But besides, anyway, I got a new person in here, Coach. You're gonna have to table this.
Yeah, sure.
Zaki Soul CS. Zaki Soul CS. If you're there, I'm gonna unmute you. Zaki Soul, welcome to the server. If you're there, say what's up, man.
I can't talk. It's 10 p.m. for me, so.
10 p.m. All right. Well, just really quickly, if you can, just say why you're here, what brought you here, and what your position is, and then you can just go on mute, just so that I can give you an Earth determining role in the server.
I just am here to have debates and just figure out what other people's opinions are. I do respect those opinions. I'm not here to put people down. I'm just.
Are you a part? Are you believe that the Earth is a globe, Zaki Soul?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna give you the Earth determining role of globe Earther, and whenever you have time, you come in here and you can debate or you can do whatever you want. Just talk to people in here. I don't care.
Oh, cool.
All right. Let's see here. Yeah. All right. Probably when people are awake. If you guys are out there, we got some people watching the live stream. Come on in. You can come talk to me. Click the link in the description. I'll open up your mic. You can have a conversation. We definitely want to talk to you about this topic. If this is brand new to you, then yeah, we'll have an interesting topic for sure.
I'm just curious, what are some interesting responses you've gotten for your 3 questions?
Oh, I'll tell you what. I could play some. How about that? I got some sound bites. Let me see here. I gotta look in my my archives. Well, there's one that I actually spent about 2 hours on because I wanted to. I didn't end it quick. I just want to let the person. She was very young, I think, so. I wanted her to really think about the questions, and then we dove a little deeper. She took some time on each one, so I have to dig up the clips, so you have to give me a moment. Let's see. All right, you want to listen to an astrophysicist?
Yeah, that sounds juicy.
All right. It's an hour long. I might move it forward. I don't know. We'll see. I could stop it at any time. If anybody's in here right now and you want to say something, you can jump on the mic. I'll pause the stream.
You gotta edit those down.
Hey, we got our astronomer back in here. Hey,
hi, hello. Hey, welcome back, man. Hey, guess what, man? There's a bunch of lights in the sky that tell us we live on a flat stationary plane. We checked it out, man. What do you think of that?
Yeah, Flat Earth Professor. Yeah, before anybody starts here, I was just gonna wait for it because I heard him earlier, but I was at work, so I couldn't chime in. But I had a question that I came in and I asked him, but it got overran in the conversation, and I couldn't ask him the question. So specifically, and Indio was here during the time that we were actually talking about this question. So specifically was about the exoplanets. The question that I had was directly to something that you actually study with.
Okay.
So
I just want to say real quick though, I don't have time to get back into like a long conversation. I was just going to listen because I'm grading a bunch of homeworks that I do tomorrow. But I could definitely answer like one question real quick.
Anyway,
I will be back later, and I would love to get back into another. I had really good conversation this morning, so I'd love to talk more.
All right. So let me ask you before you.
Sure.
Before you bolt.
I'm not going to leave. I'm not going to leave. I was just here to hang out and listen.
You did say that if I'm because we have a lot of people that come through this chat, right? So I don't want to mistake you for somebody else. But were you the one that said that you study exoplanets? Was that true or not?
Yeah, that was me.
Okay, so that makes sure because there was some other guy that we're mistaken for. They were like, "Is this a guy or some other guy?" So we were trying to think.
I was here this morning talking about my work. I study exoplanets a little bit. It's like sort of tangential to my work. I mostly study protoplanetary systems, but it's pretty similar.
All right. Well, I don't know when you want to have that conversation, ITR, but like.
I mean, we could have a short talk about it right now. I'm just letting you know ahead of time. Like, I can't get into like a super long thing like we had this morning, which was very enjoyable and interesting.
Okay, how far or how extensive is your knowledge in the exoplanet understanding? Like, I mean,
pretty good.
Did you? Okay, so do you make observations of exoplanets? Do you have information that leads like?
I have made observations of exoplanets in the past. It's not my primary like area of study though. But like I know,
so you don't publish anything, do you? Like, there's no work that you're doing that's like maybe signed off by you.
I have not published any work that is directly touching on exoplanets. No.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, not that I care that you have your name out there or whatever, because to me that doesn't matter. But only thing that I'm saying is if you had any knowledge behind that, because there was some
talk about exoplanets. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like there's questions that would be leading. What I mean to say is that, like, since you just probably help people, you don't actually, like, you're not the lead person to talk about, like, I would say. Well, it sounds like anyway, you just probably help with certain areas of like the study of those things. Like you don't do like hands-on with like putting information out there to like for public consumption. You know what I mean? Like, obviously somebody's going to be out there saying, the authority on like what exoplanets are, images and all kinds of things like that. Like, you're just somebody who like helps those guys, or like what is your like involvement with that?
Yeah. So I do publish research. The research that I publish is not about exoplanets. It's about protoplanetary systems, which are sort of similar. I have, made I have operated a telescope that was taking pictures of exoplanets. I have done that. I don't, work for NASA, so I don't represent like a public, telling everyone what exoplanets are. That's not really what I do, right? I'm a researcher.
So how do you tie into the whole like academic like system? Like what part do you play in?
I'm a PhD student.
I know, but I'm saying is, what is your contribution from your work? Like, do you submit things to the organizations?
I do publish papers. They're just not about exoplanets.
But who uses this information? Like, where does it get used up so that maybe the public can know about it? Like, do other companies borrow your work and say, hey, you've done some study over here. Let me just take your work.
Publish is publicly available. Yeah. Obviously, I'm not going to link it here, but generally speaking, yeah, it's available. I don't know if random people are reading it necessarily. It's it's intended for a scientific audience, but anyone could read it. It's out there. It's free.
And how many years have you been dealing with this? I'm just getting a little background information because it's me. I think it's.
I've been working in this area for maybe like 5 or 6 years.
So you know what you're talking about when we're,
generally speaking,
the subject matter.
I mean, if you want to talk about the evolution of protoplanetary disks, I definitely know what I'm talking about. Everything else, my education has included many things, but it's not like my main thing, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, I don't want to take away from what you're doing now because it sounds like you got busy work. But what I'm most interested in is the fact that when we have our discussions in here, and we have the top authorities of these like certain fields that come in here. They give us a lot of fluff and not enough hard evidence. So there's a lot of things that would precede a conversation that would lead us to understand like where you're coming from. Mm-hmm. And we want to gather as much information that we can to at least make our case either that much stronger, or know at least from your perspective what you actually do that puts a contribution to like the whole scene of like the idea of the vacuum of space being told to us by way of academia. So
sure. Yeah, that sort of thing. Like, I'm happy to answer questions. And I also want to say, just so we're on the same page, right? I didn't come in here because I'm like, man, these flat earthers have got it so wrong. The Earth is a sphere, and I got to go out here and convince them, right? I just think it's interesting that this is a discussion, and I want to hear about it, and just sort of chat about it. I'm not really here to try to deeply convince anyone, right? That's not my goal. I just want to talk about it.
All right. So the authority, would you consider yourself to be an authority for this particular field of study? Because it's not, you're not an astrophysicist, right?
You're not an astrophysicist.
Yeah. Oh, so you were considered an astrophysicist. So
in modern scientific parlance, like an astrophysicist and an astronomer are the same thing. Like there's really no practical difference.
So they're basically synonymous. Like if you were to say if you're an astronomer, people would say, well, he's an astrophysicist too. Like,
yeah, I mean, all my colleagues, like I've heard people call themselves either one. Like it doesn't really matter. Like no one in the scientific field makes a distinction anymore. Some people say they're astrophysicists. Okay. Some people say they're astrophysicist is just like impressive, right? You want but it's like I don't usually use that. I think it sounds a little pretentious, right? I usually just say I'm an astronomer. But I think either way, that would be
but obviously there's contributions that you're making to the specific academia, which is like
I do physics. I do a lot of physics in my work, and then I study, take pictures of space. So I'm an astrophysicist, right? But I just, anyway.
Okay, there's some misconceptions, I would say, just the base knowledge of people with what you guys are doing, behind the scenes and all that stuff. But would you say excuse me, guys, if I'm asking a bunch of these questions, but what I want you guys to know as an audience, me asking these questions. There's a clearing of the air for so there won't be any misconceptions as to specifically what he does, and also what questions you want to formulate to ask him if he's in here. So there wouldn't be these other questions that could be brought up. But I was hearing you with the conversation earlier. You weren't speaking to things that you weren't studied in, or a field that you weren't knowledgeable in, and you made that known to the conversation. To kind of steer away from.
Honest to me to try to represent a really firm opinion on something that I didn't feel like I fully understood myself, right? There are certainly things that I feel that I understand, and there are plenty of things that I don't understand, right? And I am not going to pretend to understand the things that I don't understand too.
So just as you're saying now, you would be forthcoming and intellectually honest. That way, we can know for sure if any questions were asked you. You would be intellectually honest and tell us, well, I know, right? Or I don't know. So it'd be easy for you to do that, right?
Kind of just wasting our time, right? I mean, I'm not really here to. I'm not to mislead anyone, right? That's
right. So I'd be happy to just indulge me in this exercise of your base knowledge of the Earth being a globe. As you may or may not have heard, a conversation that was taking place when you jumped into the server a while ago with this gentleman I was talking to right now. It got pretty heated, but needless to say, he's very young, and he's in the server right now, and didn't go well with his the outcome of that. But he's still in here. I mean,
I didn't hear anything like that. I just got here.
Okay. All right. Well, let me just run through this exercise. I do this with everyone, so it's
but before I thought everybody. You say you had a question about exoplanets in particular, or is this something else?
Yeah, I do actually, but I think I just want to get through this exercise really quick because you're somebody in academia, and I think that if people hear you run through this exercise, then to them it's going to be like, well, I don't know, I should ask the expert, and you are the expert, let's say. So they could hear you from the horse's mouth, let's say, the expert speaking on this subject matter. So the exercise that I'm going to give you would be most essential for their ears to be listening to, because now they're going to hear not only from just the average Joe on the street, but from somebody coming from an academic standpoint. And now we're going to get somewhere. So at least when they say, well, I'm not the scientist in the room, we're astrophysicists, we got one in the room. So now that we have that, we're going to create, a kind of a bit of an atmosphere where they can understand, okay, I'm not the expert, but there's one right over there. He's talking right now. So that being said, now everybody in the room, this exercise is going to be like even that much more important, right? So with this, I usually pose 3 questions, and they're pretty much a baseline for your knowledge right now. What's your name again? Itair? Itair?
Itair is usually how I pronounce it. Yeah.
Itair, okay. Itair. So basically, it's just 3 questions, pretty simple. And if you don't know them, we could skip off to the next thing, because if you say I know, then I'll ask you the leading questions as to specifically, hyper-specifically, how you know about these questions, like as in primary source, citation, and demonstration on the information, right? So if you say you don't know, that's fine. I'm not. This exercise is not meant to like gotcha. It's just meant to know. Okay, this is what you know. This is what you don't know, and you could easily say I don't know, right? But if you start to meander through the, I'm prefacing it this way so that you can understand.
Sounds like it's sort of a whole thing, which is not what I was.
Yeah, it is. It is actually a thing, right? It's a thing, but like, don't be afraid. If you're intellectually honest, you could fly through these things pretty quickly. So,
all right, but
there's 3 questions.
I wasn't here to have a whole super long discussion about.
It'll be quick. Trust me, it'll be quick. Right, if you're intellectually honest, it'll be quick. All right. So the first question is, who has measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history? And if you know, like I said, hyper-specific, give me the primary source, citation, and a demonstration.
My best knowledge of that would be that I have, when I was in undergrad, I was asked to reproduce the math behind Eratosthenes' experiment. Is that how you pronounce his name? The Greek guy who did the sticks.
Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes.
I don't speak Greek. You guys know what I'm talking about, though. That guy.
Sure. Go ahead.
That's my answer.
Well, he
that was the answer, okay.
shadows, so you're going to have to demonstration.
Yeah, so hyper specific, right? So if we're going to talk about primary source, you'd say Eratosthenes, okay? So the citation, probably wiki. I'm just going to help you out on this because I've seen this about 1,000 times.
I'm not going to go Google it. What I said specifically was I was
you don't have to
use the math.
No, you don't have to.
So it wasn't really about who did it necessarily, right? I was asked to try to understand why it works the way it does, and that was my first exposure to that, essentially.
Okay. Yeah, I was just saying that you don't have to because I already know about this information, but I need you to tell me how that relates to directly measuring the surface curvature of the Earth. So what did he do that we can directly measure the surface curvature?
Well, it is not a direct measurement of the surface curvature. It's a measure of the radius of the Earth, which of course allows. But I'm completely aware, even mathematically, that it allows for 2 interpretations. You can have a local sun, right, or a faraway sun, and it works out either way.
Okay, so let me then go back to the question and restate it again so I can get some clarification. What I asked for was a direct measurement of the Earth's curvature. So it sounds like Eratosthenes is not going to get us there. I can give you a mulligan and just let you try to figure out if anybody is directly measuring the surface curvature anytime in history. And if you say that you don't know, I will grant you that, and we can go to the next question. This is only going through what your baseline knowledge for the Earth being a globe is.
If someone were to ask me, like, what is the best way we could measure the curvature of the Earth directly? My answer would be to look at pictures that were taken from space.
Okay, but when has it ever been directly measured?
I understand, of course, that's probably a point of some contention, but if you were to think that they were real, which I of course understand is not necessarily something we can agree on, but if there were a picture, if it were real, it'd be pretty direct measurement, right? You see the curve right there, right? It'd be pretty easy to.
But
hang on, Flatsy. Guys, let me just take this, okay? if you will.
I'm so sorry.
Right. Yeah. No worries. Okay, so what I asked for was a direct measurement of the Earth's curvature, and how was it derived? Primary source, citation, and demonstration. So if we're going with your pictures, right, then I'm going to ask you for primary source. I'm going to ask you for a citation, and then the demonstration of how it was done. And I'm getting hyper specific because we need to know this fundamental question needs to be answered with the most strictest of prejudice. So we have to specifically know exactly how it's been done. And if you, like I said, if you don't know, it's simply say I don't know, and we can go to the next question.
Is that a question for me? Sorry. Was that?
Yeah. So if you believe somebody just figured it out and you don't know how they figured it out because it's not your area of expertise, I will accept that, and we can go on to the next question. But you have to say I don't know.
Not my area of expertise. That is a very fair statement.
Yeah. What would you say that you don't know then?
If you're asking me for a citation of someone who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth, I would say that I do not know.
Okay. And that's fine. So the next question would be, it's like the first, but this way it's going to be asking about the axial rotation or the spin of the Earth. So they're claiming, right, the claim is that the Earth is spinning at the equator at about 1,000 miles per hour. Now, you could probably look this information up to kind of, really kind of cite what I'm saying. This is the claim, right? Whether you may or may or not know this is what they're saying. At the equator, it's measured to be spinning at about 1,000 miles per hour. So, the same as the first, who has ever measured this axial rotation by an apparatus, any device, a person or people, and how has it been done? Same as the first, primary source, citation, demonstration. And you could say, I don't know, and if you feel like somebody's done it that you don't have to look into, I'll accept that.